So we're looking for both of these
Chat,
teams
hello,
to
hello,
maybe
how we doing?
redeem themselves a little bit heading into today's match, as there is
How
a
is
lot on
everyone
the line.
feeling?
Koi being down currently 0-2 as they're taking to the stage. We hope to see some different looks from them, and also looking, of course, at BBL.
Dude, it's really
where we
quiet
hope to
today.
make some
Oh, that's
changes.
why.
What are your expectations from either of those teams for today?
I'm very excited to see where this map veto is going to go, because we've seen Koi obviously having some preferences for some maps, but the results have not
much better.
been good. If we think about how their matches have gone, we see the first map is an absolute blowout. You know, it's like a very, very defeat sense. It doesn't matter if it's their pick or not. It is the second one that they come
Going
alive.
for a
and
Koi
both of them in
2-0.
these 2 weeks have gone to that overtime. They have not been able to
I'm kind of
close
scared for both of
any
these
them out.
teams.
So a map win will be enough for me.
And weirdly enough for me, for BBL, even though we're kind of, I don't want to say criticizing the Ascent comp, but you know, week 1 we
Watch
saw
the
the
Fnatic
Icebox
video
comp
of them
come out.
on
Then we see
Vitality.
obviously
Is it just
BBL week
another
2.
voice
What
comms
do we see
video?
this week? Do we see something else that's potentially
You
something
lost faith
BBL
in
kept
Koi?
as a
You're right.
Yeah, the
pocket
K-Corp
pick,
game
so
wasn't
to
great.
say, or a trump card almost to pull out and show us something special once again, or potentially special.
Yeah, I mean, they've been cooking, we've been eating. Was it a good meal?
Hello, Andy.
Yeah,
hello,
I mean,
hello.
it-
Jaws
the
as well.
food was
Appreciate
had.
that. Thank you so
Like,
much, Jaws.
Food was had that day. I am very excited to see where those two teams are taking us map-wise.
Yeah, as I'm saying, I think that it depends a lot where they want to go.
Here we
For
go.
Koi, having less time, they have to be more specific. BBL, they repeat on that Lotus, and Movistar Koi is going to go back to that
Yeah,
Haven.
BBL
No
BBL
surprise
get
to me, BBL
pwned.
chooses a map that they've been not only successful in, but that
Honestly
Koi
though,
was
BBL
absolutely
looked
terrible
so
against.
bad
There
at
is a lot,
Icebox that I
that
think...
needs to be
Are we
said
not
about
just
that
going
role and the way
third
that
map?
Foot played it, so there's a lot of that footage that I think BBL are going to take into consideration. Mike,
It was
you were
kind of
mentioning
third
the
map.
Icebox.
Yeah.
And it's I think it's also the pick that everybody expected.
It looks
from
doable
Movistar
for
Koi.
Koi. Yeah, I was looking at the
promised
maps here
how I
thinking,
wouldn't
honestly,
mention certain things that we discussed about the
it doesn't
Icebox
look
comp,
too
but-
bad for Koi, yeah.
Well, it was to counter. Okay, if we see it again, maybe I'll talk about it. But it was actually a
Way
comp
to tease us,
hard
thanks.
counter. So I'm not sure if we will see it again this week.
Sorry, was it to hard counter what they thought KC was going to run on Icebox? Like,
Yeah. In terms of a play style, in terms, I mean, there was also some other things they wanted to buy some time in you know, potentially slowing down the.
Interesting that
retakes and,
BBL got
opening up
rid of
some
Lotus.
possibilities in the post plan, but I don't think we actually got to see how they wanted
They
to
just
play
got
it,
rid
to be
of
honest with you,
a
League
map
One. So we know
that
they had a very,
the
very
team
slow
lost
start on Icebox, and
13-2
that was
on.
more concerning than the comp itself.
But
in
I
my
guess
opinion. That was
it looked a little bit
confidence.
better against
yeah, and
was it
thinking
Fur?
about what we can expect from this first map as we're going to jump about.
But the
Fur.
fact that they
And
had
since
this,
we're
okay,
speaking
so the
about
fact
those
that they knew that they were
compositions,
gonna
as we see Shadow's
ban
on camera,
Lotus
is he going to go
means they
back
should have
on that
known
chamber?
that
Because he,
Icebox
like,
is gonna get
struggle is
picked,
a
so they should be
small
real
word for what
prepped
he
on
had to deal
Icebox.
with when he was on the defense. He literally could not get almost any value, and they didn't even find a single
Which
round
hair
of attack.
dye
It was
do you
very
use, mate? I don't
devastating
dye my
because
hair.
It only ended up with a map
I
where
got
they
greys
got
at the
2
front,
rifle
wherever they
wins,
are.
and that was about it.
I mean,
Alright,
obviously a team effort to lose like that, so you
Yeah.
can't really just blame it on
No,
Shados or
absolutely.
his chamber. We know what he can do on that very agent, but yeah, we're gonna see him on that Sova this time around.
He's going on the
Wow.
side. Fly is going to be going on the vibes.
Sure.
No changes for the side of BBL.
We
And
double
listen,
solo
again, one of the
Yorus.
matches I was talking about was actually
We got
Soulcast,
a
and again,
chamber
it's a
Teo
tale
diff,
as old as time
basically.
by not finding the consistency in some of the flexing. we've seen
Jonan
from him.
with the tier 1,
Device
thank you for the
hasn't
34
worked
months.
on a few
Appreciate
maps,
that.
So to see him flex onto the Teo here, maybe give Flyer
I'm a
some
fan.
space to
Thanks for
kind
the
of stretch his
content.
legs a little bit.
Of course,
Could be a
dude.
positive.
Thank you for
I'm
that
so
as well, man.
interested because I feel like in Movistar Koi there is a point where you have to play the Vice. I think that this is going to be Flyer's first time.
Makes it come good at retakes.
I want to
I
see how
mean,
he's going to be developing
util
on
and
that
the
agent.
ults,
Seeing
really.
Soulcast on the Tejo, I really
Mostly
like this.
util.
I like this
Like
mix
Omen
and
Flash is
match,
good,
and I hope that
Recon,
Shados
that kind of
finds
stuff.
more comfort.
Anything
And
that's good
we
for
see, with
execing
this
is normally good for
double
retaking.
drone, I want to see how they structure the defense when the timings are the most important, when they can get the most value out of all of the tools that they have. Because yes, it was a very devastating defeat, but those are the ones that you learn the most from.
That's true. Losing is
In being
learning,
BBL on home
as the
territory
saying
by
goes,
Icebox, though? Yeah, I think this
especially
goes third
for-
map.
Hopefully. I mean, it's now or never, right? Koi, again, they are 0-2 right now, so they have to come in with a
Desp
different
as well.
plan, a
Desp,
different
thank you
approach.
so much,
Yeah,
dude.
and-
Appreciate
and
the
again,
tier 1.
well,
Thank you for the
not to
28
be a dead horse,
months.
but also it's another tale as old as time, right? It's another crunch point of this stage, certainly for Koi, to really put themselves, I mean, in a
Thank you
position
so
to really
much,
contest the table. It's not something that we've historically been able to say about.
Why is
Movistar
Omen not
Koi.
played as much on
And
Pearl?
looking at
The
BBL,
Flash
I
isn't
want to
as
highlight
good,
one,
and it's a
social
heavy
with that
like
chamber, the
after
same thing that we were
plant
saying about Soulcast. Sorry,
map.
about Soulcast, about Shados.
Like you're
Does
normally getting the
not
plant down a
apply
lot
to
on this,
sociable.
so
He's been
having the Astra suck is like
extremely
really strong,
successful
especially whenever you
with
used to
the
B
chamber
spam.
here. And when
Probably
you
one of the
combo it,
better, if not the
with
best maps for the
Lemon's,
Astra as well,
Yoru,
really.
The combination
Considering
is
about
deadly.
considering the
really
after
wanna
plants
see
are
how
really
this
really
first
strong.
half is going to go. Also,
Being able
because
to
of
Astra
the
ult and plant is
amazing
great.
week that Profec had last week in an individual level.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of individual heroics.
This
being
map won?
pulled
Yep,
from
you're just in time.
Those two teams. Let's see who's going to come out on top of this first map. And Mitch and Tom are standing by on the mics.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, we're standing by to kick off this game. Losing is learning, Zoe said. And I think
they
that's
wouldn't have
very
to
true.
breach
Movistar
Teo combo.
Koi
I think we'll
must have
eventually
learned a
have
lot.
Teo.
Now it's
Yeah,
time to
probably
put it to the test
after
on the server up against BBL.
Toronto
They came in hot.
would be my guess
There was a
now.
little bit of a stumble last week.
Yeah, well, it seems to be the case quite often with both of these teams that they kind of start a little
Raku,
slow.
the Omen
And
Flash is
wanna
just
see if
really
that's
good
gonna
at
be
the moment.
case here, 'cause obviously, for BBL, I think expectations are
And,
actually a lot higher after kickoff.
the actual
we
like
kinda look at them
combos
to
that
be
you
one
normally
of
do
the
as the second
potential
initiator.
favourites even for this
So
group,
having
maybe
like
slightly
a
below
second
foot,
entry
maybe
with the
Liquid
Omen
now that
Flash
they
is like
lost to
pretty
them.
good because
On
most
the other
people are
side, I
using
think Koi are
solo.
already in survival mode. We're talking about a
duelist.
squad that are 0-2. They're the only
Andrew,
team in their
Andrew,
group that doesn't have a
Andrew
victory.
Hoku, right?
And if they
I think
lose
that's how I say it with the Prime.
they're
Thank you
not
so much, dude. Thank you, thank you.
mathematically out, but they are probably out.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
hopefully
odds
the
are
sound's in the
definitely
alright
not stacked in
position.
their
I'll stand up a
favor
little bit.
with a
We've
loss
got
here.
Koi on
Crunch
defense, we've got
time,
BBL on
Icebox set on the
attack.
desk, and have
We've got a
to agree with him.
Frenzy.
I'm sure Movistar Koi come
Frenzy
into
on Pulse
today
kind of
knowing
crazy,
that
but
is the case.
close
BBL
by makes
will
sense.
start on the attack side here on Pearl. We'll
Empty
talk a little
site,
bit about the map
full
pool as we get
retake,
deeper into the
and
game.
at
But
one
for
point
now,
they're gonna
barriers
push over
are up,
towards
and
middle,
Movistar
yeah.
Koi taking a bit of initiative, using their flash on Vice to get out in mid,
Problem is
but they
now,
see
like, are they
nobody
gonna
there.
find-
And so it's back to the drawing board. They don't get their initial
I
fight.
mean, honestly,
they don't take
going
deep
elbow with
space
this could
knowing
be
that
pretty
there'll be a
good.
Vice wall covering BBL's back.
Okay, wall goes out. Two go through.
Does
They get a
sectioned
safe
off that
plant,
wall,
not a
maybe
good
not
plant, so that might
lasting
actually
quite
cost
as
them
long as
here.
before, so it will be quickly
Triple
back
elbow.
into the action. Aggressive positioning already being held. In fact, not so much held, taken.
They're pushing right up for
Dude,
it.
what
And
an off
Filu
angle that is.
ready to catch that bait as it comes on in and follow up for another. This gets tough now for BBL. Everybody trapped on the back side. Movistar Koi might not expect them all to be here, but now they've got that info to play with Levin down on
14
14.
HP should be
and the
impossible,
last
huh?
man standing for BBL. He won't be standing for long by the looks of things. The defuse tapped
Lovely shot from this. Okay, nicely done from Filu here. It was a pretty nice pistol in the end from Koi. They just stuck as a unit, right? 5-person punish over towards middle, then they split up a little bit, but they're playing like passive, ready to retake together.
I think the
Like, no
change
matter
up in
what,
comp
they're all gonna
just
be
maybe
fighting
one that
together.
suits them a little bit better. I think it was
Rayquaza,
mentioned on
thank
the
you so
desk
much,
again
dude, in
about
the YouTube
the
chat. Do you
comfort
think
within the
Araki and
agents.
Talon
They
have a good
attempted
chance
something
to
that
beat
was a
T1?
bit more aggressive,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
think
always
after I watched
happy
that
to
Team
see
Secret
someone
game, I
like
think
Shadows
they have some
back on the
weaknesses.
initiator, Flyer, filling that role a
think
little
the,
bit more, and Solcast on an aggressive agent has me excited. I remember back
I think
to,
that
like, times
Icebox
where he
is
was playing that
definitely
KO or even a Sky
a
at
weak
times,
spot.
and I think he can pull that off, so I want to see how this one works out for him. Interestingly, BBL, maybe a bit of disrespect.
Did I do a
being shown to
predictions
Koi at
video?
this stage.
Did I
They have
even do
already
my
invested
pick'ems?
into this round. They're going for the buy. They've
I'm
got
not even sure I
11
did
on
my
a
pick'ems.
rifle, but their opponents have also invested a lot here.
Nice stuff. Sulcas finishing off that kill. Just 10 HP needed. It's the outlaw in play. BBL. They forced up, as you said, there's a decent amount of investment. There's a rifle on Levin, but one player down.
Well,
and it
that's not
being
great.
Astra as well, it makes it much more difficult. Yumpy tries to sneak his
I mean, we
way
were
through
doing
the
bad
water,
anyway, but
grab himself a pick, but instead
definitely gonna be a lot worse
low
of the
HP on
0-6.
Shados is one thing, but they need picks, and that rifle.
Wait, how have they got
still
such
really
a crazy
missing the
buy here?
opportunity to get its teeth
Full
into this
force
play,
into
and
it?
it looks like they're going to revert back to
Pick up a rifle?
towards a late
They didn't even pick up a
Spike
rifle.
is
They
in the hands of
managed to
Magnum, so
buy a
luckily
rifle and
I was
force it
gonna
over
say,
to
like,
him.
yeah, Magnum needs to be a little careful not to
Yeah, Sonya, I fully
overcook
forgot.
this one, give them the spike, but they are now in a problematic territory, a position where
They
they
might
invested, they took a
might
bit of a
pick
risk,
doing anyway.
and need to try and
Well, we
find
cooked.
something from this. Now,
We're doing
what I will
okay. It
mention
wasn't
is this
great.
A site
30 seconds left.
is under-defended. Only Solcas here, but I assume the only attempt coming out from him
Dude, it's such a
will be to
weird
try
force
and
buy from
use those
BBL here.
salvos to slow down any sort of plant.
Even still, from the position he's in, with that flash connecting as well, they might have crunched in.
Yeah, Magnum
Luckily,
just
they
takes
have
the
it in
hit as
Magnum,
well.
Although he'll take a couple hits for his
Ooh,
trouble.
only one hit.
Gets the spike
It's
down.
not too bad. They don't have the
3
best agents for the
versus
after plant.
5. Big investment
It's pretty
from
much all up
BBL.
to
They've
them.
given themselves opportunities, but it was tough to connect anything so far. Magnum's flank up. It hasn't quite. Oh, it has been spotted. In fact, Rubinho got around
that's
the
too
corner
much
in
damage,
time.
man.
A
10
decent
HP.
fight on the site. It's given Levin a chance. Again, though, a
Damn,
sliver
dude,
of
BBL
HP. And
in
just
a
that
weird
one
spot
shot
right now.
needed. Gotta commend Shados as well as the
They're
second man to take contact
spot.
there on such low HP. I think it was 24 HP from that earlier fight with Yumpy, staying alive.
What do they
and
do
coming out
now?
with
They got the plant. Do
that may just
they
save the round for the squad.
low buy?
Question is,
Force again?
do they invest again? Like, it will have even more risk around it, but you've got the plant once more. You've done some damage. By the looks of it on the scoreboard at the moment, it is going to be a singular rifle invested into Sociable. Of course, if he can't buy in the next, he can always invest just into those bullets again, the Headhunter.
Okay, now they got another hero gun.
At the same time,
Got the Outlaw that can one-shot everyone. Magnum's got the heavy armor, but doesn't have a hero gun.
Them an extra boost in the start.
Dude, this one's really old, man.
Economy
This one's really, really old.
healthy for the next. Sociable with an opportunity, and let me tell you, he has had his rounds.
Really?
Yeah. That ace is still fresh in my mind, and will be probably for the rest of the year. It's bought him a lot of wiggle room. Smoke down deep is pushed Corbino back. It's going to let them get really close, and with so many pistols in play, that's exactly what you want. Yes, Magnum goes down. He's trying to watch that A push up, and the fact that they walk into him, he's only got a classic.
If Koi get a really good start here, which they kind of have already, especially if they keep good money. BBL not in a really rough spot. The Icebox looks awful.
Fly a stud here, outlaw in hand, and this is a problem. Everybody is vulnerable to just one shot of that rifle taking them down, but they managed to close the distance. They find out about the rifle, deal with it well as well. Okay. Not bad from BBL to start with. Yumpy making it a bit more costly, but in the end,
sure, it's not the clean round that they would have wanted.
Costly, but the problem is,
but it's still a 3-0, and they get your ult before any ult here. And honestly, they could just go aggro A, get the Sova ult, and then they got your Sova combo.
I would have taken that all day long. And now is where we almost need to see a response coming out of the side of BBL, but again, after they attempted
Yumpy didn't buy anything on the pistol. They saved all 800 credits, so he had enough to buy a Vandal in round 2.
I'm looking though at Filu already having that dimensional drift, the chance for aggression. You're seeing the consistent use of those salvos to garner him extra control. He's just going to hold on to it for now.
I mean, we've had to buy 300 for. Save 300 for an AWP. I wonder what they would do if they won the pistol. Just loads of money. Just take the extra money. Dude, this is a really rough start right now. Sova goes down. They then realize that all of A main is clear, so they now get the Sova ult, so they could heavy retake B if they wanted to with the 2 ults. Vice is probably fighting. I mean, Vice can go down and they still have a great advantage. Okay. Let's see the ult combo.
Now they can get themselves into a post bomb.
Much needed indeed. BBL have to dodge that Hunter's Fury. It's coming in hot, and it's landing. Sociable down, and
they didn't even have to combo as well.
Now again, they have to pick up the pieces. The spike down at least. Time, not necessarily on their side. There's still quite a bit for Movistar Koi to work with, and they're not in a hurry. Spotting Magnum from the top rope. Shados might have sealed the fate of another round.
Oh, it's actually on his head. Actually on his head from Shados. God, BBL needs a timeout, man. Looking a little bit rough on this.
Much to the chagrin of BBL. Let's remember their Icebox might not look like the best chance to pull this back, especially not after the result against KC.
Dude, yeah, they look really rough on Icebox.
3 out of the first 4 rounds. Remember the score of that game?
Yes.
13-3. Not the best after those first 4.
I think the bigger thing here is just the way that they're playing. Shados currently 7-0.
Down the replay machine struggling.
This guy that
it's okay. I think there's a timeout so they can take a little bit longer with it.
Is on an initiator. Like, it's where he has found. You go back to those Gambit days, which okay, it's a lifetime ago at this stage, but he picks up this role and has always looked incredibly comfortable. We saw it towards the end of the season last year where he was on the Sentinel and even putting up these sort of numbers. So you get him having a good day. It's a rough spot.
It's going to be a solid
and I think at the
timeout.
moment, at least for BBL, the way they're playing on these starts of rounds, they're getting caught by some of these trap plays. They're losing a lot of map control over on the A side because of how aggressive you can be with this Teho. And I want to see what their response is going to be now.
You can see there, Pal and Yumpy having a bit of a back and forth about where this one's going to go. We said Movistar Koi, they've clearly learned a lot, Tom, and well, it's being put into work here on the server, but Shados having a 7-0 start definitely can't be understated. I mean, a lot of the time that initiator is going to have assists, but he's been finishing his dinner and then his teammates after. 4-0 from Movistar Koi. Icebox up next. If you're looking for the recovery for this organization, this is
Jing, thank you so much for the raid. Jing, appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Best of luck this week as well, mate.
Watch party here, we had Uli, Sergio,
the stream was good.
Crazy.
Hello, Raiders. Hello. Watching a bit of EMEA, Koi against BBL. BBL, really rough start. Saved 800 in the pistol to buy a Vandal second round. Didn't work.
Somehow ups to 200%. Levin is going to be
now they're really up against it, but they do have the combo that works really well, so should see a server all coming now.
Seems like they've had the expectation. Instead, they're going to try and sell the idea with that Hunter's Fury, and it's
so
an
much
easy
for
double
this.
pickup.
I swear it wasn't planned. Honestly, Desp, I think you might be right.
It's a tough round to break back from. I also want to note as well that the way BBL have been playing in their post plants is super aggressive. They're not
like a
sitting back
drone on
playing
attack
the
is
time. They're
so
wanting to get in
strong,
their
dude.
face of their opponents
I find it a little bit
not
mad.
allowing for any form of set.
Even shocked that I felt like the server util was incredible on pistol.
The wall that you have here.
Okay, this one, I mean, this one is over.
Many players to watching your back
pretty much just as it started.
The
Double ults, nothing you can do about it.
To come in
you don't think we'll win this game?
Well,
I mean, I went for BBL. Well, I forgot to do my pick'ems, but I was going to go for BBL.
When you're facing him right off rip at the start of the round, not so much.
But
I think Movistar Koi as well, though they lose 2 players.
And BBL aren't good at Icebox,
they
from
know
what
they don't
we
have
saw
flank,
last time.
and even the illusion of a flank because of the Vice on the other team. And so the call's made immediately to save. They avoid going down to Profec and also get a bit of a read on what he's doing, because it's pretty consistent now that they're going for these late round flanks, trying to come up behind, down through the water, or in this case, realizing that the save was going on and they go down to the B site. But I think Profec's going to be a little limited in how much he gets away with in that regard, because
I was the least certain because I was worried about either a center or Icebox being picked. Yeah, I mean, we got one.
See if he gets away with it a little bit later on.
Like, no matter what, I think this was all one. No matter what, this was meant to go to a third map, but obviously Koi can get a 6 start here.
Sova ultimate that they now don't have. So let's see what their solution is in a more grounded round.
Once again, the same use of that Teho utility.
Right? Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you for doing that. BBL wins 2-1 or 2-0, brother. I mean,
feels like control that
that's kind of what I went for. I had it down as a 2-1 in my head, but this is nice from Koi, though. They lose middle, insta drone up, they spot the wall as well, I'm pretty sure. Gavin from the ping, so he might
that one though comes for free.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play from Magnum. You expect maybe someone to be swinging with him, but the timing's slightly off. He ends up going down for free. Movistar Koi content then, certainly to play that retake, which they might have been forced into anyways. But at this point,
and then it's going to wait for Filu's ult.
Exactly
Filu's ult, got recon at the same time. The only person who might own this is Sociable. Plays in front of the wall. Kind of nice from him.
They've seen one up close. Levin won't be getting away with that. And of course, it's Shados to connect.
Shados is wrecking everyone.
Now there's nowhere really to
oh
go.
My goodness. Oh, he kind of dodged it well, though.
Having to play that deep post plant, BBL did realize that this double ult combination was there in potential, but
damn,
Shados, with only
what
2 players
the
remaining.
hell is going on?
That was a superb retake coming out of the side of Koi, and I'll be honest with
Gunnerin,
you,
thank you so much, dude. Thank you. So 1-9 loss bonus comes into play because they won 1, lost 1. Everyone can buy. But this next round, they're pretty much done. The ult long B, yeah, with the salvos over towards the little corner, it's kind of sick.
I've seen so far this tournament, and they are looking super impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the big conversation around this
again.
squad,
Thank you so much again for the 100
keep in
bits.
your mind, we said if they lose this series, chances of qualification very
Andrew,
low. But
yes,
the big
right?
conversation has been for them that
Thank
the
you.
season isn't over yet. They need to make this.
Hopping into this corner to use Visol.
Okay, thanks so much, dude, as well. Appreciate
big
that.
Conversation for
Andrew.
as I've been trying to say.
Appreciate that.
Has been popped into this position where
okay, so different thing for BBL is they get the op out. They lose this, dude. This half is.
When they haven't gotten that so far. But this
I don't
seems
say the map or anything is done, but it's one of the. It's such a rough spot to be in. It'll be 7-1.
And now they just need to connect that little bit extra. A phenomenal start with 5-1, and as you said, 11-0 for Shados. This crunch now puts pressure on Fly, and the flash was perfect. Perfect.
Well.
Magnum doing well. Putting Flyer in the dust, and they move to the B side.
he's kinda done the divide.
No, I think they held it. Maybe realizing that they can clear that space without needing to utilize that ultimate. Flyer also lost his on the other side. And one thing I want to note, last time out when we watched Sociable, he was fantastic when it came to that attack side operator. First time we've had that in play. I think for the defense now, okay, you got some extra credits, but the amount of time that's been bought by the Steel Garden, it seems like this one's done, but they are still challenging for this.
Yeah, they're going, so it's just like money's. Every bit of damage here is like worth a coin.
As they find themselves
like even one extra kill here is giant.
Well and truly ticking away, and Shados swinging into heavy
Nice
traffic,
from BBL.
giving Levin
They
the
stay alive.
Piece, and I believe the first death for Shados.
It was.
Finally,
You can't do this out there ban a streamer.
It's
It's the most it's the most recent Vice flash. What else am I meant to call it? He did it twice
Something I always
as well.
enjoyed
Come on.
with Sociable is the calmness. Like, he plays the operator. We've seen him do crazy aggressive things with it, but on attack, it's almost just held on that sort of rotation.
Coming street.
About frustration already, though. That didn't sound great from the side of Flyer. Obviously, the
Not after the Jing raid.
squad.
That is true. That is disrespectful.
I mean, I'd probably feel the same though if I got hit by a nasty little flash from Magnum like that.
Do you know what? Okay, chat. If Flyer does it
This is some sort of turning
2 more
point. Still a
times,
couple of
then we'll
ultimates
call it a
online.
Flyer. How about that?
Sociable could run the double operator if he wanted to, although if he pops it this round, I'm going to be incredibly worried. And Filu has brought out an op of his own, trying to get a little bit more aggressive around mid.
Nice shot.
That's all he was looking for, that opening pick. The second Movistar Koi have found that, that's normally been enough for the round.
Yeah, their conversions
Okay,
being
with
great.
the drone as well,
It's how
they know
patient
for
they
sure
play
they create
after
pressure over
initial
towards
contact,
door.
right? Having that vice wall on B, even right now, they're giving up street. They're completely conceding control of this whole area. Let me do a little draw on. Woo! And this is because they've got these passive positions in play where they don't want to
Achilles,
fight
that's
you
what I was
in
saying. I
those
did call it
spots. They
that.
want to fight you coming out of them.
Looking like the A site is where they will challenge. We've said this before, Soulcaster's goal is just to delay. Slow them down as much as possible, but the re-swing doesn't find much. A Hunter's Fury, they've been investing orbs, and also Shados has been eliminating
20 seconds to
everybody, but this
plant.
time it
4
doesn't do
people
the
like
damage they were hoping
relatively
for.
close.
An incredibly
We're going to do
open
get
plant
into the
as well,
corner Visor.
allowing for positioning
If Grabinho
towards
gets a
R,
kill, he
which is
gets
where
his
the
ult, and that
majority of
might
the
actually
squad will
change the
lie,
round.
potentially to try and avoid that Steel Garden. It is a big area, though.
Yeah, it's going to cover a lot of ground.
Oh,
the
huge
shot
miss.
from
Oh my
Sociable
god,
doesn't
double.
land, and ult comes into play. Fires off
2 of them.
one with great success. Shados down, and they're turning tail. They're running the other way, but Yumpy's got him boxed in. He's going to make
Nice
this
shots.
beyond costly for Movistar Koi. And on your way back into the series,
Where's he
after
going?
being decimated
Where's Sociable
to
going?
start this out. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a BBL fan.
Yeah,
they might just
now,
leave Grabinho to save the weapon,
now we
but
get the eco
that's
coming in.
5-3, and BBL
Grabinho
hot
picks up
on
the
Koi's heels.
See, now the
Oh,
obvious
but-
value in this round from throwing out the Tour de Force was because of that Steel Garden. You get that pick, they see the Tour de Force online, they go, well, we can steal the weapons away, except for that one, the one that we have to run past. And that's where you see them just look to exit. There's no value in that ultimate, at least from the side of Sociable. 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
BBL, it really does feel like the second that operator came online, they were back.
Oh, yeah.
11 still can be the one at the top of the board. Obviously a slower start.
It's still,
for Magnum,
it's still a
but
great start
expectations
for
still there
Koi.
that when he
I know they
moves
got
on
an
to
eco,
the
but
defense is where he'll have his real value.
misclick. He might have thought the.
See,
He might have been
Movistar Koi
confident that the Visor was going to be
having some
used.
deep conversations. This round's going to be a mixed bag. Operator in play, as you can see down the bottom left of your screen. The credits are not healthy for the rest of the squad, so really trying to
Got a lot
make
of
the
money,
most
but-
of this is going to be difficult. Whether you leave Filu on a different side of the map
So
to
messy at the
play his
moment.
own life, use the
Honestly,
gate crash to
since
get out
BBL
if
have
things
actually
get
like got their
nasty,
money
maybe late round look to
sorted,
save it,
it's actually looked
have the
alright for
pistol
them.
stacked up elsewhere is a bit
It's
of a
kind of
trap.
messed up
It's
by
something
not
we'll see
having a
quite
good buy
lot.
until the 4th round.
A lot of talking coming out of Gorilla as well. I think someone that in these sort of moments incredibly analytically minded, and someone you want if it's coming out with a strat or an idea to maybe change that tide a little bit, because yeah, it is you sort of said, that they're in a bit of an awkward spot in this round.
Okay, saved up. Nothing too much behind
what
it.
they do with it. You need
Next round for the big buy round, BBL going to have both the good ults.
And they have the players. Like, I think
Yeah, they're not in an incredible position now, I guess. Money could get really good after this.
Filu's in the right spot. There's contact coming his way. The drone destroyed and the shot not quite there.
Is the Fury a lev of EMEA?
They know
Trust
where
me,
it is,
I don't think.
But they also know that his gate crashed
I don't think we
out,
can
most
call any
likely,
team
and with the
Fury after
reveal, that
what I've been
confirms it.
watching.
So now you have to reset. Worried about where that op could be.
And the only team we
Levin
can
having the
compare to
orb,
Fury is like
that's
maybe
gonna
all
make it a lot
gamers at the
easier
moment.
to punch through one of these sites and confirm
A-hand with
that,
the Prime.
there's
Thank
not
you
an
so
op
much, man.
holding
Appreciate
it,
the 5
waiting to
months.
take your teammates down. Looks like they'll reset and just push into the A site.
Also, the rotation, though, is already there. Like, the defensive rotation is making its way back to the A site, so this dimensional drift is going to be sent down middle. It will clear the way for the spike, which will get them quite a bit of extra control. They know there's no players close. I don't think it's going to get close enough, though, to go all the way back down.
Wait.
The corner of the smoke given for
Wait,
space.
I was so confused.
I don't actually think they know that he didn't leave. He just stuck around. It's
They've
not gonna
already
be the
left.
picks going the way. And Soka's actually come out with 2 here.
Well, they didn't know how many numbers were here,
Oh,
right?
it's
They
big
saw
shock.
one player, maybe suspected a second, but
Huge.
nice shock dart from Yampi.
30
Leveled the
seconds
playing
left.
field, or even put it more in their favor, tipped the scales back over into BBL's hands as the plant comes through. Soulcast and Filu, a rifle and an operator still to work with, but they haven't been able to deal with Sociable just yet. And he has been the difference maker with that big gun in hand. Misses the shot though.
Ooh.
Doesn't miss the second.
No
He
way.
knew going up there.
Dude, no way he
Soulcast
repeaks.
needs the ace with 2 more to find. He'll go for the reload. He'll
God.
go for the round, but put to bed by Yampi.
Pure
BBL,
madness.
1 away. This was a very slow start to Pearl, but they've definitely got it figured out now.
Yeah, I will say the rendezvous put down there from
In Brazil, there was a
Sociable
huge discussion
not
about
good.
Fury.
But
The most common flame
like,
is
you
pointing
can
at
see the
how all of the
constant
American
peaks from
rosters
Soka's
played
going,
one game.
But he's going to
and
go up
looked
there
better.
eventually. I know, I can
I-
see it. And he's already killed us from there
The
once
list
before,
of
but
flame is through the roof, man. The all-American roster. Oh, the stand-in roster? Oh, the stand-in roster would absolutely body them. Yeah.
Resurgence. Coming out from BBL. Again, we're seeing the same aggression. This is something that Koi have done pretty much all the way through. You know you have that vice wall down on the B side of the map. You're going to get a trigger for when someone goes through. They got 2 players watching in mid, and then they're just trying to hold on to that A control. I think, though, BBL have slowly started to work out.
Okay,
this
this is a
setup.
nice
So they're
default
just,
though.
As you can see, sending the fake
And
out through
then,
the wall
oh,
to
like
set it
this.
off.
Now
Then
they
they're
need to
not
get
going in
info
that
over
direction.
towards
They're
hits, see if
just
they're going to
trying
bust, so you
play
save
now with
the
what
op,
Koi are running.
looking for the
And when you
info.
haven't adapted
You would imagine
massively
that
throughout the
Koi
rounds,
would flash to get
becomes
info at
quite
one
a bit
point, but you kind of
easier
want to
for
save
them
that
to
up on
make
the
a read.
exec.
And the push up this time by Filu.
We'll keep an eye on the B
Seen him in
stuff,
this
see if anything
position before.
happens.
There was a bait
I
drone,
don't
but
think
he is holding
he's actually going
that
to
part
peek.
of the map by himself. Closest player will be over towards the connector, halfway across the map. They crunch into the A site. Watching the push out of Art, sure, can at least be contentious with Shada still holding it. But it'll put a lot
Boom,
of
bros,
pressure
what
on
about this
Filu
scene
with
from
his
you?
back and his front wide open for a push. Or maybe it even benefits him. Still being in this position, Salvo's buying him away back
Jesus.
the smoke. He's now on back site, 20 seconds left. They're going to have a lot to contend with. They're forced forward into Filu's hands. One found as
Okay,
Soulcast
that
backs
duel
him
might
up in
actually
the
allow you
trains.
to
They're
plant.
still
We
going
got
back
15
and forth. The
seconds.
Spike on the
Spike has
ground
to
with
go
12
down, and Sociable's going to
seconds
have to
BBL need to pick up the pace
send
here.
it through the
Yampi
wall
wants a safe spot to plant
and kill
from.
everyone.
Sociable needs to hit this shot, but his arsenal, the arsenal of BBL taken
I mean,
away. The
honestly,
shorty good for one. Sociable escaped just about. And the ult comes
imagine
down.
he wins
a shot
this.
needed
Oh, God.
here, and it's clean. The conversion to the pistol. The headhunter.
No way, they should never be winning this.
Finish it off. A Red
They
Bull
should
clutch
never be
for
winning
Sociable.
this.
And a 5th round for BBL.
It's a 2v.
He just pulls out the
3,
spiciest rounds on
right?
this map. I feel like he's
2v3, maybe
comfortable as
2v4.
well.
I
You
couldn't
look
fully
at that
remember.
moment,
Astra
that
ult
is
down.
Yumpy within the site,
One's planting.
just sticking it, just taking the risk, immediately
Yeah,
removes one
2v3.
with the shorty. But it's that split-second decision to
Vice
teleport out,
ult,
because in your mind there's always
Astra
going to be the moment
ult.
where you go,
Oh,
okay, well,
boy.
if my teammate falls here while planting, that's round over. I'm already screwed. So he had to try and almost just stick around, go back, and then play back with the op, and, well, that was perfectly played. From a huge advantage to level once again. Once more, we're seeing this aggression. Information will be garnered by the Flash.
I miss Yampy, man. He's so funny, dude.
Magnum knows they're here.
Well, we saw Yampy certainly get excited. The operator play has been huge so far from Sociable and from Movistar Koi. And we've seen their setup baited out towards the B site. That led them to get aggressive on A main, and what should have been quite a difficult hold, they reset nicely into, but Sociable recovering on all the disadvantages that may have been thrown their way.
They save their clone with it.
That wall will be baited out, but when it goes down,
ooh, I like this. I've always talked about this, like attack trip of the chamber. Kind of nice. They smoke to block vision and then attack trip over towards the left to clear the left side. It's super underrated, the chamber trip to like clear positions.
And he is on the site. Sociable is taking absolute liberties. They're going to sell the idea.
Oh, it's really nice, man.
This guy's playing
still, though, he kept two there. They know the salvos are there. Time is really low, though. He kind of was too successful over towards the other side. 20 seconds, the Spike's going to get hit when there's like... Spike's going to get through the choke at 12 seconds. What are they going to do?
Hadn't come off the B site. There were still 3 players close, and now 12 seconds. Spike needs to go on the site. There's no time to stop. Just
oh my God, the flash!
And they'll win the fights. No way!
No way! There's no way they
win.
win.
Plant going down, it's not even
This is more criminal than the round they won before.
They beat the plant out with just dominant.
I did have this steal in the rounds.
The lead is now in the hands of BBL. I did not think they were going to recover on that.
I didn't think they were going to win last round, let alone this round.
They had 12 seconds to clear 2. I think.
Why did we not shoot the? Why did we not shoot the Vice Flash? Did it go too high or something?
I don't know how he gets
That's not that high. That's on his screen.
But then to turn this back around is absurd. Like, what happened to the previous ones?
Dude, I have so many questions.
1 round to go in the half. Movistar Koi, they've fought what they can, and a Guardian seems to be enough. Sociable, he's had so many high impact rounds, but they got sick of him on B. Pushed up.
Are they actually going to end 7?
Now we see what the rest of the squad can do without that huge
no
operator
way.
play. 11, good for 1, but Feeler's matching a 3-piece.
He kind of did an absolute madness. Flash behind the walls, they can go aggro, fake TP over towards long. Wait, he might find this person over towards long. Wait, they know that he's on his own. They know this other guy's going to be coming from behind. No way, they're going to win this as well. It isn't planted for them.
This is not the gun you want in this moment.
Wait, it is planted for them. It's out in the open.
Rifle found at least. At least smoke things off and try and just stick this under their noses.
Get close.
He's going for it. Halfway done, tries to bait the remaining players in, but has already left the smoke. First shot lands. A little bit of extra damage. All he needs, but
dude,
it will be the
I cannot believe the last 3 rounds.
From a huge
how did they win them?
Point. Movistar Koi have crumbled, and BBO have bounced back.
7-5, a gap of 2 rounds. Well, if you pause this at round 6, I wouldn't be guessing BBL would leave with the lead, but they have done that.
Wait,
let's see if they can
make
the comeback all the way to a 1-0 start after the break.
Gene Hyde, thank you so much for saying that, dudes. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, dude. Thank you so much for saying that as well. Of course. Dude, why is this incredibly loud? Wait, is that going to give me copyright? That was so loud. Mate, how have they got a 7 here? At one point, we were talking about a 7-1 for Koi. And then... and it all went so wrong. Koi made you believe in the start? Dude, I was fully believing. Don't worry, Desp. It didn't happen. So good. K-Corp are known for running crazy comps. Yeah, they love a harbor. Was this a 4-0 start? Yeah, it was. I mean, it was 5-1. It was actually 5-1 at one point.
BBL a shaky start.
You had to pick a
but now
coaching
it looks
staff
like it'll
by
be a
region that
shaky
you're
finish
impressed with.
for
Who would
Koi.
you pick?
They were what, 5-1 in the lead?
Interesting.
At
At the moment, I've been impressed by Boom's coaching, for sure. I haven't watched enough of China, so I can't really comment on that.
Well, Movistar Koi may need
EMEA.
back-to-back pistols just to level it up.
Yeah, I think as well, like the
Who stood out in EMEA coaching-wise who were better than I thought? Liquid, honestly. I do think Liquid's coaching stuff. Yeah, I think that is right.
Since then he's cooled down. Now you can't expect a guy to just go like 20-0.5, but it seemed like once he cooled off and once their setup was figured out by BBL, well, let's say
Yeah, I do think the Liquid one is the right call in EMEA. You can see the work week by week. Gentlemates might be a good one.
See, I want to say in danger.
Americas?
He could leave, and he will.
MIB honest.
Eventually. He's like, you know, I can still take him.
I wanted to wait just in case someone got.
You got to shout out Fraud. He's doing good work over there.
We're walking forward now. They're looking to try to get rid of that wall.
Okay, big pressure over towards B. Let's quickly check in on Yumpy. Double checking his credits this time.
Double doors, giving them a nice bit of info if their flank is being pushed on, and limiting the amount of angles that can realistically be beneficial.
C9, yeah, C9 is doing good stuff as well. I like their game plans at the moment.
But again, there'll be information there. They're being seen that they've pushed up on Art. Rotation comes around. Now we're going to see the late play around from Magnum. The A side a little bit more reinforced if needed. He's staying
nice as well. That kind of checks that people are there and creates pressure. Everyone goes through the wall, all four. You got 2 people here and they got the flash of device. Let's see the flash. Oh god, the flash is behind the box so it doesn't get these. Surely that flash could be better, unless they want it, unless the flash is only to fight long.
They will easily deal with Profec. Movistar Koi.
Flash ended up doing nothing just behind the box.
5-1 in the previous map and looking to repeat that here with
no
another
plant.
pistol. Shock darts go through, time quite low, and the plant needed right now. No time. If that plant is stopped, then Yumpy at least has him boxed.
Damn, Yumpy. Nice shots from him. Oh my goodness, what's he doing? What's he starting to do there, man? I saw the beginning of whatever celebration it was.
Before the defuse.
Do you reckon we're going to have a replay of him screaming?
I mean, he did something.
I'm sensing it. I'm sensing
he started giving it, I think.
Be a replay after the Red Bull clutch.
He's actually calm now, I will be
yeah, he's just sitting there like,
surprised.
That was a delectable clutch, lads.
Splendid play, gentlemen.
He's been listening too much to Pal.
Understandable. I do that all the time. Yes! Whoa, 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 what was that? All right, well, Yumpy's feeling it. He's fired up. Go on, Pal, do the same. Oh, no barks out of Pal. It's disappointment from the fans.
1-1 for the Pistols.
Because like off cam, he's always barking. That's where Yumpy actually gets it from. It's called the Pal bark. Oh. Well, see you later.
Wait, hold up.
Well,
Sociable. That's not the start that they were looking for.
No, they may not have had the bark in the last round, but Movistar Koi certainly come into this one with a bite. Already picking off one, and you know, for a second I thought it was an outlaw they got. It being a Marshall, it's not so great.
No, I've realized.
What's that?
So we are joking about Pal.
Yes.
But on Friday, he's going to be stood here.
And I will request that he barks, or imitates Yumpy as best he can.
Yeah, but he's also, well, he's got more muscle than both of us combined. So I'm starting to question if this is a good idea.
Damn, Yumpy just gets out of there. It must be so tempting to push mid, but it could cost them that game.
We'll see.
Well,
see what we can get done.
Hey, the BBL fans will enjoy that.
Yeah, let's see how Loon does here.
Round 14.
He looks like he's owned it.
Not a lot anymore, as Levin is just shredding through them. The recovered Marshall.
Philo might get a freebie, but that's about it.
Well placed and well timed.
Not even.
No,
God, it's gone crazy bad from Koi. I've never seen such a drastic turnaround in a map.
Maybe you'll two-tap someone, maybe you'll right-click and get 2 people in one burst.
Oh, yeah.
Or you'll do that.
Well, that's the thing. You got to pray to Leo before you go for that swing, and he didn't do it here. Didn't get the ritual right. Maybe they will next time. An opening pick.
Never. I mean, mate, they were dominating.
An immediate response from BBL. Damage control.
And then now they can't even.
Off to a fantastic start in this
they
half.
can't even get anything.
And indeed, this puts them up
Heretics,
to, what, 8
but
rounds
Heretics
in a
was
row?
like in a half,
5-1.
Right?
And
Heretics was like half changed, and then they like struggled on a half.
Try to
This was mid.
Good
mid.
start.
They have to win this
half.
well. Like, it is almost as much of a bonus as you're going to see nowadays. You've got two Bulldogs, some Spectres, and then obviously the Headhunter. It's not
The
a
one player
particularly
started
pretty
tilting
buy,
while
so
winning.
I look at
That's
this
because he flashed himself in lane.
On the horse, if you're going to challenge
I mean,
this map at least, I want to see this clear.
Like, you can only be disappointed in yourself there.
Same old wall, you would think, but this time it's a little bit more passive, I suppose. Yeah, allowing them to push up through this archway, and they're going to take advantage of that potentially. No, they're not. But the wall split them in 2.
Yeah, but he heard the running of the people that were past the wall, so he knows they for sure committed here. Drone goes out, kind of clears everything. They got smoke. Wait, they might feel like they can just rush out here.
I see them step forward.
Yeah, dude, who is that? Yampy's taking an absolutely... Yeah, honestly, at least they all did it together. I was going to say Yampy's taking a risk by just sending it through the smoke here.
Yeah, it makes me nervous when I see that Sociable is still alive, because I think this guy's BS meter is off the charts.
Gun here.
Chance for a weapon to be retrieved.
Yeah, I'm not fully convinced. I look at the setup and I think it looks good for Koi, but...
How will be that gun picked up? Sociable already getting maybe a little bit further, but eventually Soulcast in position. And now the question is, just Profit just hold onto the gun? I think, yeah, walking back into 3 players.
Okay, they're back on the board. It's been a while.
Just holding on to that additional rifle, and that'll be at least something from their bonus round for BBL. But for Movistar Koi, they managed to get past the majority of the trap plays. And I think they're going to learn from this round that, okay, that wall is going to be particularly placed to basically just confuse us, because that was placed deeper to give a gap for Levin to play around, but also you could see it in the moment.
Have I seen the VCL France land thing? Nah, I don't know what that is.
The immediate Vine usage was just flag going, I was here before, that's moving forward. I'm going to Vine this because he's probably there.
I think you have to look at how Profect plays on BBL's own attack side to sort of realize what they're trying to bait them into there. Often it's going to be that one player coming through double doors, at least from BBL's playbook. And if that's the case, well, you have a choice. Trip the wall and give away where you are, or maybe they've given you a gap. Maybe you can catch the timing, and that's when...
But when the round before they didn't give you the gap, you
exactly.
What?
You're like, why is there a gap now?
Look at this aggressive push, though, coming up from the defense. 3 players making their way through arc, looking to try and challenge. Already a little bit of extra information and a passive start from this attack. And my main worry is where the spike is. It's currently left completely on its lonesome. Shados seemingly aware of the potential, but he's got to be careful, because if he goes down, that's not worth it. That's spike in the spawn. The entire play with...
now they just create a giant question mark over towards middle that they got to try and clear. In reaction to losing middle, it looks like they wanna. Great pressure, they went over towards A, but they don't get too much for it. Still having to clear middle. 50-second mark, they're going to clear middle. Recon went over towards B, he didn't hit anyone.
Now it's not even on B conventionally, where usually you would see it as a little bit more of like a line here.
Yampy's doing a very good job at locking down this on his own. As we can see, it's crazy weak.
So huge delay there. That's why they're stacked up on A. And Movistar Koi about to learn a lesson.
Pacific could win Ascension. I think they will.
They'll run into. They take out Levin, that will spur them forward, but Tom, still 3 players here.
Filu already gone, the stuns are nice, but even still Sociable could play ahead of them and escape without too many issues. The gap wasn't seen though,
I could
and
see it
actually
from
they
his
managed
side.
to trade this back. Make it look doable for Grabinho. Someone who's always been solid in these sort of scenarios, has found the space, but still doesn't know where Yumpy's coming from. Had a decent idea, but the timing couldn't be any worse. And you put this man in the clutch
they
situations,
win one, they lose.
he'll
Dude,
take them home for you,
they got
it seems.
so wrecked on this
He's
map, it's
hyped
not
up
even
about
funny.
that as well. The timing, though. Grabinho had an idea. He was looking the right way, and if he just waited, of course, how could he know? If he waited, maybe he came behind him.
Exactly.
You know? He had to make a move, but he made the wrong one, unbeknownst to him. And as we said, this is just
like the combo for the backside, though. I think they're using the pulse out from Astra in combination with, I believe it was the thorns thrown in as well, or the vines, and then having those salvos. So it's like if you're stood on that backside, you are dead, and so they had to push forward. That's a really nice little bit that was thrown in by Movistar Koi. Unfortunately, it doesn't get them the round.
And again, the change-up coming into play.
Dude, this is when you know it's desperate.
Absolutely everyone
Where
at this point.
two of
right
your
on
players
screen.
can't buy and
They'll
everyone
use the decoy
just
again
goes,
to
well,
bait that
we're
out,
buying, so
no information to be
good
held
luck.
early by BBL, bar what they've claimed themselves. Boots on the ground, pushed up B long.
My guy with the
one
of the only hero guns
But this is the tough prospect.
is
because
showing
most
zero
rounds,
confidence.
As you said, B has been given up, be it a stack or a wall.
Well, Soulcast will take that.
And on the other side of things, they've now gone aggressive on that side of the map. Sociable still in position.
Yeah,
Drone coming his
so
way,
many
but
people they
you
can
know that
one-shot.
he's gonna be
Shados is the only
tempted to stick
person.
around, and they don't
Shados
even
is
wait
the only
for the
person with
drone
heavy
to
armor, and
actually
he's the
clear
one
off his
droning.
angle. He's been able to hold on. Gets 2 for his money.
Oh man.
The drone
Okay.
attempted to clear him. Shados has
They
done
do
well,
have
at
luck
least
space with
bringing
that, and the
things
trip
again
does
back
go
into
down.
contention.
So
And
honestly,
because
they're
he
not
killed
in the
off
worst
Sociable,
position ever, but this is great.
don't
Gonna
have
be
the
able to
trap
spot
here.
2.
On mid.
Don't know about the FUD,
The wall
so
was triggered on A as well. Movistar Koi know there's a flank likely underway, but they're caught up in the push towards the site. Solkas better be watching their back, but now
Now they
losing
know the
fire,
last
they have
two
to
is.
spur forward. The
Then we got the
door's
luck
wide
on the
open
go
for
as well.
Magnum. And he's gonna walk right into play with 12 seconds left. There's no time. They need to get on that site, and there's too many players in their way. Movistar Koi,
It was 5-1 to Koi.
start, now sit
Yeah, it was
11
5-1 to
to
Koi.
6 behind with a massive comeback needed. We were worried about the Pearl from BBL after those first 6 rounds, but this is more of what we expected to see today.
Well, yeah, I went back to the UK over the weekend, but this is definitely the most crumble I've seen in the last few days.
I see.
Smoke on top
I see.
site A. Like on the
Proud of yourself
actual
for that one,
box
Tom.
itself.
Don't you almost have 5 ults online, Mitch?
Just like it
So
gives you like
even
double
though this fire
edge.
is a little bit stinky,
It's just
you
being
have
able,
a dimensional drift for space.
just being able to do it
I
with
assume the orb is going to be taken
like one smoke
eventually
where you can get the angle
from
advantage.
Flyer to get the Steel Garden online. We know how impactful Armageddon can be, and hey, if Profek wants to
It is a weird
spam
one because you're
smoke
like down
with
here as
Vandal
well.
bullets, it's not going to get much easier for them.
Okay, ult goes in, but no real ground take.
They only
In
just
response from BBL, they just sit back,
Oh,
waiting for that
Astra
ult to come
ult
into completion so
on a-
they can take down
They did
Filu,
the-
and that's the rifle.
Is this not
from
really weird,
Movistar
Astra
Koi.
to
There's
do
one
on-
to be
with the
retrieved,
amount
and
of
it will be
space that they
picked
had?
up by Solkas. Post-planned ultimates, Shados and Solkas can do a
And-
lot, but Magnum's coming in. And he's managed to find
How is this
Solkas,
guy
somehow
alive?
leaving Grabinho alive, but not for long.
He's got a stinger.
Flyer's got it all
Wow.
to do on range. Stinger
I'm
to
going to do my
Spectre. He's
classic where I
playing
talk
gun
about
game.
teams.
His
I would
opponents got
say
there
teams that
first.
do
They
this
needed a
Astra
few more
ult
kills before he gets to a
lose
rifle.
90% of the time.
The
And I
judge
would
next,
say
I
the
suppose.
teams that do this Astra ult
12
win
to
90% of the time.
6 in a row needed, and it's
So,
been a struggle to even find one.
Definitely
for Koi.
worrying signs for Koi.
Yeah, it's not looked particularly good. I think this.
Like they
the
actually
idea
took
in
loads
this
of
round actually
space,
didn't
and
go
then
too
they
bad. Obviously,
said,
Profek
"Oh, you want
helped
to take
them
all
out
of that
quite a bit,
space
but
back
the
for free? Well, here's an
retake
Astra
still
ult.
looks solid. The gun being lost didn't help, and
Here's an Astra ult to have all of that free space and not have to worry about anything."
he's now intimidating. Or no, sorry, he is copying a little alarm. There you go.
Yeah.
Imitating.
This little beep, beep, beep.
He heard it earlier somehow.
Well, we need to get the league officials to investigate.
Teams are my
if that's
friend
the
to
case.
all teams.
Don't worry,
Man.
this is
If you
a
watch
tactical
VCT and you
I
look
would
at
say
the
the
Astra
earlier
ult win percentage
tactical
from that
balls we
wall to
saw,
that wall,
seemed
it
a
is
little bit more
drastic.
in tune
Like
with the
really,
chance of
really
winning.
drastic.
Like I always find these sort
Everyone
of pauses,
loses the close
unless
wall,
of
everyone
course
wins
you're
the deep
mini
wall.
back at lock-in, as rough ones to make work.
Is it an
Because
EMEA
you're
masterclass?
basically looking at your squad after they've
Yeah,
now
they're not
won, what,
they're not beating
one
the
round in the last
EMEA teams aren't good at
11?
Pearl allegations.
great.
I will say
And
the
you've got
BBL
to try and come
look
up
kind
with
of
an
nice on
idea
this
to win
though.
them 6 rounds.
Well,
in a
once they
row.
actually got money and got the op out, it was pretty convincing.
Look good, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it depends. You could be seeing things along the way, small adjustments that you can make here and now, but
they need a big adjustment.
the reality is, yeah, exactly. A little tweak ain't going to get you back on the road anytime soon. 6 in a row. It's a big task. It's double what they've managed so far, even with a lights out start and a pistol under their belt that will have given that projection.
Why they're using inners if there's no crowds? They're still blasting the... Well, you would imagine they're blasting the sound. I don't know, they wouldn't just change it for one game as well, as compared to Integrity in terms of like how much they can hear.
Well, it is Pearl after all. 12-6.
I was going to say, maybe they're still putting the
and they go into Icebox, somewhere that, like we said, they
sound into the actual studio itself.
3 out of 4 of the
I'm not
first
sure they would
rounds,
turn that off. I still feel like people would be there. Like, I'm not sure though. Okay, either way, 6 chances.
That B long
just because there's no crowd, you wouldn't change it all up.
Read coming out from BBL. They stacked up the rest of their utility. The wall currently sat towards Art. The Thorns as well there to
they can one-shot 4 people with the 2...
But this is basically just like, right,
with the 2
we're gonna
outlaws.
hold B, Magnum hold
If
A.
they did every time to keep it the same, yeah, it's competitive Integrity. Tons go here's some sounds that you don't normally play with.
Whether the result is going to be found or not, well, that is
oh my goodness, how did that? How's he jumped out of there and only taken a bullet as well? God, I can't believe Koi at 5-1 up.
Providing that bit of support, they're sent out by the salvos. The gate crash used to keep
5-1 up,
them alive.
only got 1 extra round.
They get the sight for that ult, but they lose so much in this 3v5. Their
When no
flank
crowd in
is
Berlin.
open
It's only on
and
Wednesdays.
being pushed on. They need space, and
Dude,
they try to
Magnum.
fight for it. But
What the hell is
stands
this?
in their way.
He's going for it. Holy, bro. Nice way to
to
finish it. Damn, dude. From a 1-5 down.
As Yumpy beckons the fans to make some noise, we will go off to a break and find out if Movistar Koi can bounce
this
back on their own
mentally is
mapping.
actually pretty hard to recover from. Because it's not like they got completely wrecked. Right, like a 13-1 is easy.
Okay, so previously we've had 4 rounds and 2 rounds map 1. Let's get maybe 6 this one. I'm happy with 6.
Well,
6 for the other team. Let's go.
well, came back to haunt him a little bit. Production didn't does it, yeah. It's okay. I will say BBL looked pretty rough on this map when we saw them before even. We'll see.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grid.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
It's all left on Banya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on win. I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
Icebox! Let's go! Nice plays! Woo! Nice for touch him! Woo! Unbelievable operator player! Yes! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Yeah! Woo! Clutch master! Nice, boys! Woo, 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 woo.
Little bro acting as if they already won the championship.
It's just like the perfect teammate to have, man. Like it's actually going back to, what was it, Liquid at the Messer when he started the barking? That's a bit of a throwback for Yampi.
Oh, I absolutely love it. He makes up for not having an audience. He's his own audience. So, nobody needs to cheer him up. He's everyone.
It's working for me. It's working for me.
And
it's clearly working for the team. BBL currently up 1-0. Bit of a heartbreaker once again, of course, for Koi, if we're looking at the overall performance, because they had a good start.
Yeah, exactly. We were so excited. If we take a look at the bottom, or if you were following up, those first 5 rounds were pivotal for the side of Movistar Koi. It was looking very, very good for them. But as we take a look at the rest of the numbers, even the first kills, 12 on their side. So half of them, they couldn't even convert into a round win.
Yeah, and the worst thing was as well seeing them come out look fundamentally really sound, and then they were just losing a lot of rounds where BBL were not disrespecting, but almost just brute force, walking at them. And they're getting caught off guard by it, which was some of the positives we were seeing early on in the half. Just seemed really, really uncharacteristic.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments where I mean, you have to say it like that. They threw away advantages.
Oh, yeah. In so many of these post plans by BBL, you would see Movistar Koi being up in numbers even before that post plan even happened. But then we have individual moments like this. Sociable getting these 2 kills, almost having a Yampi moment right there. I was like, I'm used to seeing this with the champion from maybe some other player on your team. But I love the fact that we saw a BBL because, yes, this is a Koi that is throwing out the advantages. I was recording a podcast the other day with Frost from Talon, and he told me one thing that I think is very true. When your enemy's making a mistake, do not interrupt them. Let them go.
Just let them carry on. Let them carry on, yeah.
And in so many of these occasions, BBL, just by waiting and standing still and trusting the plan, Movistar Koi was just making all the mistakes.
I think as well, that's also a byproduct of the sort of thing. This was ridiculous, by the way. Again, Yampi absolutely finding the time on the second. But that second half pistol round started off so well. Movistar Koi, they looked so well composed. There was like 3 or 4 people swinging out of a smoke to clear somebody from, I think from elbow or something like that. And you're like, brilliant. They're back on the same page in the second half. And then it starts with Yampi clutching a 1v2.
I mean, also, it's not just mistakes, obviously, on Koi side. There's also individual highlight performances on BBL side. Levin had a fantastic day.
Yeah, well, so far, he's looking way better than week 2. Obviously, week 2, I mean, it's fair to say he got spanked by Liquid. Just absolutely manhandled throughout that series. But and because it was such a polarizing result from week 1, right? Levin's not necessarily somebody which is weird to say with being on the Euro and whatnot, but he's not necessarily one that we're talking about so much. It's Yampi and Magnum kind of getting the limelight in terms of discussion points for BBL, but again, proving here why he has a place on this team and delivering once again. I mean, we can always look back at week 2 now as maybe an anomaly.
Absolutely. I think that especially when we think about when BBL started to get those rounds, if we see the comparison here and the numbers, as you're saying, Michael, the 130 versus this 291 that we're seeing, the KDA just being through the roof, and we were seeing it time and time again. Maybe, in the...
Has BBL's Icebox got better?
In the first kills, because yes, Philo was getting the most
banned
posts,
Ascent,
converting
right?
the rounds.
Wait, what did they ban
fast?
fast?
BBL. And as I was saying, the moment that BBL started getting those rounds, it was set off
so they should have known that this was going to get picked.
Using his ultimate, and then also
unless they thought Ascent was going to get picked.
So with the Sova ultimate, and just having that kind
Either
of
way, I
round
think
that
BBL
puts you
should have
back
practiced
into the
this
game,
again.
that brings you back.
Momentum swingers.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's good to see that they were able to do so, and that he's having such a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, fraudulent stats. Obviously, if you're losing your match, your stats look worse. I did the quick math here.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised of what we've seen.
Oh man. Okay, I'm looking forward for this next one though. Icebox is the map we're going to now, and I'm smelling a KO. I'm just smelling it.
Yeah.
Really?
It's up in the air.
Yeah.
You can't smell it?
I mean, this is the question you come back to about BBL, whether or not the
They're
faith,
changing?
Yeah, the faith is in that week 1 composition. Again, like I said,
Is there faith to...
but wow, internally, I think they do have a lot of faith in that composition. So, yeah, a bit of a question mark here, because I don't think we saw a fair showing. Obviously, the 13-3 versus Carmine Core, it's a glaring issue, but I don't think it was a comp issue. I honestly don't. I think they were slow to start in that. They were playing other aspects of the map pretty poorly. I don't think we actually saw them employ the composition that the way they wanted to play it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The other team is not going to let you.
Crazy.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
Gabri, someone was saying that
what
in
the
chat earlier. It sounds
we were
mental.
speaking about
Saint
that
was
small
saying it.
window that they had to
That's
prep for
someone.
this.
It was saying.
Icebox, again, last week, that second map, they go to a T, but they're not able to close that one out either. Let's see if today they can have a different show, and let's see if I don't expect changes in the composition from them, but I would expect it from the side of BBL, maybe going back into, maybe moving into more comfortable roles and see something like we just saw in Pearl.
I mean, we know, of course, that Koi is comfortable on
Okay,
that
they do
map.
the
When you see BBL
they do the
actually
ISO
picking up
comp
KO,
with
and
a
it's not
path
to be
left
seen
side
on
of
both sides.
Well, actually, yeah,
A,
total
and
overhaul,
BBL completely change up their comp. They must have been practicing a little bit. You know, Jet, KO. So they basically just do normal comp and then change a Sova for
maybe they have thrown a week 1 completely out the window in terms of the composition.
Yeah,
I think this is good from BBL.
I mean, the difference
They had to change something up on this map.
We were speaking about Movistar Koi. They were also using the Sova and the Tejo, that double drone, to go with it and follow up on this attack. Let's see if they can have the same performance.
saying nobody was ever close to coming to blows at UK LAN. I mean, yeah, but maybe.
Very
That was like when there was about £300 for first place.
Previously on the Viper, but this is almost cooked around putting Levin back at the tip of the spear.
It's a bit different now. People actually have like professions in esports.
Right, we're seeing some new looks from both
Joe,
of these
thank
teams.
you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you.
Let's hear it from Mitch
Already
and Tom.
been 18 months, yeah.
Thank you, Zoe. Yes, a big challenge from Movistar Koi, but a better map for them to try to best BBL on at least. You want to know that last map? Movistar Koi went 12 versus 7 in opening duels. They had the vast majority of early fights, and yet they walked out with 6 rounds. That's got to weigh heavy on you. Let's hope it's not the same on more comfortable ground like Icebox.
Like this. Making our way there. Nice and slow. In towards. Beautiful, isn't that? That's what we like to see. No, I like this composition a lot more from BBL. Like, I think that, again, I agree with what Icebox said. I think conceptually
we
the other
got
comp can
BBL
work.
on
I do just think that
defense,
on the day
we
it
got
went
Core on
horrifically,
attack.
they've decided to scrap it and go back to a much
1-1
more
for pistol so far.
fast-paced sort of comp. Already, though,
Yampy, don't do
initial
this.
fight will go the way of
No
BBL,
way.
and we'll continue in that direction.
He actually did it. At least they all did it together, though. He went for the obvious flash swing, but all 3 of them swing together. Dude, it's a 3v3 swing, and BBL are out in the open, and I'm watching Koi, and everyone else is tucking in. Yeah, they're just way more coordinated on this fight, especially on the 3-3 at middle here.
No, it won't happen.
2-1 for the pistols.
It's more likely
Dude, the momentum at Koi must be in the bin.
BBL 1-0 starting this one off.
Is the ISO good, or would the Jet be better? It works a little bit different. I think Jet's better at a lot more things than ISO, but ISO's got a lot of stuff that he's better at.
Entry to be able to punch through with the ISO, but a lot of the time we look at more recently the Waylay being picked in on Icebox. It often relies
I think if you have someone that like wants to be open all the time, though, the Jet is the way I'd go.
And that's
start
something
getting
that I think Koi will struggle with here, especially now that BBL are back in more reasonable territory in terms of the agents
on the go. Oh my goodness, Yampy.
Yumpy getting aggressive. But I agree. I think having elevation on this map has always been a factor. You talk about when Chamber was in fashion, it still gave you that avenue. Waylay does, and of course, the old classic is the Jet. Something that we'll be missing here. I've enjoyed seeing Netejo more though. The ability to clear those.
My goodness, Jumpy's aim is looking kind of nuts.
Farming things up on the KO. He can get you the information, but with those new look flashes,
they lost nothing.
Can even set himself
This is
up
a really good
bit,
bonus.
I think that's something we're excited to see going forward. Of course, Cracks will be the man to watch tomorrow. You buff the KO, yes, of course, as Baki says, but for now, yeah, I think real potential
chip
for
damage
people to
really makes it
have
hard
more
to use the
star
shield.
performances on that agent, but I don't think Yumpy ever needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times it gets sprayed down.
No,
But I think you
that's
can
not
cover up with the
exactly
wall
his
pretty well,
limitation.
Saint. Unless you're just talking about like shocks and
start
stuff.
for BBL, but here is the real
Shocks,
meat of the pie.
turret,
Movistar Koi
Mollies,
in with rifles.
Molly. Yeah, I guess.
BBL look to try to upset them. An outlaw that's going to throw a lot of damage into the mix. And still, 2 rifles to work with. Profek and Sociable.
Still do think over towards A though, like the wall to defuse and get half. Must be pretty good. Once you clear the util. Dude, that is a Spectre.
God. Maybe I was right. Zeren.
How did he only tank one bullet?
Are you giving good
Okay,
odds?
well they're
I
gonna
might
get a
put
free
some down.
plant.
This
They're in a
is,
smoke.
that's
There's
tough.
nothing. Wait, they might actually delay the
It's
plant
the
for a little
scoreline,
bit.
and it may get even better for BBL. Flya, well, he's going to make sure that's not too likely. Second
Okay,
line
they
coming
take
up, so it's
Snowman.
Levin on his way.
They're kind of locked
Outlaw
in.
hand. Profek picks another. And the upgrade for Levin wasn't heard.
And no one heard it.
They ran to plant
No one heard the
spike,
gun
so
drop
no
as well.
idea
But
that
his
there's a man
timing's
sneaking
really
up.
good.
They go to clear it, but they're not clearing this avenue where he's already up close and ready to fight. 17
He's doing
HP,
great.
but
Well,
he's
he
done enough.
swung
Look where he's
again.
done more now.
Oh my god, and he dashes
down and
across to
Magnum
distract this
Spectre.
guy.
It's doing
Wait, that was
work.
nuts, bro.
That's
I
a
thought he was just gonna tuck in and just let
devastating
everyone
loss
else do
for
the
Movistar
work.
Koi, not just
But
in
he,
the context
was
of
he
the
like really
round, Tom,
confident in his
but
one-way
4
smokes that he
players
did?
alive for BBL, and they get to recover so many of these rifles.
Oh my god,
I
Koi,
think
man.
you also
Koi
have to
getting
look
so
at this as
wrecked.
you probably picked this map knowing
Would
that
Fury
you
at
both played
2G
KC.
beat Koi at the
They
moment?
managed to get 3 rounds. You managed to
2G
get 12.
probably would.
So you go, okay. Well, they've already got 3 rounds.
Honestly, I'm
and
not
they have
sure
been
Fury would beat
pretty
anyone with
clean
how
so far.
Fury would beat
They're
teams
very
on Lotus,
aggressive in
for
their
sure.
stance. Like, that was 2 players
But after the
flanking behind them in the
2
early stages
weeks
of the
in
round,
a
of
row,
course.
if you take away the Lotus, I don't think you could say
Shados being
Fury
picked
would
off,
beat
you
anyone
know
at
that
the
that flank
moment.
is going to be wide open, but this is an incredibly rough start for one side, and you can see the terrifying thing is that from what we've seen from BBL, they are a team that is almost molded by confidence. When this squad is rolling, they are just going to keep going. We saw it in the last map. They're already rolling.
I mean, the caveat to that is against KC, like we said, 3 out of 4 rounds. BBL ended up on 3 rounds total. But they had the Clove.
Would Fury beat a Blackshot team? I mean, yeah, they're not that bad.
And Movistar Koi are, yeah, they're not KC. Profek shredding them around yellow, just dancing
boy,
about.
that's
He'll
a double
eventually
gun
fall.
upgrade.
And that puts us into a 3
Yeah.
versus 3. A good chance for Movistar
Oh,
Koi
Yampy,
to
please.
make up for a fumble in round 3. And it looks like, yeah, but look, that's the rifle on Filu. The rest of them still have pistols. This
He
fight,
tried to jump
a
away and
closer,
then got
a little more
tagged,
even
lost
than
the
it might look
momentum, ends up
Plenty of time to play with.
ends up just doing it in the
Nano
open.
to clear
Done.
position, stun to try and bait.
Try and stop the plant.
Flyer into letting go of the plant, but he will stick it through. 1 away from having the Hunter's Fury, 1 away from having that kill contract. Ultimate's incredibly close, and the turret looking to try and take contact from them here. Diving into space will be Levin. And now Sociable is all that stands in their way. They still got to be careful, though. We know what this guy could do in clutch situations. A sniper, normally his weapon of choice, but just got to look to try and bait them into the plant at this stage. It looks like the deal is already done, not knowing where those remaining players are going to be standing from. A nice shot onto Flyer, but surely at this stage, the time is way too far gone. And while Shados, it may not add a kill to the tally, it will win a round.
I was scared for a second Shados was going to let that get to half, but he didn't. He got involved, and the pay safeguard Thrifty is Movistar Koi's reward.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
close, but in a
The
round
shot
like
was
that,
crazy.
where you've got those weaknesses to work with, a victory by any means is one that you're going to be happy to go home with.
One enemy remaining.
To build from here, to look to repeat the success that KC had against BBL is a big challenge.
Tech
But
pulse?
that's the first step
No?
in the right direction for Movistar Koi.
Good, I was wondering where
Rifles
to
up
show
for
the
their
players.
opponent, though.
Okay,
This is where
So now it gets a
start
little
to
bit
come
weird
into play
because
as
you
well.
got two people
The
from
economy
BBL
that's
that come
built
by
early
next.
from BBL will help them fight back into this one, and you can see this consistent double combo being thrown out by Movistar Koi of the dart alongside the drone. Obviously the Teo drone in this scenario. But it means that a lot of those aggressive early positions that want to be held by BBL are consistently being denied. And looking at the current spacing of this defense, not really a lot of control over on that A side, but an immediate rotation coming out from Sociable. And bear in mind, with that Armageddon online, they have a lot of potential delay.
It's you and me.
Oh, not a successful ultimate from Filu. That was sidestepped by Profek. Still going to be alive, ready to slow that
know
push.
the path how they like to get over towards it. Okay, so they're molly dumping close. That makes a lot of sense. We got a lack on the go as well, and they could definitely cancel them push. But as soon as they cancel this, they go into Magnum, and then okay, now you can delay a lot of time.
35 seconds left. But as he
God,
goes
what a
back
weird
to this
round.
B side, they have to be so aware of this potential flank play.
I did great though.
But
okay, do they piece it all together? Why when they had all the A site and they're going back over towards B?
He needs to find value here.
Problem is that
They got a KNA or not? No, nothing stopped the plant apart from ult.
To actually plant this, otherwise there goes the ultimate. It's going to drag him from behind.
Oh my god, it stopped the plant as well, and they're too far away to pick it up.
Perfect position.
Oh my god. Dude, that was incredibly well timed with the ult here. Nicely done from Sociable. Magnum played great in this round. Magnum did really, really good.
Will get the immediate kill, because if they did it backwards, it's not going to kill the player planting that spike. Clever stuff from BBL, but you have to think from Movistar Koi, you knew that ult was online. I think that's why they rotated, and you walked into it anyway.
It's so close to getting the spike.
The chance is there for Grabinho. They even started to rotate Sociable through spawn. He was the one coming down the ramp at the back of A, and they decided instead to route it through middle. Thank God they did, because if Grabinho gets that kill, a huge chance for Movistar Koi. Instead, 4-1. The lead for BBL extended on. And Movistar Koi, well, they're not the team that had this big boost to their economy early on. BBL lost one, able to buy. Movistar Koi, they're in that same boat. But if they lose here, their economy is in the bin, and BBL can run away with this half.
Got hit by the knife early, but have still decided to commit towards B. Drone being sent through will clear out yellow. It's only this passive spot from Profek, but not a man whose crosshair I'd want to walk into, just looking for some taps through. He got confidence in the last map, but, well, Filu's the one to bite the brand.
Oh my goodness, how many is he getting through this smoke?
Oh, he's got
boy.
one that they're in the open. Profek putting up the numbers, leaving Flyer and Shados all alone.
What would this be if they lose it? 2-4 loss bonus? Lost the one before, lost this?
Covering their back, spotted
Yeah,
by
they kind of have to own this one.
Smoke
Smoke got hard. Hold up. The 2v5
The spike
into a 2v2.
What looked to be a lost cause has been
Oh god, I thought he got the last one there.
Movistar Koi's
Getting nuts from Flyer.
with a huge round.
Dragging him over the line with this one. Jesus.
I was going to say at the beginning of the map, putting him on the Sova was one of his better performances. Like, individually, I think he's definitely been struggling. I think you can tell there's a lot of micromanagement within this team, a lot of moments where he almost needs to not focus on his own individual ability. But in that game versus KC, went 21 and 16. It was a top fragger on his side. Come on, if he can have rounds like this more often.
He's been hitting
they got
some
hope
shots
in this matchup, because I'll be honest, I think that this looked dead to rights, but maybe some slight overextensions from the BBL
huge
squad.
round, chat.
They're feeling pretty
3 on each to
confident
count by
right now.
next.
Yeah, you can't blame Profek for it. He already picked up 3. Why not keep on going?
Okay,
But
the KO going to aggro
pretty
though,
quickly.
you
Look at this
would
aggressive
consider a
position
jet to
taken
be
by
here.
Levin.
Can't even get out with the
Catching
dash.
Shados off guard, getting out of here
Oh,
will
nice
be tough,
trades.
but he's got the cover. In
Wait.
fact, no, he doesn't back off. He
Did he
sticks
dash into
around
the smoke and then
despite
go
losing
back for
players in
more?
any vision
What
over
happened
Belt.
here?
Solkas takes it for free. And a 3 versus 3 ults online for Movistar Koi as
I feel
well.
like I saw
They
him
can get the
dash.
plan down. They've got
Did it-
Flyer
did
and
it-
Solkas to deny.
What happened?
This will be a
Bumped his
very
head?
difficult
He hit
round
his
for
head?
BBL to
Oh, boy.
recover if they're in a post plan.
Well,
Yeah, this is one of the most powerful post-plant combos you can have. Yumpy being alive would have been nice. As he has the ideal
yeah.
denial, but
Well, Koi should be using ults on this one.
Still 2 players here. Profek in a very aggressive position. I don't know if he'll be expected.
Shots,
and he's
man.
just so clean with it.
Really, really nice
coming
shots.
off the back of this Vandal. Well, yeah, you'd think maybe he's not just Polish, he's half Turkish, because that has been utter filth. He's been learning from the best, it seems. And now the rest of the squad are just sitting passively, looking to try and fight this together. Well, it's not quite as clean as Solcast would have liked.
Round.
BBL immediately
responds
again.
I like the idea from Solcast, though, to get aggressive there, try to catch them off. Just a few missed shots
nice, really.
that don't land.
What are the rounds of the Koi one? The eco rounds where they overextended, fly hero rounds? Okay, he got
that makes a lot of
flashed.
sense, because I saw him activate the dash, and I was very confused to see him still up close. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. In the end, though, BBL able to convert.
Yeah, the coordination's a little bit off.
Profek's aim training score must be like top 0.001%. Like, it genuinely is absurd how clean he has looked when anybody walks into his crosshair.
This map. Last map was a little shakier.
It's going in.
7 and 11.
Yeah, when you're winning 13-6 and the rounds you want.
When you talk about TFTs, you decided to try it, and now you're addicted. Yeah, TFT's fun, man. It is fun.
It's a guy called Levin.
So how many people do you think that were seen for the rounds that they were winning?
That's true.
The Koi comp? Yeah, because it's so hard to path left.
On the previous
map,
not
if anything, they're struggling to get like.
And in the last map, so he's going to be
if anything, they're struggling to get before the Viper smoke. Like struggling to get to the fast choke point where
his utility allows him, enables him to take some of those fights. In fact, it's essential for him to be holding the opposite side of his wall, his orb, whatever it may be, and apparently for him to shoot players through it as well.
You also see what Gunny's for. You're going to be over the moon.
Profek.
A B side. Oh no, is he not playing B?
No, he's not playing B.
Oh,
he's on mid.
I thought he was going to do the mid strat.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd gotten through to PAL after all these years.
No.
Okay,
but,
outlaw
I think
pickup. Everyone can get one shot from this one.
You as much as he listens to
and big change up from Koi on the low buy. Got a hero gun for Filu. And he's lucky to be alive, 6 HP. Probably going to be throwing this gun over, you would imagine. Shade us.
And that's the only rifle they have to work with from Movistar Koi. Maybe that's going to end up in someone else's hands, and indeed it's on the Shados.
Well, he's playing this entry where he gets a shield, but every time his opponent's getting a couple of bullets off before he can even react. He's 1 and 7 right now. I said at the beginning, I'm not a fan of the ISO on this map, especially not as a solo duelist. I think you need more alongside it as that distraction. We've seen a 1-2 punch all the time. Throw in a Yoru, throw in a Jet. But on its own, I feel like it's limited as hell, and I think we're witnessing that right now. Still, a long way to go in this map. 5 rounds up to 2. There's never been a death sentence. We saw it in the last, but Shados' lurk forward has eventually been caught, and the space on A completely given up. There's only one man standing in their way right now, but you also have to bear in mind the weaponry.
Well,
there is
the
next
swank.
to nothing.
There's no idea about Cavino over towards site.
Movistar Koi squad.
Ooh, he considered it because mid was open.
As well. Knows that a gap could have been found and is now just waiting for that support, or at least it looked like it is. He's now going forward.
Yep, that he is. Dash was online. He didn't want them to get the plant in. Use those weaker weapons up close. Oh, he's going for them. He wants the kill, and he'll get it as well.
Dude, he's end up just hunting them, really.
And BBL with an in-zone flawless.
Okay, they got to use their ults into this.
And it looks like not a lot has changed since we finished out that last map. The momentum still very much with BBL.
Yeah, this round you can't really have too much blame to be placed over on Movistar Core. They had nothing to play with, but this guy seems to be having a field day. And when you look at Sociable 10 and 2, Profek 9 and 4, like it was mentioned on the desk as well that, oh yeah, we've talked a lot about Yumpy and Magnum, but I feel like these three individually, if they're online, it's GG. Like, I don't know if anyone on Movistar Koi can stand up to that, at least right now. But Mitch, they got a hell of a lot of ults.
That's nice, isn't it? Throwing from here clears all of this.
Viper
ult goes in, Killjoy ult to secure them. He might be able to dodge this and get back in if he times it well. He actually has a little cubby at the back way. He might just tank the ult just to keep the pressure up.
High up.
They'll run back in.
Okay, he got out of there. Does he get in time?
It's going to cause problems.
Yeah, he did.
If they don't get back in the pit on time, and it looks like just about getting there. Filu grabs one, but
oh
they
my
know
God.
where he is.
The hell is that shot?
Down, Levin falls, but Profek converts. And the problem is, they've got to stick inside that pit. Have one of their own down at least, so those players will start to decay.
Look how deep the positioning as well from Grabinho. Like clearing him out is
I was
almost
going to say,
impossible.
maybe the
He's just not
salvos are going to be able to save him
any
here,
of these
but
angles. This post plant is nasty. The knife has been utilized, and I believe will have connected onto him, but I think that's irrelevant at this stage. Profek just trying to bait someone in, but well, with how close Shados is sitting, it's all too easy. Solcas with that final elimination and a wonderful post plant from Movistar Koi.
Yeah, I mean, that's
okay,
the
they're
downside,
back on the
right?
board
When you
again, and
play on the
honestly a good amount of them
defense, that
survived,
heaven
so
ultimate
maybe.
from Viper, you're going to cut off a lot of the site, but there's that small gap, and with them having their own pit to play around, Shados is able to look at the spike. He waits. Oh, they're just tapping it, no problem. If they're sticking it, he counts to 2 and then shoots. The guy's on 1 HP. Yeah. One shot, gonna finish him off. So there was no moment there where they're really feeling like they're in danger. And just a great counter pick coming in. All right, great counter pick coming in from Grabinho that gets them that round. Now BBL immediately call a timeout, seeing ultimates committed, but not the round conversion. And with Movistar Koi still having a deep arsenal of ultimates to fall back onto, it's definitely the right time to take stock of where we're at. 6-3, plenty of time for Movistar Koi to climb back into this, and that's exactly what BBL are calling this timeout to avoid.
Yeah, we've already seen it before that versus their opponents of KC, they had some struggles on the attack. Now, it's a completely different composition and a completely different style of play, so I don't think we can take too much stock in how that went, but you still want to make sure you capitalize on your advantages, and that's where BBR
Why do people use Vandal
right
still?
now, of course, for the
Preference.
opposing side. You got things over the line with
EMEA
I'd say one of the most
that
classic
Phantom
combinations
build.
of ultimates ever. You get the lockdown to get you into sight, you get the Viper's Pit to keep you in the sight. So I think that obviously that has worked out for them. I think Filu as well, waking up a little bit, those 2 kills at the back of sight made it much more disruptive.
Okay.
Can they now build off the back of that by the looks
yeah, I was
of
going to
things?
say, can they win 2 in a row and actually make this a good half? Because
further pressure put forward. Now this is a spot Levin's
the
already
loss
played.
here would be 2 full loss bonus. They'd have to eco.
Grabinho only getting his
Oh
weapon out
my
now. I was
goodness.
worried he was coming around that corner with a knife.
He's in the drone.
Up goes the drone, and an opportunity Levin will not let slip.
Yeah, they get info though. He had one
loses
close.
his life in the process
He
from
saw
Movistar Koi.
the Teo.
This could be ideal. Yes, Hunter's Fury gone, but with Filu having the ult online, if they can pick one player out, the advantage is theirs to play around. Yumpy, the man with the operator, and he's pulled into the ult. The classic needed to break shield. And he's not going to find
He
the
got
kill.
the
Filu,
offer.
wonderful
The
ultimate
worst
used, and
possible
Movistar Koi
thing.
with the advantage as a result.
Careful. We've seen Profek popping off. Sociable down. And eventually
looking like
on
a
the
freebie
edge
now as well.
of that Viper screen, Shados should have put this one to bed. We've already had a huge round or 2 from Magnum in the last map, but this would likely be the best of them. And with their economy low, yeah, I was going to say, is it worth just holding onto the gun? Another solid round from the side of Movistar Koi, and a lot of it coming off the back of Filu.
We've seen the Sova Yoru combo where the Yoru says, just shoot me, shoot me. Bait me was the call from Sova this time. He pops out the drone and
definitely.
they end up with the early
We're going to cut to that voice com right now.
Bait me, bait me. See, I'm not sure who said that, but it definitely happened.
Damn, the one time we didn't have any video. That's crazy.
But no, I think as well, though, Filu.
Okay, they might actually be able to get 6. Force them down to an eco, got hero gun, got nice though. So let's see what the Jet's doing. Looks like a flash.
I'll have that.
No.
Who peeks him? Filu with the shield up. So he
Are
hits
we
the
going
shot.
to do a flash dash play on this one?
And unfortunately for Sociable, he didn't have a shield.
Still, a couple of those ults remain.
Drone going out.
Movistar Koi have done well. Attempted denial with the salvos, and more importantly, the Blade Storm available for Levin. They might have a few vulnerabilities in terms of the weapons, but this deadly Turkish duo is not just looking to hold down the B site, they're looking to take further ground.
They've pushed all the way up, and with weaker weapons, you expect this kind of a risk.
Well,
Sociable picking
that's
off
rough.
Fire, and I don't think he's going
Dude,
to
they're
take
gonna
that drone
see
out
the
for the rest of the
spike.
half. Only 1 round left.
Have they seen the
Lockdown
spike? I
comes
think
into
they've
play.
seen the spike.
BBL send. Movistar Koi
Oh, boy.
scrambling backwards in the
Shot.
Blade Storm, eagerly
Shots.
awaiting them. A double pickup, and then Sociable swings in to finish the job.
The spike's
Pay
just
safeguard
perfectly sitting on a
thrifty
barrel
for
for everyone to
BBL,
see.
And way to make the best of a bad situation.
Jesus.
This is sort of where we talk about different types of economy. The economy in terms of money was low. Economy in terms of ultimates was very high. And that's what this round was. You had the aggressive push down. Again, I think Flyer being completely alone using a drone. I understand the concept was to sell a fake, but it's just such an easy pick-off. And then, because of that, Sociable ends up getting his ult. That's the Armageddon that traps them in at the back of the end. The lockdown which forced them forward. Perfectly telegraphed round from BBL, but I think Movistar Koi will be frustrated they fell for everything there.
I think a lot of the time you'll see those weaker buys centered around the A site with an anchor on B, the utility, and that's what he's hoping, right? You're going to see the drone as the solo player call, like, oh, they're on their way, I need help. And then those rotations come out, your team takes A easily. But what a disaster for Flyer. 2 rounds in a row.
No, but that's always been something that people have said is a thing for a while. There's definitely some teams that do it. I don't know if it happens at the tier 1 level, but it used to happen back in the day.
Actually there for Movistar Koi, a lot of this
you
round
were just a little bit smarter for you practice.
They take space, they wait,
Problem
and hope to find either a rotation on mid or late walk up with their orb underneath and split the B site. So a lot of pressure either way put onto Magnum.
Okay, yeah, they're going to try and
people are saying Genji and Genji Academy are sharers. I mean, you would imagine so.
Unorthodox position, though. You're not normally
I don't think that's bad if you're the same org, to be honest. Like, I think you're moronic if you're playing the Orcs Academy the week before you play an org. You just wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a double flank on mid. Even if Shados goes down, expecting Grabinho to be there is unlikely, and he's covering his back the whole time, so they've got extra security. But BBL
it's the same organization.
They're here as 5.
You'd think you would share strats and stuff with them as well.
To look for that lurk through middle, they know that it's a possibility, if not a probability, and Magnum's got his timing. But he's not landed the shots.
It gets rough when it's like
towards the alleyway.
different teams actually sharing stuff.
Doubling up on his duels, and a little more needed. But Solkis, the only one standing in their way. He's got the first.
Damn, bro.
Even, and
no, Yumpy mistimed it with the low HP with the molly as well.
Landed a kill. What a play by Solkis, by Movistar Koi.
Yeah, they did alright considering the start.
Punching distance of BBL in the second half.
Red Bull clutch to close it, and a big round for them to take home with a resurgence that was impressive. The fact is, though, they're going to need a little bit more, and we'll see if they can get it in the second half.
Sharing it with outsiders? Yeah, if you share it outside of the org, then that's not the one. That should pretty much be illegal, but I just don't think you can ever prove that, though. Yeah, let's meet this. You think it's the best Icebox comp? Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it kind of depends on like who you actually have in your team. Can't you just say no, you don't want to scrim if that happens? Yeah, we used to not scrim people because we thought they were sharing back in the day. You just scrim other people. Again, you don't know for sure. You could also be wrong that they're not sharing. Remember the rumors of the app to let you see the constant scrims? Yeah, that is a thing as well. Ross said he has proof and sent it to Riot Jake. I mean, I would feel like if there's proof, teams would get punished for it.
A slight lead for the Turkish squad, and now moving into the second half, this is the real test. This is where they struggled up against KC. They did well in the first 4 rounds and nothing afterwards, but they've changed their comp, and no doubt they've looked back on the mistakes made there.
They've actually been looking a little bit better. They could do.
Well, it's been tragic when it comes to map 2 so far in stage 1.
I would give them one of the lowest percentages out of the middle teams in America as well.
Map 3 in the series.
But I'm not going to say no to that because I kind of.
This is the map they chose to fight on, Tom. Have you got hope?
I do feel like that when that roster's on, they can.
I think they had a
decent kind of do sick
in the last half, like building a little bit of confidence because it was looking a bit rough at
one point. I'll give them a much higher percentage.
But I think they've
was Yampy always the vibe guy? Yes, since day one.
Managing to sort of cycle them quite nicely, and again, like going back into how they started out the last defensive half. I think there's some opportunities here, but mostly I want to see what Shados and Filu can do, because I think Shados a bit of a quieter map than what we saw in the last, and I think
BBL 1 pistol, right? So we're 2-1 in terms of the pistols. So Koi actually did pretty good
to make this ISO work.
To come back. And then how is their comp on defense?
Well, the stats I'm seeing, Tom, we've
Probably
got
pretty
10
legit.
opening duels
I'll
for
get over
BBL
towards
in
A.
that first half. Only 2 going the other way. It's a big difference to what we saw previously, but still a small lead. Movistar Koi have been able to recover. Some big clutch plays at times, even Grabinho from the grave in that last round with the snake bite.
Okay, pressure over towards B, the cred, the question mark. I got a Laka going over towards A to call his team back, and honestly, I'm probably calling them back as soon as I get the Jenny. Dude, he's got to tuck into this corner and just call him back. He's cleared the whole of the site. Guys, you gotta come back. Like, surely you gotta come back. I've cleared the whole of A.
The fake being sold on the other side of the map, and on Flyer, if he walks back even a step or two, he could be in
pure madness.
Sharky water. In fact, with the rest of the team going back in the other direction, there's no way anybody expect anyone to be here. So many gaps to be found, but Flyer at least managing to find that trade.
But now
Wasn't in his drone this time. Ready to take the fight. The creep up coming through from Sociable could find huge value.
Molly.
He's jumped up. It's a perfect angle. Nobody's spotting him. Sociable with a free play, at least on
Recon at least cleared over towards side, so they can tap this pretty fast with the wall to block.
A little easier for the rest of the squad to follow up. In fact, the turret almost found one, but 11.
Double pistol on this map.
Cleaning it up on that server. It's BBL.
I mean, this is a nice pistol in them from BBL.
No
Dude, they got so much space for that lock, though. Way too much space.
Like, you know the bots that like sort of move around a little bit in spawn? Like, he's just walking around like, bing, 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 bing. Like, that was so easy for 11 at the end. And, well, I think already spotting...
Incredible, incredible. I can't speak English even anymore.
But I think as well that this is a dangerous start because there was so many gaps.
Okay, Molly to break the turret.
Like the fact that we saw a player walk all the way up into basically their spawn without anybody knowing.
Okay, now they create pressure over towards mid as they head over towards A, hoping that it would make them a little bit weaker, as we can see. The one's been moved away.
You don't have all of your utility. That is truly scary to see.
Full eco from Koi.
Classics from Movistar Koi, but a good read. 4 players on the A side. Magnum with the challenge. But he's got his trusty Spectre out.
I was gonna say, this guy's kind of sick with the Spectre.
Long-range weapon,
Oh god, everyone's aim's looking kind of nice.
Certainly when he's got his Levin out as well, it's a different story altogether. Quick little double pickup for them both. A plant for Levin, which will get him just 1 away from the Blade Storm. And information on where Grabinho is. The question is, who wants that orb? It's time to go and earn it, and it's Magnums for the taking. It's Spectre with a 3-piece and an in-zone flawless to put 9-5 on the score line for BBL.
To say early doors, we already have the Blade Storm available for Levin. They gave him the Spectre in case he could get that final kill, but then realized, actually, we could just give the Spike instead and plant it after the round. Having a Blade Storm, 3 rifles going into a bonus round, again, there's a real possibility that they start this half off 3-0. And I am really starting to worry for the side of Movistar Koi.
Okay, let's see the fast buyer. And the bonus is good, though. They got jet knives as well. And then they carry pressure with the molly, and now they want to actually use it over towards middle. And dude, he's gone over the top, and that's the only B holder.
Grabinho falling, like you said, Tom. That is the site open for the taking, but Shadow steps in to try to put up a fight. To stop them and slow them on the push, but instead he has fallen and left Movistar Koi maybe in a save already with upgrades for BBL post-plant and barely any utility used, at least from the perspective of Movistar Koi. They'd be running into a ton of delay, salvo post-plant, snakebite for Profek, and the Blade Storm still for Levin with a massive man disadvantage. They've got to fight for the next. Double digits for BBL, and they pretty much locked that in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a few spots on this map that if I see a Blade Storm coming into a round, I'm thinking there's a good chance that guy dives there. One of them is the mid-tube, but I guess it just never crossed the mind of
how much money are they going to lose
and for him
hunting?
to be the solo B-site defender is a real terrifying
They're losing
prospect.
a fair amount. They committed everyone to
you
hunt.
can understand for the side of BBL, if they try and just hump for these, the last man having a Spectre, and you know what? Yeah, you maybe could have got that gun if you weren't spraying.
Nah, you couldn't have got it.
I genuinely don't think Magnum cares at this point.
Well, mate, he is doing a lot with the Spectre. Just keep it. Don't even upgrade Magnum. I love watching it.
He may actually, like, he may be getting pretty close to having more kills with the Spectre in this map.
Best Spectre player EU?
Is that a title that anyone wants?
No one else is fighting for it, but he's got it. He sat there with the belt. No one can take it off him. 10-5.
It's like best Ares player. It's like, oh, cool. Well done, bud.
No, I would go out of my way not to have that.
So if anything, that means we should give you the title.
No. No, thank you. I see one lower third, I'm flying to Ireland. 10-5, BBL. They face off against a full buy. Movistar Koi took the save, but with players losing their lives right at the end, it's Bulldogs, a Guardian in play, lots of weaknesses. Levin tagged up, but a lot of that comes back online with the wall. Shados provides cover from up top.
Well, he goes in, they managed to get the plant here. Yumpy has one flash. Profek has a gun that can one-shot everyone apart from Grabinho.
Available for BBL in this moment. Looking at the sniper of Profek, a chance to rain damage down. Shields are minimal. Only Grabinho has the option here, but the cleanup is fantastic. Yumpy's done well, though.
About damage.
He needs to try and eliminate all three remaining players. An ace
God, nice chance. Oh my goodness, imagine it. He did good damage in the end. Armor off of here. 3 guns. This was the heavy armor as well. So BBL can pretty much just win this right here.
Made the call in that moment to peek him together. Had they have went for the stick on the defuse, which is what Yumpy assumed was happening. It's why he swings so quickly and aggressively in. There was a real chance that he isolates each one of those fights and pulls it across the line. That would have been a death sentence for Movistar Koi, but they cling on for dear life at 10-6. Rifle still out, but thanks to the great early start from BBL with 3 rounds in a row won, they're easily able to buy right back up into this one. So for Koi, there's still a bit more work to be done. Fialu and Flya, though, having ultimates online, that should be the edge that they need, and already
double damage out into the ult.
It's done more damage to their teammates
than
to the opponents.
It did a fair amount too. I didn't mind the idea though. They go aggro, vulnerable this into insta ult. Not too bad.
But there's nobody there, and now the A site.
Do you think you could do the same thing with the recon that goes here and then get like card info with it? But I get they would go into this area.
The jump up, but they're going to try and isolate Sociable.
Okay, he's got so much info from that. He can delay and they can just... bro, just stay alive. He's doing so good at delaying. What the hell? He so nearly got around the corner. Okay, I do think the Loon went a bit too aggro when you just had a player delaying like that. This is nuts though. They got the Killjoy and the Killjoy had mollies on the spikes, so... You can mollies that, yeah.
Clearing this back angle onto Profek and leaving just Yumpy remaining.
Fuse has already started. The wall is going to give perfect cover. It's almost fully diffused.
Nicely done though from Koi in the end.
Before Yumpy can swing, it's already in Movistar
he gets the
Koi's
kills.
hands.
They don't have much money, but
as Yumpy cleans up those last fights,
10-7. It's mayhem at the moment. I think I honestly think the BBL messed up here though. Like Loon giving them this kill,
they end up walking out with that.
especially peeking,
phenomenally well,
especially the
rooting Levin out of that position.
Like at least tuck in.
From Solkis as well, trading out that kill and leaving it into the 1v2 that with the wall was easy to win.
Puts them in an awkward position again on BBL's side, but as we've seen,
hey, they forced them down to a low buy.
I would say than usual from ultimates, even with low
Imagine
purchases.
they lose it.
Seems like the ults have made all the difference. Magnum is looking the other way, and nobody else currently holding the angle. Bit of an early slip up, and VLoop under pressure, going to take a lot of damage. Giving Levin that extra space, stun thrown through the spam on either side. Not quite finishing the job. In fact,
dude, who's this crazy guy?
What the hell is going on? Just looks to try and brawl with the pistols. It seemed like a mistake, and well, it was.
You do that against rifles, it's a risk. You do it against pistols.
Hoops and Beer with the Prime, thanks so much for the 11 months.
Profek even worse. A big mistake.
Yeah, hopefully it's making the day go faster.
BBL now, they've got the site, but they're looking for the duels. They want the fights.
No
Are getting put into play, but a gap for Shados, and he's fighting. A 3-piece pickup.
And they put the ult into it. Okay, not too bad at all.
And just a mistake for
and they just hadn't realized he was out at all, and then the ult ends up going in between the two.
Messy round through and through. Like it was
didn't give
one
him,
that you start off
didn't give him too
where
much.
the result is what you expected, but the manner in which we got there was just absurd. Like he's very aggressive plays forward, but this from Shados, we talked about the vintage level of this man, but again, like you look at the squad from BBL, and it is all individual. You give this man 1v1 fights, and there are opportunities to be had, and it seemed like they desperately needed that one. BBL are going to call themselves a pause.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
The button is pressed.
Powell calls for the timeout there,
and
rightfully
so.
BBL, they made some mistakes there. They were a little sloppy that last fight. I mean, we saw the replay from Shados' perspective, and he gets given 3 1v1s. Now, Shados, he was on fire in the previous map, certainly starting it out, 12-0 before he eventually went down. So you give him a lot of 1v1s, well, he's keen to recapture that fire from Pearl. But here on Icebox, still trailing by 2. Movistar Koi have a little ways to go. BBL not down in the dumps just yet, able to buy up, and a lot of these rounds we've looked at and said that there was ults in their favor. That will still be the case. With Yumpy, Magnum, and Profek all having something to put into play, but Solka's holding on to the Armageddon.
Honestly, they might keep it real simple if they really want a round. And like, I'm looking at the round, it forced 2 of them to eco. Like you KO ult as you Killjoy ult, then you afterplant with the
this fragment.
With the Viper ult.
Alongside salvos, we've already witnessed the front side aside, but the goal here was just to
he's
deny
getting so aggro, as if he got the guy behind.
Gets sociable behind, but then Levin, he's been so good on this jet
Oh,
entry.
whoa, whoa. He hit that.
The headshot onto Zolkaz.
Oh my god, that was a nut shot.
When you put that jet
like a robot. Robot aim.
You know roughly what you're gonna get almost.
Dude, Magus Survives on 1 HP from that as well.
Levin still in an aggressive spot though, and just not missing a beat on the jet. 22-10 right now. This has been his series.
He dashes, gets his dash on with 2 quick kills, and goes again.
Don't do that thing where you give him all the kills though.
That was beautiful to witness that entry. Grabinho. 1v3 after picking off Levin. That same aggressive position we've seen before. 1 HP on Magnum, like you say. Snakebite already sent in, but Magnum up top, he's flying under the radar, or maybe over
very nice. Didn't even have to use the main ults for it as well.
Oh no, he's actually got it. Timing's perfect. Sneaking up behind Grabinho to close out the round and put 11 on the board for BBL. Whatever they said in that timeout, it worked. I don't know how you get Levin to do that. Like, what call that is, but
Levin,
keep
you
on going.
your,
I did, yeah. He hit some absolute shots.
Either you get 3.
Dude, this one on Soulcast was crazy.
Back on Yoru, and he's like, no! Runs in, beats them all up. But this is the level that you could see from just such a high-skill youngster.
Like we said, force him down to an eco, and Koi do that thing again. And this one's a little bit less criminal than the first map, though, where they're just forced, and there's 2 people that have to sheriff. Luna Rabbit with the tier 1, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you. So, they're all in. This is the rounds. So you would imagine they use all of the ults. Drone ready to iso maybe, or are we? No, okay.
And with that null command utilizing the last map, not a lot to deny it.
They're going for a push down mid. It's Filu leading the charge. He's got the rifle, and of course the drone sent out by Flya clears out a lot of his space.
This is a really big fake at the moment.
Comes into play, and they want to cut off rotations. Flya does well to find his ones, and they will just back off immediately. They know now the rotate's coming into A, ready for this fight.
Like even with this on the eco round low by like their sheriffs, the first contact.
Levin in position, ready and waiting. Deep Viper's pit in play. Levin has to hold that angle.
Guy did a lot though. Shadows 5 HP.
Won't stop them if they push around the backside, and that's a big problem. With only 1 player making his way through, it's Grabinho that could definitely be in trouble. But the ult used, it actually catches the player closer. The Profek still good.
Yeah, they managed to trade it, but Sociable wins the all out, and he's out here on top. They're looking on the floor for him. They're trying to work out how on earth they tried to ult the Viper and got this guy.
4 chances to close it out now for BBL.
it's a damn right miracle that he manages to survive there.
I mean, he did incredible, man. The fact that he won the ISO ult as well.
So he's off site. They know where he is. Comes back and gets both of them. Like it's.
No, they don't know where he is though. They're searching for him.
By Profek, and in the meantime, the goal of Magnum was just
Look
to
at
play
him.
that post.
They think he's like screens or something,
it really
right?
does feel like a miracle that he manages to go back and go, right, where are
Yeah, they had to go
Oh,
check screens.
And you see those players as well running around in the pit because they're like, oh, well, the body must be in there. So even if he loses the fight, we'll get him when he comes out. Pit goes down. They're looking around like, where'd he go? Well, he showed his hand right at the end.
4
rounds,
and we wanted Koi to use all the ults, and they did.
And for Movistar Koi, another 2-0 defeat. This puts them to the position where they almost
No, dude, surely not like that.
No. And Levin's dash in.
Oh god, he's just W King. He's 25-12 running. He's in spawn.
Well, and Levin ain't done yet.
He's literally in spawn.
Finally puts him to bed. But Levin's gotten BBL a 4v3.
Why is he there?
Like an old school, like, I don't know, a Durka or a Kellogg's or something like that, where it's just like, I'm not going to stop fighting you until you put me down. A man advantage
Magnum
again.
plays close. Well, it doesn't even matter, does
gone.
it?
Dissipated. Nice work from Filu. Will at least make it competitive.
Does it matter?
In fact,
They're going to think he's offside because he used...
Yumpy's lurking through the backlines. Magnum looking to play up close. Needs to deny this defusal. Filu with another. And
he actually
it's
won
too
it.
far away from Yumpy.
Oh
He can
god,
just
they messed it up.
in front of his nose. Nothing that can be done. Filu with a life-saving round, but again
Well,
they survive with 0
yeah, they got their money again, but I still think it's another round that BBL probably should have won. Like Lin, once he gets the 2 kills, should chill, but he's trying to touch down in spawn. Then everyone else is dueling. And then our Killjoy's fighting on site, and it's kind of smart, but then he gave away his position by fighting early. And then we have a double luck, even though our guy is hiding on site. So we actually had no one playing after plant. I'm so confused.
His opening last round with the Blade Storm was sensational. He won't go down through the wall here. There were 2 at least, giving him that bit of extra cover. But my eyes are firmly glued to him. I want to see that opening again for BBL because it's just been such a problem for Movistar Koi. As soon as they see his eyes.
I like that. So I'm on camera.
Down.
Yeah, you can see me. Come on. I'm waiting.
I'm pretty sure that when the Viper was playing after playing face versa, I think the Viper had Molly as well.
He just didn't even care.
I'm pretty sure.
Like, okay,
pretty sure
you can
Perfect
know
had
I'm
Molly.
here, but I'm not going to aim up just in case. Now again, mentioned it before. All those ults have been expended. Filu and Sociable on the other side are closest to having something in this round. The A-Psych simulator, the Icebox of old. As they look to fight this again, and Wildfly are stuck in no man's land, but Filu has dealt with Levin and gets his ult online.
Yeah, the ult though, whether it's going to be used or not, they're already close. He's going to clear them out first.
Do you want to go for it? Oh, that's a shame.
Down goes the shield.
I can say, does he want to go for the ult? But...
3. For Movistar Koi, all players on site. They don't know if they've gone back at this point. Soon they'll find out that Sociable is up top, looking for a battle and finding it.
Oh god. Okay, this time the ult's legit.
He's dragging his team across the line, kicking and screaming, but he'll finally fall. Loosening his grip on the map as 12-9 could turn into 13 with a 3-piece.
Okay, nicely done from BBL.
It's BBL series
Felt a little bit rough from Koi, especially
on the last week and what could be
especially getting no pistols on the second map. Dude, I was worried for BBL. First 5 rounds on Pearl, I was very worried for them. But
from this point forward to even have a chance.
It was scrappy, I'm not gonna lie, it was a scrappy game. Nosrat, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 18 months. Thank you for that.
Week. Obviously, the last map before this that was played by BBL was a 12-0.
Do we have hopes for Koi? I mean, what do you mean by hopes?
Like they have recovered comfortably.
Like
a
what?
really solid first map after a bit of a
Depends
slow
on what your
start.
expectations are, man.
Having a similar thing, like having a decent start to the map,
Like
their opponents climbing back into
Liquid
it.
Gentlemen, and even if they win them, can they even go through?
We spoke about this guy, about what he can do,
Probably
what we
not.
saw at kickoff, that individual ability, and if he can continue to hit
Liquid
that level.
Liquid would have to lose every other game.
14 is where he left out that last map. Also top in the map prior. Today was his day.
It's great to see Yumpy and Solkis embracing each other down on that stage. For Movistar Koi, they put up one hell of a fight, but Levin 26 and 14. The man was dominant on that server, and BBL's game plan working out for a 2-0. Yumpy, the showman that we know that he is. They'll take their bow on the stage, and a well-earned one indeed.
Yeah, an important victory for them as well. Of course, we were looking at this from the side of Movistar Koi going 0-3, but I think a loss here would have.
It is mad how every time BBL is the team that plays on the Wednesday when there's no crown.
On the board currently, and definitely looking like a dangerous squad, no matter who you come up against. Unfortunately for Movistar Koi, again, it seemed like the fundamentals.
It's been 3 Wednesdays in a row, right? I think
available to them
like
looked decent. The problem was at times the execution. And
also, good sign for BBL. Having a really rough Icebox and then managing to change it up in a pretty short time.
You give gaps to a squad like BBL, and they are going to exploit them. So
and they definitely looked a lot better. Loon won a lot of rounds and then lost a lot of rounds. He probably won more than he lost. But again, it's still trying to find that, like,
also looking at opponents and going, okay, I need.
They're trying to make him find that right.
Otherwise, they're in serious trouble.
And for BBL, locking in those playoffs
him winning
games,
the round and then realizing
and
that he's won the
Foot
round
that they come
instead
up
of carry
against
on
next.
going.
Gentlemates being their next matchup, and you know, well, the two of those teams actually played each other very recently, and it was a tight game. So no easy matchups ahead of them. But if they can bring what they brought today, if they can bring Levin
BBL have a game in front
form,
of the crowd
I
next
think
week.
any team
will
be scared to face them. Yumpy.
Thank you so much,
well,
Jules,
he
for
had
that. I
some
appreciate
great
that
comms
bit
during that as well. I look forward to hearing Pal's imitation of the Barks on Friday in the TriCast, but for now, we're going to throw it down to the stage. Zoe is on standby with the superstar, Levin.
I am indeed. Thank you so much, Levin. Congratulations. What a performance, not just from the team.
Is that actually how we say his name?
You popped off. How are you feeling after this big win?
It's, to be honest, very good. After like some, how can I say, bad games to be for me. So it's feeling very good.
Yeah, you
I'm
needed
so
that.
happy.
You needed that for the confidence boost. We also saw a slight change up in composition for Icebox. Walk me through this. What inspired you?
I don't know how can I say, but I'm feeling more comfortable with Jet, so my team decided to this. So.
Did you practice a lot with Jet as well in scrims?
Not too much. I think they were no. So I'm good at Jet. And they said, okay, we can go Jet. Yeah,
That's good. Trust. You got to trust your teammates. And Jet is one of your most played agents as well. So why not work out? How do you feel generally about BBL's standings right now? Do you feel confident making it to the playoffs?
Yeah, of course. We are playing so good, I think, especially on scrims. Happened something bad, can I say. But everything good for me right now. And my teammates, I think we are going very good. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy too, man. That was a heck of a performance on that stage. So thank you so much for joining for a quick chat. Gonna let you rest up and wish you best of luck in your next match. Now, we're of course not done here. We have one more match to go. It's gonna be Navi going up against Giant X. You don't want to miss it.
All right, chat. Usual stuff. Back in a little bit. Ad spam.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. outside as you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And it's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Hello, welcome back to VCT EMEA. Zoe here, joined by Kukuka and Mac. One series done, one more to go. How are we feeling today, Mac?
I'm feeling great. I don't know if, you know, BBL are feeling too good after all that screaming. Yeah, in particular. Well,
I think they're feeling great.
He was going crazy. He was going off after map 1. That was some of the best highlights I'd seen, and then after they won as well. But that's a big win for BBL.
Absolutely, they needed it.
Yeah. Koi needed it too.
Yeah,
they
don't we all need it? You know who else needs it? Our upcoming 2 teams. They also need the dubs on the board because, you know what, the stage is actually quite short. So those matches all very much count and are very, very crucial. Navi got a very crucial win against Apex, which I'm sure is a confidence booster, but quite frankly, watching it, Apex played it close. Like, I don't know if I would be super confident as Navi now because that went all the way map 3.
Every year we come and speak about Navi. We speak about the players that have been here for a very long time. We highlight also the new incorporations, and we're excited to see where Navi is going to take us in this year. Is it going to be the crazy compositions? Yes, it's still Navi, but I think that they really, really needed last week's win, and not only for the sake of getting the points, it's because of how tricky it was for them. The ending of 2024, the beginning of this year, they still had to find themselves in the stage, and I hope that after that win we see a different face of Navi.
Yeah, it just brings out the confidence, right? And the fact that when Flow was going so crazy last week as well, winning against that has to instill some kind of confidence.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at what kind of, how do you say that, personality Navi has currently. We're seeing role swaps again, obviously, like they're going off with their comms here and there. How do we feel about the role swaps, though, from last week?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like some of it. I do like some of it. You know, I did like when we had like Hero jumping onto the Raze, getting on that again. But when I think of Xiao, I think of Xiao on the Fade. And we see an Angel take that away from him multiple times. It irks me a little bit. But look, it worked last week. So if they just keep the role swaps up and it keeps the opponents guessing, that, look, element of surprise goes a long way.
You know what? I think you're the only person in this entire studio, maybe City, that wasn't excited to see Xiao on Sova.
Yes.
People were popping off about it.
It's such a stable. I agree with you. Like, if I would put him in initiator in every single map if I can. Also, the Astra, I think it's good, but I feel like this is where he excels the most. We see him the most comfortable. We know that he doesn't need any other rep, even if he hasn't played it in X amount of time. Doesn't matter. It is Xiao. It's the Xiao show that you're going to get on the Sova. Something that, of course, I think for him, when we're speaking about a team finding themselves on the stage, it also comes down to having a good performance and feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah, comfortability on agents is absolutely crucial, and that's why I'm worried about some of the players on the team. But yeah, if I'm highlighting Xiao, like that performance on Haven was huge. If we can get that again, if we can get Haven again in the veto, that'd be lovely. But are we going to get it? Who knows?
Well, we'll find out very soon, Mac. I'm here for the Shova. Maybe a bit of a stretch. All right. We also got to see Hero back on Duelist. Yeah. Obviously, we know that Hero is a very competent Duelist player. Haven't seen that yet in VCT. Now we finally see it. How do we feel about it?
I like it. I think that it gives Navi that dimension, especially when you combo it up with Koalanu also playing an aggressive role. Despite that it's a chamber, we know that we take that as a duelist because we have seen a lot of double duelists being played not only in the region but all across the globe. If again we're speaking about a team finding themselves, working with these tools, implementing them, not being scared. Well, they're never going to be scared to try something new, but try to surprise their opponent. This is a Navi that could get scary and a hero that in an individual level is always going to surprise us.
Yeah, and look, if there's a team that just brings surprises week after week, and Navi are able to do that again today, like GX have been struggling. They've also shown some great things, but if you've got Navi just throwing out like random comp after random comp like GX, they don't really have the greatest adaptability from what we've seen from them so far, and that's where things could go south for them.
You know what though? They showed grit and tenacity in their match just last week. I mean, they came back from a 10-0 deficit in the first half on Split, their second map. That was after they had a brutal loss on Haven. So, like, to have the mental fortitude to come back and stern parents who talk to you like this, I mean, that says a lot about the team and what they can do.
Well, look, it worked. It kicked them back into gear, right?
He's so
Are you okay?
I look at this. And it just doesn't get old. I've been seeing Vixen in the coach camp for freaking years, but it just doesn't get old because he's extremely expressive with his eyes and the way that he just barely even moves. But after saying yes, it was a 10-0, and very, very quickly we saw a Giant X that even with that scoreline was not defeated, was able to bring things back onto the board and move on to that third map. Yes, at the end, Team Heretics was able to bounce back and close that out, but it just proves to you that you can never count a team like Giant X out.
Yeah, look, and for me as well, there's just so much going on with Giant X. We see glimpses of hope, like great comebacks like we did on Split, but then there's other moments as well where things just go so wrong and people are just, you know, putting them bottom of the power rankings, not quite really rating them in a way that instills hope in their fan base. And you really want to have some hope as a fan, don't you?
Dude, we're on that hopium and copium, like we're getting the 50-50 mix of everything for most of those teams. But quite frankly, if you looked at the region as a whole, I'm looking at all those teams. I don't feel like there is a clear, like, oh, you can count them out. Like, Apex, we thought, like, that's the easy win. Didn't make it look so easy against Navi, you know? Like, they're all being very competitive in their matches.
Yeah, well, individually, they are all very good Valorant players. That's why they're here in the top league, right? But sometimes it's just if the cogs work together or if they don't work together. And if they're not working together, then you might go 0-2, you might end up 0-3 if that happens today. But there's different ways that you can play the game, right?
Yeah, and you know what? I want to see some ways that the game has been played. And you have some illustration to show us, educate us.
I do. So for a bit of
education.
Is it
educational? Because I don't know what you have in store for us.
It's mostly educational. I think the best way to put it is Mini, well, on the cast last week, said that Giant X are finally finding their identity. And it's kind of working, but then sometimes it's not working. So we're going to have a look at their identity, mainly their...
Working or not working?
Yeah, it works for the first part, then doesn't work.
And I'm also I
have some examples of when it gets counted and counted hard. So we're going to be watching round 6 here. Obviously, they're on an eco. But what I want you to look at as well is what we're going to do, break the trip over here at the top left of the screen. That's going to bait the full push out from Giant X. This is up against Team Heretics last week. They're going to go for Paranoia over towards lobby, split 2 up long, 2 up short, and then go for the dark cover on that entrance to lobby where the gate currently is. So if we roll this forward, you'll see off screen that this is going to happen. Dark cover there. Everyone's ready. Everyone's rolling forward. They're going to get full map control, and they're happy just to keep on going forward. But because that trap gets broken, and over on the C site, they're just calling, oh, look, it's going to be C. We will end up going back to this situation, and Boo knows exactly what's happening. He's thinking, there was a paranoia. There's a dark cover. There's a lot going on here. I'm just going to, tuck my way into the corner and hopefully get a free couple of kills, which he does. They have a perfect anti-eco, old mate Benji Fishy's there as well, manages to get a free one through the dark cover, and yeah, it ends up going well in their favor. So if we'll look at that in a little bit. That's one way that it gets counted, but they have different variables of this strategy. Later, like 4 rounds later on round 10, you can see as well. They're just going to be running it down.
Who did I pick
again,
this game?
This time dark cover comes from C just to go for that change up, and they're also going to use the undercut
did I pick
for
Navi?
ISO as well just to make this happen. So Purpo manages to love getting this short control, and Long's right up here as well. But the thing is, what I want to talk about is after something goes right, they do get a pick. They overstay, they overcommit to the bit, right? And that's when things go wrong. So if we keep rolling forward, you'll see Team Heretics, they already saw this the other round, but this time, if you look here, they brought the whole team to the party. So they're going to be able to just smoke off that pipes area, so sewer area rather, and then retake long, and then it goes completely wrong very quickly for Giant X. So their identity of, you know, showing that they want to be that early aggressive round goes well sometimes, but look, as soon as Cloud hits the ground, you're going to get runner, go up on the short side of long, just try to be in a similar position. But Team Heretics, the way that they've countered this is with pure patience. They're just, you know, staying together, slowly re-clearing the map in specific positions. And what we're going to do as well, see, look, runner goes
You
down.
would start his team
like, you know
from
what,
scratch
I'm
with
outta
only
here. That
Soul
was a bad
Castle.
idea.
What role would you put him in?
It also
Yeah,
gets
that's true. He's been
by aggression,
thrown
not
about
just
role-wise.
So this is against BBL over in Kickoff. And this is the other time we saw him on Haven.
It's too late to start him on Sentinel, even though he'd probably be good at
this
it.
time. Comp's a little bit different, still meta for Haven, but they're going to be rocking a fault line, a paranoia, and then have Jet dashing up there as well.
You still think he's best on
Recon, which is what
Recon?
we're going to see. He gets hit
Scan?
with not only the
Yeah,
fault line, I'm
maybe.
pretty sure he gets hit with a rolling thunder on the back of it, ends up getting 3 kills.
Dunno,
so he's
I really like his Astra though.
But they just run at it, and even though Giant X keep pushing the point, it's not winning them rounds. So if we get Haven today, that's what you got to look for, is them looking for this early A aggression, which they do very regularly. It just hasn't been successful. So I'm hoping that we get to see some more adaptation, some more variability.
What role would I
what
put
they
you
are
in,
showing
Des?
to us
Let's
here.
think.
And yeah, it's look, you got Yappy in the corner.
Can't have
He's
you
tucked
anchoring.
away.
You're a
Everyone's dead
liability.
at this point, and it's only, what, 10 seconds into the round. So you are
Smokes.
not having a good time. Maybe it's time to stop being so
Okay.
predictable
Smokes
and
could
to
be
change
alright.
that strat book up. If I'm seeing these things, if teams are coming in full counter stratting you,
I think I'd have
you
you
need to change
Smokes.
up a little bit.
You know what? That was
Initiator? Ooh.
I feel
I mean, to be
educated,
honest, Despa's
and,
pretty.
I'm
Despa's
hoping
kind
that Giant X will take
of
take
killing.
your strap book there.
But he
Some
could
good
be
advice.
initiated
They've
just
had a
because of
whole week
lineup
to
stuff.
turn things around. Oh, actually, they've only had half a week. They played on Friday, right? So
Yeah.
it was a pretty quick week to get to this point. So hopefully they'll be able to change it up because it is a big game. It is a must-win. We went over that earlier.
Absolutely.
Chayo
But
and
yeah,
TMD
like we
went for
saw some
Giants and me and
changes in, like,
Sideshow
their
went for
roles
Navi.
last
Oh
week,
no, I
and
have
things
Sideshow
were
on my
starting to
side.
look good.
That's
It
not
just didn't
good.
quite come together in that match.
That's
Actually, I had
never
an
good.
opportunity to talk to Tomasi a little earlier today, so let's hear what he had to say. And I now have Tomasi joining me for a quick chat ahead of your match today. But before I want to talk about today's match, I actually want to talk about the one from last week. You guys had an insane comeback on Split after dropping the first map already. Like the first map was a brutal loss. The second
Bit
one,
of
you went
smokes of a
down
judge.
10-0 in
Yeah,
the first
but
half.
the thing is,
how do you come back?
I guess he's.
How do you have
I
so much
kind of
mental
that I need
fortitude
to fill that
as a
role if
team?
anything.
I mean, I think we need to give big props to Cloud, our IGL, because I think since the first map, I think we were playing two kind of like not showing our game and just letting Heretics do whatever they want from us, to be honest. And I think Cloud just bring kind of like more energy and more like reactive like, gameplay in our game. And
Both
I think
these seems good at
like,
Split as well.
we just started being in the same kind of like page, you know. So we just
If we did get
fighting
there.
every position they were taking it, and yeah, we just keep snowballing. Everyone was having like rounds, like Westside has insane clutch. I had like a few good rounds, and everyone was having insane rounds and helped a lot. So I think I'll give big props to Cloud and our mentor. I mean, I think as a pro players, you never give up, even when the score. It's hard, of course, it's hard, but until it's like 13 for one team, we never give up. And yeah, we just gave everything, to be honest.
So who's the hype man in the comms? Who's the cheerleader?
I think I would say Cloud, our IGL, to be honest. I mean, I was
Cloud just doing
more
it all?
like that, like last year, but now I think I'm more focused like in what can I do to help the team in terms of like calls and like individual gameplay. But I think I would say like Cloud, he's putting a lot of energy, being the IGL and putting a lot. I think it's a really good props to him again. I think it's a really good job, to be honest.
Yes, as I said, you lost Haven, and then for Split and the last map, you guys actually switched roles as
Navi
well.
banned
So we saw
losses.
you on the duelist
Giants
again, which was
banned
super hype
Icebox
and
and
very
Haven.
exciting. Purple went over to Smokes. Was that just reactionary? Was that pre-planned?
To be honest, it wasn't pre-planned. We just thought that after our game against Vitality, and actually Peepson like a few weeks ago, even before the stage one started, he thought about like kind of trying me on Duelist and Purple in like other like role, like Smoker or like even like Sentinel and stuff, because I think the way Purple plays, like his mechanics and the way he likes to play the game, like second contact, trading people, I think fits other roles than Duelist. And for me, like my personality and the way I play the game, I think Duelist fits really good, so I think it's a good change. Maybe it will be better if we did it like kind of like earlier, so we'll be like more prepared as individuals. But I think we are doing everything we can to prepare, and I think we're gonna see some like good results from these changes.
So we're going to continue seeing that change?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. I'm happy to hear that. Now looking at your opponent today, Navi, any thoughts?
I really respect Navi.
Yeah, they might. This might be the one.
They are cool guys, but I think we're getting the win 2-0 today. So
you know.
Right, coming in with confidence. I'd love to hear it. Tomasi, thank you so much.
I think Yampi has over-delivered as an IGL so far in expectations. I don't think so, but my expectations were always pretty high. Of him,
it actually was. I did not expect him to actually just give away that they're rolling with the role swaps.
Probably the
here.
overall
I'll feel more confident knowing
expectations of people.
I mean, I like the fact that he is not. He's like, we have explored many different options. We have explored me on the duelist, Purpo not only on the controller. I love the fact that he also mentioned the Sentinel, because maybe we keep seeing these changes. He does have some experience already playing the Sentinel, but we still haven't seen it this year, and I will be very down to see it.
VFL? Did I even change my VFL?
You got Navi rock and roll swaps, you got Giant X, one of the rock roll swaps, and look, there's specific maps where it works really well, right? And in particular, look, Tomasi's been doing incredibly well when he does rock on things like the Brimmy, like the Omen, but then when he gets on Duelist as well, still pumping up numbers.
I mean, it was his whole identity. I think that his performance still has taken a toll
player,
because
but
of the years. I think it's so important to keep up
on the bench.
with the meta, with everybody else, scaling and
really
getting better
this week.
at what they do. So him going from the Duelist onto the Sentinel, now the Smokes, now going back into the Duelist. Yes, it is good having the flexibility and having those tools to work with, but you can only think about all the time that he's investing in many different things and might be too many things on his plate.
The other thing, though, is the experience. When you play so many specific roles over time at a high competitive level like he has, that allows you to be more, variable in what you're doing. The amount of variety, you understand what Sentis do, how Sentis think, you understand how controllers and Omen players think the whole time. And then when you're on the Duelist, you kind of know what they're thinking about doing and their tendencies, and that can make you a better overall player. That's why Tomasi's been, fragging up really well for GX. And that's why he's one of the better teams. So, look, maybe the role swaps are a good thing.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Like, being able to walk in someone else's shoes, knowing how they need to be set up, and also, like, how your opponents are potentially playing the agents they play. Like, that goes a long way. Now, here are purple stuff from his different agents that he played. Did we like him on the Omen, yeah or no?
Yeah, I actually like him more on the Omen than what I've seen in some of the Duelists.
Look at the stats, but the first part stuff's pretty high.
Happening with him. I think that in one of the rounds that you were showing, Purpo, that you were showing, Mac, we saw Purpo, even though he was playing with the ISO, he when they were fighting A long, sometimes he would like give up or like activate the shield at the double tap and then just leave instead of fight. Like I see some of this broken timings, and on the Omen, I saw him being so much more comfortable, because I think that you're more limited in the ways that you can use the tools that you have, and sometimes you really just need to focus on shooting.
I think they're just talking about last week, Zero.
It did him a favor.
Yeah, for me as well. Look, when he's on,
I think that is
Duelist,
the main talking point, though.
Right? And
that like he's
been
more struggling than anything.
Get him positions in those clips where he was able to exit and escape. But if he's getting set up properly, that's when he should be succeeding, right? It should be everyone else, hitting their abilities, setting the duelist up for success. So if he gets to play a bit further back and maybe bait the team, then that works out.
Good on one of the sides, and I can't remember which. Defense, right?
Different letters. It's all good. And now the teams are, of course, taking to the stage. Giant X, they're desperate for a victory on the board. They're currently down.
Gabriel, watch it at one point. Or maybe just give me a summary of what he's saying. Am I sided on Navi? I mean, I went for Navi, but this is a 50-50.
That's right. I mean, even if they were to go 1-3, there is still a small world.
I don't feel confident about it, I'll say that much. Why don't I upload the pick'ems videos anymore? Mate, I didn't even do my pick'ems.
So of course,
not a matter of uploading them, we just straight up just didn't do them this week.
Yeah, I mean, I
we
love
really,
the confidence.
really messed up.
We've seen it from Giant X time and time again. Doesn't matter if they were winning, if they were losing. Yeah. But on the other side, when we're speaking about being unpredictable, changing things, Navi is the perfect opponent to be going up against. I think that there is going to be absolute chaos potentially.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of individuals that love to
He said nerf the shotgun today, not tomorrow. I mean, yeah, just because...
Both these teams
I was trying so hard to make everyone use shotguns in that game.
One-sided. I think we're up for a very long best of 3. I think we're going to be going to 3 maps.
This could go muddy.
It could get messy. But some of these players, maybe
he also likes pure gameplay.
I'm enjoying.
He likes the one taps instead of jumping judges and stuff like that.
You know what? I enjoy the creativity and the confidence to try out different things. Angel said it last week. They're still on a self-finding mission, right? They still need to figure out at who they are as a team. And almost
Did
all
you see that
teams in
Envy
the
using the
first,
Cypher
2 weeks
Cam
of play
bug to
have
break the
already,
deadlock
also
walls
talked
allowed by
about how they just
admins?
wanna have more fun
Yeah,
on the server.
there's
Now, will they have fun on the maps
there's
that
sometimes a
have been selected,
disconnect
please?
The
with
bans
that
are
stuff.
expected. The Pearl,
And
I
like
did
sudden-
not expect. So
I don't know. At least
Navi
when
has
I
been
was
banning
back,
these past 2 weeks.
at least back in the
Giant X has
past, there's
done
always
the
been a
same. Navi has
disconnect
been
between
picking
what
what
is
they
allowed
picked,
sometimes.
previous week,
Sure
not the
it's
previous
not
one against
allowed,
Fnatic,
but
that
if the
fracture, so
admins
we've seen
gave
it
it
in the
a
past
green
being
light
picked.
to
The
begin with, then
surprise is for
it's on the
Giant X
admins.
picking the
But
Pearl
sometimes they
because
mess up,
they
so.
only played it like once and they got battered. So I anticipate that there's going to be changes, there's going to be adaptation. And when we
It's
think
confusing.
about
Oh, it's
how
really
to prepare
confusing.
for your
There's
opponent and how
definitely
you
a bigger,
might and want to surprise
there's a
them
bigger
week
mess
to
up
week.
where they
I do
greenlighted
not see
something
a world
else.
where Navi saw this Pearl being picked.
Back
Yeah,
a
for
while
me,
ago.
one,
But we won't
initially,
really talk
I was
about it.
upset because Haven's not there, and I did that
Only
whole
a few
bit, so I
people
was like,
know.
everyone watch this
It's not
A-Long
worth speaking
control at
about.
Haven.
But they've
Gone
done
now.
this before,
But the
basically.
fact that we are going to be jumping into Fracture, there's a lot of reps from Navi on that. Even
they
though Navi
definitely
played
need to,
well against
work
Fnatic,
out what is
there's
a bug.
lot of rounds to study if Giant X were
And have it
expecting
as, like,
this
a
pick from
global
them.
thing,
And then
for
going over
sure.
to Pearl as well. You're talking about reps. It's been a little while since we saw Pearl getting picked by these guys, and them getting to start on the defense might be a bit rough. Like,
They
yeah, we haven't
overlooked
seen
it.
a huge
Yeah,
amount of
I think
Navi's
so.
Pearl as well.
Well, someone
but
just gave
starting on
it
the
a green
attack
light that
always gets
wasn't
you off
meant
on the
to.
right foot. And if they're able to take Fracture, lead into Pearl with a win, theoretically, then starting on the attack, you've got confidence going over the brim. And with that win last week, all of this combined, it could be a very dangerous place for Giant X today.
Let's take a look at the
Okay.
agent select for this one. Any surprises?
It's changed
Yes, we see
a lot.
surprises.
Lots of
Sparkbro
surprises.
doubling down on
They go
that controller
neon.
role, and now
Tamazi's
going
a pretty
from
good
the
neon.
race onto
He is
the Prince,
crazy
a
though.
completely different cloud. Again, playing on that Tejo. Yes, it is a
How are they
swap
gonna
for this
deal
map,
with
but
this though? They
he's-
might get a little
he's
bit
finding
wrecked from the
himself and
Cypher.
being more and more
Do they
comfortable.
use
Tomazi on the
I mean, sure.
neon just brings me back to a couple of years ago, and
just
I absolutely
fade.
love to see it.
Yeah, for me as well. You know,
Fade,
going back to
raise,
the Neon comp instead of the Meta comp
Neon
at the moment, which
tail.
we're going to see from Navi.
And honestly, I
Last
kind
time
of prefer
Giant
this
X played, They
comp,
were running
but
the same comp as Navi's running
that's
now.
more just because
so
of
they've obviously been cooking in the kitchen
tail.
here on Fracture, and we're going to see a different style of gameplay. As you mentioned, Tomasi getting on the Duelist is going to be interesting to watch, and the double initiator is going to be so huge. But with that Brim, you're looking at this comp, you're thinking, damn, as soon as they get that spike down, they're just going to be sitting back. They're going to be playing ratty gameplay. They're just going to be dropping utility.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
and playing
Gabri.
for those
And then you got to
Absolutely love it. Giant X also
international
starting on
events
the
and no one
attack,
knew what was what.
With this team pack, with Tomazi on the neon, like they have to start on the right foot if they want to get their first win.
Oh, we're in for a good one, that's for sure. And speaking of good ones, we're going to hand it over to Haza and Kara for this last match of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Look, it feels like familiar good old times. Tomazi's back on the duel list, and it's the Neon. It is the agent which he broke out with back in 2023. And in this GX side, they're looking to try and reform things heading into what feels like a deal breaker for that playoff stage.
Yeah, it does. And I think for both teams, there's been a lot of negativity surrounding them. But one team, GX, played against a lot more
The Fade's pretty good on this
They
one.
played against
There's a couple of nice things you can do with it.
against,
Fade Eye's really good on this map.
They played against Heretics and Vitality, sorry. So coming into this,
Okay, we've got Navi on the defense, we've got Giants on
We're
attack.
going to see a better
Giants have a
performance
29 attack win rate in the start of stage
GX
1.
choosing to start out on the attack side, as they have
29?
done now the last 3
That's not
maps where
great.
they've had the choice to do so.
Okay, Fade Eye
Previously,
goes
5
in.
out of
Cameron doesn't
5,
spot
when
anything,
given
but
the
he's just
option,
wanting
it
to
was the
play it
defense
safe
that they
joins with
began.
the rest of his team.
Let's see if it is truly a new version of which we get from them today. Drone early from Cloud,
Okay.
just spotting out Hero.
Damn,
and then
Hero
straight
did
into the duel he goes,
incredibly
and
well
Tomasi's
there.
debut on the Neon, not looking like the best of
And
starts
then we
so
had the
far. He
one
does go
pass and
trade in,
flash
Navi
to
fall
send
back to the
Angel
side.
in, and they just fought with one instead of together. That was weird.
Still waiting to play as a death ball. Players to peek in towards them, but with playing so slow.
Went for the
Caviar
wide swing as
unsure
well
about
into like
where
3
GX
people instead
really
of just
want to
checking.
end.
Just looking at the mid-round here as well in terms of what Na'Vi are doing on the map, it's very relaxed towards B, as you can see right now. Koala on a much deeper line towards tower.
Yeah, and the cut of sounds makes him really scared of A-Man. They have got the trip to give him info over towards Dish.
Navi starting to get a read.
Because it's been getting
Moving back
quieter and
towards
because
that
the
B
trip is
side.
still here, you do a
7
bit of a
players in
lean.
a server towards this side of the map, Hazard.
Papa full smokes.
Burst out of the B smoke, and you look at the
30
utility
seconds
on
left.
GX, some of that Signature has come back up. The stun and the salvos dropping at the feet of Ruxic. Quick double kill and still supported by that Sky Smoke. He's going to follow it up
very nice
with
on this
Xiao's
one.
double. Na'Vi
Very
getting
nice.
the pistol round on the board. It's the perfect start to their Fractured Defenders side.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the toast, and as we went into the map, we saw that GX only have a 29% win rate on their attack, and I think in that pistol round we can see it, right? It looked a little bit directionless at times. They go out and, or they try and attack in towards B main, and then from there go out in towards Sand, and then go back towards B main, and nothing really comes
It's
of
easy
it.
when the rest of your team do it all
Walking
for you.
around like
Yeah,
headless
so when you're
chickens.
just sending it into A
This
main.
round, there is no investment from
It
GX
seems
either,
such a
so
weird
just trying to
reaction to
min-max
what's
things a
going
little
on.
bit, see if they can pick up an orb. It's damage onto Angel, but not enough to put him in harm's way. So objective secured already from GX. Now they'll head back to
and question
Arcade,
mark
where
created.
Roxic is
What
playing
did I see
solo
by?
on a
Nothing into
committed
this one.
angle. Needs to be
Up
careful.
with the orb to see if there was any kind of reaction. There wasn't.
Drone will catch
Heavier
out, has
lean
to
over
try and
towards
swing
here.
and get
Ruxic
something.
with a
All he
gun
gets
is
giving away
just.
a stinger towards the opposing team.
But
At the same
why?
time, though, you've got to be looking at West Side and his position, still underneath this B site.
In terms of Navi's
Have
macro
the
game
orb,
as well,
nothing
you see him on
here.
a lot of rounds post Koala
No
Noob up
sound.
solo and let him contain
You're
an
the
area
brim.
of the map. He was towards
You're
A
meant to
and
be using your
does
smoke, so when
rotate
they
himself
smoke,
to check
and
from
you
Sand
decide
instead
to play
on that deeper line towards
in
Dish.
somewhere
But
where
while
you
all
can
this
get
is happening, the rest of
pinched,
Na'Vi getting proactive,
and they
re-clearing
just
Arcade
took
with the
Dish
Horde now
about
back
10
up for
seconds
Angel.
ago,
That'll confirm at least one player.
and you decide to go here.
Rest gone all towards main as the players of GX try to make their way on towards the site, hitting
The great
kill
kill trip.
traps, and well, hitting a complete stop that Na'Vi have prepared.
Okay, nicely done from
An easy
Na'Vi though.
conversion
Cleanup's
on
good.
the
Honestly,
Antico.
It's what you want to see. There is
so
still some
far,
good damage in
every
there from
round
GX.
from Navi, someone
in terms of
dies
due
in a really
diligence, you
questionable
look at the orbs
matter,
they were able to pick up
or
as
like
well.
mana even, and
You take
then
that kill onto Ruxic is pretty much the same, but I'm
looks-
curious to see how Tomasi
clean.
is going to be played now into the rifle round here, because the last couple of rounds we've seen him on the Neon. Here he is, just getting ankled by the trap wire that time. It's an easy pick, and I know a great counter of which Hero. That's what we expect from him on the Cypher.
Well, and towards this round, you look at what GX are doing. Staying
yeah, the
towards
bonus
that
still
top
not
side
looking
of the
too
map
bad. Could
as
be a
the
little bit better,
barriers
but
drop. 3 heavy in towards Arcade.
Angel, same information. Haunt comes out this time, and it is greeted with
Smoke
silence.
down,
Pressure put
camera
on
to
in A
see.
main. Hero looking for the walk down
to see
underpass,
over
wrap
it.
around onto GX. This is where it starts to get tricky. What's the timing on the
they
smoke? Do
actually
they
got
clear
here.
it? No.
What's the awareness? You can see
I mean, Cloud's
GX
looking
being
at
brought
it.
back. They've got an idea, and yet well thought
Very
about.
nice. They had a
GX
stun
get
behind
rid
it
of
as well.
any sort of problem that could come, although there's a late luck or a late flank coming through from Navi on that top side.
The hell?
GX should know about it because of the traps.
It's getting cleared out by the Prowler as well, so Na'Vi making sure they've not missed a step here whatsoever, but it's another situation where the round opens up from Hero's aggressive positioning, the site falls from the Cypher setup, and now in terms of what they've got to come back in, I'm looking at 4 utility belts on 2 players.
West side getting rid of Koala Noob as well.
One of them
2v4,
dead.
that's going to be massive. GX in prime position to convert, but oh no! There was just a slight chance if Tomasi was to
Okay,
miss
not
out
too
on
bad
that
though. They
jump.
got
It could
a
have went awry,
armor,
but instead,
double
no,
gun out.
GX, they'll get the conversion.
Done over
Na'Vi
towards Heaven's
in
pretty
another
good.
round
It's just
are
more just Giants
looking
being
quite
ready for the
offensive in
push, right?
terms
They
of
saw
how
the
they want
smoke
to try
down, they
and
realized
play
that
this.
it's not
Think
a
all the way
normal
back to the
thing
pistol,
over
I
towards
already
tree.
mentioned it. Hero,
And they were
that
very,
solo
very ready
player
for it.
in main, does get traded out. But then here, I mean, it's just, as soon as you find those 2 players boxed in underpass, there's no second layer.
Yeah.
The reclear's coming in from Dish.
Nice, good job. Nice, well
Doesn't
done,
feel
boys.
like
Good
they're
job.
marrying the ideas up completely at this point in time. So I think these mid-rounds is where we've really got to be focusing in on them.
I mean, that's the thing. We'd already
Okay,
spoken
1,
about it coming
2,
into this,
3,
about
4.
finding your identity as a
Yeah,
team.
we'll say that Koala can buy.
And I think that goes for
Against
both of
the
these
two,
teams
so
as well.
4 and
Both of
2
them
can't
have
buy
made role
next.
changes, both
Koala
of them
gets the
changing
op
their
out.
setup.
Tomasi.
This time they smoke
leading that
deep,
line.
but they insta
Can't quite
disrespect
find what
it,
he's
knowing that
looking
they
for. Drop
punished
the
him for
smoke,
doing it the round
drop off.
before,
They've
so
created a
I
question
do
mark
like that from Giants.
towards the B side. Obviously, we've seen a few times now GX like to go through the underpass.
And this is a very explosive comp as well, so if Tomasi can't find these clean openings, in terms of the follow-up, well, you don't have the same kind of gap close. Cloud 1 away from the annihilation as they're now starting to head into main.
Problem, the hot Koala Noob, who's been so good. Unfortunately, will be pushed off of the angle.
So GX have looked to another avenue of the map and been shot out in effect yet again. Spike still held on to, but you've got less than a minute left to play around with. The only out right now feels like west side towards Arcade.
Okay, one part. Dude, look at the rotate from the one-person fake. All up to Koala here.
Still standing.
Little boom bot to get you some info, maybe? Oh, he had to run in.
Who's been so good before has to go up against Tomazi. West side on the other side of the map opens things up.
And it's huge because now he has so much more freedom to lurk, but GX
great,
need to make this push work.
He did great to get 2 here.
To get one on the way back out.
Time is getting low. You look at towards the map and where everybody's looking at in different avenues. A 1v1 towards the B side where the spike goes down on A. Armageddon used to try and push players out.
It's a brilliant clear from Roxic though. He hung around long enough.
Yeah,
Navi now have an
nice
advantage going back into the retake, and GX are playing from sight.
Yeah, both players stuck. No means of escape. You look at Roxic holding on towards CT as Cloud tries to go exploring. Tomazi left all alone and needs to stand tall. You can see him peeking with the idea and instead gets caught.
He's got salvos, but what's he going to do? Run over towards main with it?
Has salvos if he can try and waste the time, but it isn't a clean fight. Not
okay, nicely done from Navi in the end. Yeah, John's kind. I mean, I felt like we just stick to the positives. Koala played really well.
Looked like they were starting to build up some momentum. I think it's so important to focus on how the early games have looked for them in a lot of these maps, because it feels like at times
his nade was great to buy a lot of time
when
as
they're
well.
not playing with momentum at their backs, then they're really struggling.
Nice! Get the up heaven. Top, second floor.
He loves the op. Well, you can see he's clearly a priority, and I mean we've seen that map to map has a.
I think it's.
I
think
it's important.
It's just been a big win condition for them in general, getting him the op. Hey, force him down to an eco. Op is still in play. They got breachal. You would imagine Giants here just try and get an op on Tomazi.
Whenever he goes head to head with another op player, he is yet to win that duel.
Yeah, there we go. Get the all out. Let's see what Tomazi can do.
That he's currently gone up against. And it doesn't feel like GX have like an opper to counter that in a sense. So you are really looking at a lot of that utility.
Roxic, push forward once again. We've seen him try and play a position like this before. This time gets the value from his position.
First floor or second floor? Okay, I get what you guys are saying. I would always say top floor here, to be fair, instead of having the numbers on it. But I guarantee the first floor would confuse so many people that it would be better to say second floor. You probably should say top floor. Or just upper. Or anything. But I get where you lot are coming from, but in a high-pressure situation, you don't want that conversation of first floor. Like, what do you mean? You get what I mean? It'd just be easier to just say top. Or again, I think second is okay because you all know what he's talking about when he says second.
Yeah, I can understand like this round maybe like the weaponry isn't necessarily
in that context,
there
second
for
floor
GX,
is impossible to get confused
again,
by. Yeah,
we need to
exactly.
come back to these problems that they keep running into on attack.
Why does it matter? Because people are questioning it. People are trying to apply logic to it. It's just not worth doing. It's like the worst possible time to apply logic to it.
What it is that Roxic is doing, because he's been criticized pretty heavily at times for how aggressive he can be. This is a situation where he finds himself supported.
What if he said third floor? I would be fine with it, as long as he doesn't say bottom floor. Then I'm okay.
The other side this time from Navi. Ultimate
lovely
invested.
little set
Koala's
strat.
deep on it. The smoke dropping is worked out. West side getting rid of Koala Noob, and even an oddball strike invested.
Nice handle on this one though. Tomazi takes a lot of space with this. Can Shaggy around the corner? Yeah, he kind of messed up with the stun, right? Actually prevented him from getting the trade. Now they know where he is. We've got Big Joe from Hero. Big Joe from Hero. Big Joe for Angel. They're doing both 1v1s.
So it falls on the captain. Cloud fulfilling this role since stage 2 last year.
I'll be looking kind of clean on this one. This set strat was old school Fnatic.
With a team performance.
Kexi Val with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 6 months, bro. I appreciate that as well.
Where Navi want to invest their
Thank you so much,
ultimates.
Thank you.
It's on a GX rifle buy, right? They want to try and be aggressive.
Navi, yeah, they don't seem to like the tier 1.
And they're breaking that buy right now. Straight away, we're going to see GX come for a timeout.
Hello,
GX timeouts, a big point of conversation, I think it's fair to say, in the community as well, in terms of bringing this roster together, because you talk about them as an outfit right now, and I think the main way that most people see it is that this is the team of potentials. You've got so many names all the way down the list, which on paper have that history, have, you know, a year or two of VCT experience under their belt, with the exception of players such as Westside, for example, Purpo getting thrown in the middle of last year. But I think you've really got to be building now on what you have.
I think you can go deep and
making
plus
it
up.
a team, you know, because it still doesn't feel like it at times.
I probably agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless
me and you were talking about, I think it was myself and you were talking about the experience on both rosters as well, like, and how when you actually look at the combined experience on GX versus Angel's experience alone, like it almost gets to the point where Angel has more experience than all 5 players, like, because he's been playing VCT for so long. Giant X, maybe not a team full of rookies, but as you say, a team full of potential, which is yet to be realised.
Okay.
Team which can be dangerous on their day.
We do a little timeout.
First signs of something
Money's
more
really
cohesive against Heretics, but that's all very quickly forgotten.
For Giants
you can't start finding some wins here,
we
especially against a Na'Vi side.
2 ults. The ult that I thought they were going to use in the round before. Or 2 rounds before even.
Does drag on. Themselves a first win under their belt against Apex last
It's very
time
that they're trying to get ahead of the
opportunity to build, which they've already done pretty
yeah,
well.
the problem with that is you never know when it's actually going to hit.
Spawn. This is a
I mean, you might be right. They position themselves in a very good spot for when a tail nerf comes in. But then there's like, there's so many questions. Is the tail nerf enough?
Both players
like,
for Navi
does it come in time?
Progressive in their positioning, right? You can see that Navi probably thinking about playing towards a retake.
Like historically, right, take a long time to nerf stuff
well, but Navi have already grouped
overtuned.
up 4 players strong to try and fight this position. Blind is Angel, yet he walks away with the first of those kills.
The Neon one was like the fastest we've seen.
But still Navi holding on to the space.
What's GX plan here? I mean, they've traded out evenly, getting rid of Hual and
Ult goes
I mean,
in.
the fact that this is going to end up being a crunch on the site, Navi need to be careful.
When's the smoke go?
Roxic here, he wins this duel, and
Surely
so much
not.
pressure alleviated. Westside first bullet connects instantaneously, and the follow-up is there too. And so now Hero is the last one left made to stew in this. The signature, the signing of the off-season.
I mean, he has neural theft here, but I don't think he'll want to use it.
Yet to have his hero play so far in this Na'Vi side, and back on the Sentinel role. He is bested by his opposite number. Brilliant from Westside, getting into position and then being the thorn in Navi's side.
Straight away after a timeout, GX get the round. Big stuff. I mean, being a lot more direct in the positioning, and on top of that, like combining what was multiple prongs to that attack, you can see Westside's lock towards that
because Breach was never even like Breach was never busted until his agent came in.
At the same time.
So
good communication.
All the when if Tail gets snuffed, then the Breach kind of loses a lot of value as well. Unless you're going to play them together again, depends on the nerf. And then every other agent, apart from like, I mean, Vice got nerfed a little bit.
Behind a smoke, similar play. We've seen Navi go
Maybe people would start looking at Deadlock more.
I mean, for GX right now, they know that Navi like to try and go underneath, right, and try and lock ground before, and that's something that they'll need to be careful of.
And you tie this into the previous round, it's that lack
okay,
of forfeiture
chat. Where are we at,
though?
Where are we
at
in terms of money?
The way they scaled into A main previously
Still 2 people to
looked
come
a lot
by.
better, and they're seemingly doing the same here as they start to clear away some ground. It's Roxic who doesn't have contact. The smoke is
really good time in the
GX
smoke. Angel peeks through with the
managing
gun, just kind of lands.
Angel, who was playing around the smoke, Roxic on site. Unfortunately,
just kind of
will
sitting
not
there
get
getting
what
wrecked.
he's looking for. Navi need to take a moment.
I wonder if Navi are going to time out. Problem is it's too obvious. It would be nice if Navi kind of adapted on their own and put the off aggro over towards A. Maybe play at this backup box. They don't need to actually like duel here. They could do like how Boostio used to play majority of B.
When GX need to, at the same time, look at Navi, where they're going, they're pathing towards
nice shot again from Westside.
Trying to create another avenue in which GX need to be careful of. And the positioning of Tower, you can see them just worried about the players coming out.
Slow creep away as Navi.
Okay, do they need a timeout for it, or can they just do it on the fly?
For rounds here with another site execution, looking a lot better from them in terms of how they're setting up, what the game plan is coming into the round. I think we saw the bad end of that against Heretics when they weren't really aware of what the opponent was doing, how they were so prepared for a lot of the
it just doesn't make sense when you've been spending the last 5 weeks or so with the tail stuff.
Part of this half, you could see like GX, well, we'll go to A, we'll go to B, we'll create question marks and force Navi to reclear them, but they weren't doing it effectively, and now we're just getting to a point where it's like, we're going B.
Okay, 2 rounds in a row, no timeout, and still no op over towards here. Is that not crazy?
Translate that back to Navi.
You see no adaptation. Same 2 play over towards the site, ready to get overwhelmed.
It's these high stress situations that they've been constantly mentioning, even in their most recent podcast episode they posted, that they were just struggling to convert from. So after building up an early lead, it's slowly stripped back by GX. And they've hit a gear change here as well. They're not trying to immediately assault again.
Kind of Froster
West side
sometimes.
is the cornerstone of this play. You've got 4 players south
Many
side.
teams just copy what other teams do. That's very true.
Side. But that's been a good look.
Okay, honestly, I think Navi might have owned this because I think they think that
of the best on this roster
the
consistently.
op might be over towards B.
I mean, he's going to get hunted down. Whether he can try and stick
the stand back is incredible. As we can see, it's an open site. Smoke, triple smokes to let him cross over towards here. Nothing to stop them from getting the plant. Do they? Wait, they smoked off door, so they don't have a reaction?
Hangs on for long enough, and with 30 seconds left to spare, the spike goes in, but Navi are up close, and here's the showstopper.
And it goes. Tomazi gone. Players up from drop west side. He gets one, but can't quite get the second. And now Runner looking to be burned on site. Neural theft to tee him up. And quite frankly, doesn't look to capitalise on it. The stun just delaying Navi more and more. GX, I mean West side,
they're both stunned.
Holding on, and this is just delay upon delay. You're looking at the utility that GX still have in pocket. That value will be massive coming into these last couple seconds as the Molly's dropped. And Runner has already done so well from his position.
Dude,
it's looking like it can all be done here, and it is.
Really weird
GX
smoke from Roxic here.
Such a well-executed round from GX as well. A little more patience on the play before they make
definitely
their
doing a
mind
timeout.
up. The execution. And when you give them the site like that, if you're Navi to set up, then coming back into the retake with all the tools that they have,
why are they then
it's so
smoking
difficult.
door?
Yeah.
And put under the microscope here as well, brilliant play from Runner. Someone who's been to champs last year with Vitality. Another name like Westside that coming out of East was hot off the press, a player which we have high expectations of. The reason why this roster is considered to be a dark horse.
They know they saved an op,
If we get
so
more of that from the
they're gonna go
individuals
aggro of it
with
somewhere.
good calling from the structure, then that's the GX that does make deep runs.
I mean, that's the thing, like, when you look at both rosters,
Panic Smokes,
right,
I
both
think so.
organizations even,
It doesn't
and
really.
how they've looked generally across VCT as well. Like GX,
the Smokes kind of messed
when
them
they
up.
started in 2023, back when partnerships first begun, they were able to make a champs, and since then, it's just been going on a downward trajectory.
Well, I mean, I think that one for GX in comparison to now feels sort of like 1 in a million, right?
Yeah,
You're looking back at the old system, both teams with ambitions to return to the international stage for the first time since they met in the final of EMEA's last ever Last Chance qualifier, which sent each to Champions 2023. So there's a bit of history there in terms of how they're constantly chasing to try and get back to that holy grail. Navi, of course, with a complete rebuild of their own.
Yeah, it feels like ages and years away since we've been near that FPX iteration.
Okay, so they managed to buy up into it.
Navi
They still keep the op over towards A. Dude, if I'm Giants, I'm just like, I kind of think the op's starting here at one point.
Towards the north side.
They do aggro cameras, so they can get
Still feel
preview
like
of all of this. No one goes aggro, so they join as a 5.
Angel and Shao retain.
They still got the drone. The op
It's
ain't
a
gonna
new
get too
identity
much.
which they've got to try and build, and you are starting to see that with Koala in the side as well. The op, how reliant on it they seem to be. He is on
smoke goes down and the camera sees that the smoke goes down, so that makes their call easy because the smoke suggests that your weak side's here, so now you can draw and create pressure. You know the 3 are going to be here. Might even rotate the 4th and then you can just hit. I like the calling from Giants at the moment.
Possible towards A, faking it out, and
oh, it's a great fade either.
Locking out GX goal. West side needs to be careful of the angles, and he'll be able to
get
rid of Hero. The opposite number. The whole B site was set up for kill trap. And with Hero gone,
I don't think they're great.
Capitalization.
Such a frustrating death as well, because the rest of Na'Vi had the read. They were ready for rotation as soon as that util came out to clear the op. So they go a player short-handed into the B retake, and we already know how strong GX look from these positions.
Yeah, I mean, post plants, the utility there is absolutely sublime.
That was nice though.
Nice combination of utility, and Navi suddenly open up
the
site.
My goodness, Koala.
Ensues, a classic right click, and now Cloud from main, trying to play in West side, who's still in towards Arcade. You're waiting for that activation as Navi get on towards the spike, playing for the salvos first, the delay being worked for.
Dude, West side's looking great. West side's looking really good.
With the round.
I don't know, so most teams when they play smokes on defense, they're like super reactive.
That make him a player to watch in VCT EMEA right
normally you get the freedom of that, or at least they should have the freedom of being able to play reactive, because they kind of have a Cypher that gets some early info, whether it's cam or trips, and then they have an op as well. Just keep smoking over towards A on a timing and gives them so much space.
When it gets to that late stage of the round, and you feel as if they do need to be holding on to these sites, and that's where Hero's first death feels that much more
They just smoke here. There's a camera here every time that sees the smoke, and they just go on.
Down to it.
Let's take the free space.
Yeah, the chaos didn't not working out. This buy not so great for Navi.
Where normally you'll just see the smokes before the smokes. Like most people smoke down when they smoke down.
They didn't take a step
These guys playing it a little bit like the team's uncoordinated.
I highlighted the pistols, but really it's Koala's rifle that you've got to be worried about here, because that is all that Na'Vi have going for them into this one. Doesn't really feel like that buy's been broken all too much. They found 5 rounds, and well, here we are, 5-5.
I'll find you.
GX resetting mentally as much as we said that's important to
Na'Vi. More aggro on B. Could
play
more aggro anywhere. They just need to get early info.
It says a lot. Now into this execute, well, feels like more of the same from Na'Vi. Players stuck on an island. It's Ruxic that's got to hold the line.
Damn, look at that util though.
Can't quite get it to work. Yeah, players facing up, trying to stand up and be counted, and I mean they're only being counted in the kill feed at this moment in time. I mean, yeah, Koala still has this rifle, but he's not being brought onto an angle that he'll find any value from it. This is looking like another GX round, unless there's to be something magic.
Koala already has his first, but plenty more to be done in that regard. Runner's already spotted out the position with the stun prepared. He's forced to disengage. Further ground lost by Na'Vi, as the weight carried by their feet is swallowed whole from underneath. Purpo landing a killing
the EMEA stinger, yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I saw the first bullet go here, and the second bullet's like up here.
5 rounds in a row so far. This GX attack starting to look that much better.
Gotta get him some DM with that stinger. Look at all of the bullets going above him. Oh my goodness.
Win rate on the attack. They're doing so much better right now. And again, that could be brought down to actually being comfortable with the opponent that they're playing.
Confidence, such a big thing. As much as I was talking
what a comeback
about
at the
mental
moment
just
this
then and what Cloud provides,
pretty
you
much
even look at Purpo in
the
the team and
exact
how
repeat of the first game that we saw, first map.
You know, you changed the leadership.
Okay, and then they go for the smoke push
Cloud
down again.
It felt like he was supportive of him as an individual, and already, look, Na'Vi are fighting multiple fronts here early doors.
Yeah, they're being proactive, looking to try and get something. Angel.
Well, Angel did pretty good, but Purple manages to get the trade, which means that he now has ult. Means that
so much better for GX.
Site's about to get nuked.
They're preparing the rolling thunder. There's nobody in the site, so.
Oh my goodness, Purple. Dude, 4 HP, tanked 1 bullet, he tanked 1 head of the aftershock, and then do they ult when he plants, and then everyone swings?
Stun slightly missing, but the orbital strike
Guys,
Moving
chaos.
players out position. So much invested by both teams at this point in time, yet still it doesn't feel
just
like
tank
GX
to
have
the
an
ult?
advantage.
While Noob is starting to clear out towards Dish. This has been an issue every single time
Yeah,
GX
I think
have
Koala's just
executed
won the
on
round,
towards
but-
A, and West Side could easily be caught. Now, look at this. The players close
No way,
by.
he's not going to check
There is a
bottom
slight
right.
adaptation from West Side because he's just dropped into the corner here and actually completely overlooked his chance to get the first. He'll find it onto Ruxic. One more required of him, but it's Hero this time that will win out between the Cyphers.
Okay.
A duel which
Dude,
had been going
6.
the opposite way time
I think Giants did great considering the start. It was a 5-1.
Yeah, now we go in towards the
5-1
next
into
half
6.
all even. It's been a half of 2 halves if you think about it. Navi started very well, GX improved, and now has a... We've got to look towards that second half to see if GX's defense
His Nago one on the back under sight. Fracture is just chaos with the odds. Is Mini still part of the EMEA talent? Yeah, I think he's back next week. I think the EMEA talent's like switching out a lot this year, from what I can tell. You're about to see a calling masterclass from Angel right now. My main worry would be the west side looks pretty good at the moment, and if your Cypher's on this map, it can be pretty hard to play against. Damn, Des, what the hell? That's savage. Snitching for sure. Dude, Minnie's probably in chat reading it right now. Falcon. There won't be a single Melons round for sure, okay?
Welcome back. So,
Let's
coming
see.
into the second half on Navi's pick of Fracture, things not looking so good for them thus far. If you're just tuning in, they went up by 5 rounds to 1. Yet we find ourselves at an even half outside of the opening 12. GX responding, as we know they're able to. The previous series they played a demonstration of that, but can they translate it into yet another map win?
Yeah, again, something to talk about was the fact that we spoke about GX being bad on the attack. Now we've ended up coming into the half at 6-6, a much better improvement, and it feels
Nothing
like so long
crazy
since we've seen
for the
GX
bank.
in a position to actually go and take an
I
advantage
feel like I need
into
to
the second
focus
half.
more on money these days as well after the Yampy pistol.
Caught one. Tripwire destroyed.
Starting off in the pistol. You can see it's a split play from Navi.
Pretty much
already
the-
west side needing to deal with the first of those
Yeah,
players.
this is the guy that I was
Goes in
saying is
solo,
looking
but the combo
scary.
back to
Look at his
re-engages.
aim.
Beautiful. Simply sublime.
Now
West
he's
side
dodging
already
everything. He's tanking
with
every
2
util.
kills
And he
picked
got
up.
that.
And he's made it a
Guy's a
third before
beast,
the
man.
round.
He's
is
been playing
even
very
come to a
nice in this
conclusion,
team.
which feels slightly foregone. Hero does respond and has chance.
Osamui, thank you so
fight
much,
back
bro.
up and
31
reposition
months
himself.
now as well. Thank you for the prime.
GX are getting active and starting to re-clear some of this themselves.
This is good, although Hero is standing
Yeah,
waiting.
and he's not even
He's
expecting
thinking
him
they're
to
coming
double
through.
push over
Door
towards the
doesn't
right.
look the right way.
Dude, nicely done from
Purple
west
will
side.
get
What
the
a
last.
beast.
For the first time in a long time, GX will go ahead and take
Robot
the
aim,
advantage
yeah, he's got that robot
after
fast bullet.
the opening second half.
Yeah, finding GX in front after the half is nice to see a picture in picture there. Clean from west side, and this is just brilliant supportive utility because it's one thing to have a team of individuals like we said before, and it's another to enable them. When you have west side in that position, the same position that we literally saw Hero play for Na'Vi in the first pistol round, you're looking at what is the follow-up, what is the
Yeah, they're
support
allowed 2
framework
deaths.
there.
Still worries me. Is it Giants
Game
even
plan
doing this?
executed on.
Honestly, I thought it was Na'Vi that was doing this. There was a team in the EMEA that does this all the time where they only buy 3 guns in. But at least we can see.
With the better weaponry that they currently have.
At least we can see they kind of split up, I guess. I think
picking up
both
the
are doing
outlaw as
it.
well.
Yeah, that's what
exactly
I thought.
what you expect from this gun. Anti-eco
It definitely was Navi.
keeping
Okay,
it
yeah.
simple. Navi are a team which, in these ecos, can be a little bit problematic. GX, the previous game against Heretics, you're not going to win many of those, you know, bonus rounds, for example. But with the weapons that they've got now,
How on earth am I forgetting that?
if you continue to keep that
I mean,
clean,
I watched a lot of games, man.
then it opens the door.
You want me
for
to remember
opportunity.
what team in EMEA was buying 3 guns on their defense?
Already explored. That's
And we still guessed it
top
right, to be
side.
fair.
He's on his hollybobs. You know, but the fact that what I'm trying
Yeah?
to say
No,
here
okay,
is the
sorry,
fact
I forgot
he's
about that.
explored a full top side of the map, had no contact whatsoever. So GX are starting to think, well,
We always call it the Navi
it's
buy.
got to be
Yeah, I mean,
towards
it's
it.
actually the FPX
Holiday
buy.
for the
From like 2021, really.
Of course, vacation for the Koala Noob fans.
Thanks, mate.
5v3 though, and GX seem to have read this fairly well. 2 players on the A site ready to deal with what feels like an empty threat for Navi right now.
Yeah.
15 seconds, and they are yet to push this choke.
Yeah, and it's on
I mean,
attack,
there's
not
still
on
got to be an
defense.
attempt from Navi, you would expect, and as they do attempt, the rest of GX will come
Okay,
in.
well, they're going to have a great buy here.
Zone flawless, but still a great attempt nonetheless.
And it's just a ghost in the hands of Cloud which goes down as well. So this is what I'm talking about when I say coming into that next round with a really strong bonus against a team like Navi, where, as you mentioned before, they're a team which can sometimes struggle up against the lesser weaponry.
That's yeah, it was a stat that looking into, but at the same time, like, it was the anti-ecos that they always struggled with. We saw it a few times
Time out for
against
their first buy.
Apex in the last series. Then, I mean, it was all the way back for Fnatic the last time they played in kickoff that they also got anti-eco. This is an interesting one, though. Seen a Giant X timeout after 2 successful rounds.
Giant X timeout for the
It's
bonus.
not very often that you see a
Okay.
timeout called here, especially when you do get that sort of 2 minutes mark that you have at the half time, right, for the coaches
So normally,
to say their piece.
normally,
So Pipson
I
obviously
don't know how this team
has
works.
something that he wants to go over for a second
At
time.
least in mine,
I think
and I
for
think like
me,
Mini's
if you're calling as a
experience, and most of the
coach
coaches I
a
speak
timeout
to,
here, there
your
must
third
be some
rounds,
sort of anti that they've
you
highlighted,
normally have
and
like a
they're
set
looking
anti-round
to
anyway,
reiterate.
of something that
The
might
first
work
2
in your
rounds,
bonus
Navi
if
have
you
done
win the
X,
pistol.
Y, and Z, so this means that they are
So
playing the same
either they
game plan
don't
that we
normally do that,
expected
or they
them to.
had it,
tells because
and then
the
he's
composition has
calling something
remained the
else
same
over the
despite
top
the
of
way
it.
that the meta has
Or he's seen
developed
something in the last
since
2
kickoff.
rounds. but-
Still, Angel running the fade. They've not moved over to the Teho. They are still playing their own brand of Valorant, and sort of as you say there as well, GX very happy to double barrel these timeouts, you know, in any given half. And of course, when it comes to coaches, Pipson.
Okay, interesting. Let's see what they do then, because it's Giants that did the
timeouts for
timeout.
GX, so if things get spicy later on, as Jesus take the wheel.
Especially like normally in the
That's
half you have a
needed.
2-minute break, right, where the coaches can speak as well. So you in theory don't need to do this.
Let's find out. Hands off for now. It's GX, they need to convert this, but just look at the weapons they have. 4 rifles, 2 of them Vandals, and Runner the one to repossess the Outlaw. That is currently set up towards A. It's a Cypher play B, and close to the smoke is where Purpo looks to
Oh,
make
boy.
the play.
Playing across.
No way.
Lovely entries.
Oh my
into the
God.
round. West side, 2 of his own. And well, Navi with absolutely nothing.
Oh,
They're all hot
whoa,
on the
hit
heels.
the tree.
GX. They're not letting these players get out on towards the site. Not
Wow,
at
whatever
all.
you spoke about,
Luxic, who
man,
was holding
it
on to
worked.
the spike will go, and now
They
Hero
absolutely
will as
wrecked
well.
him.
Tamazi getting 2 of
Instant
his
reaction
own. That's
after
massive
not
from
seeing anything
GX.
over
Bonus
towards A main.
converted.
Put their
that was
own
the
smoke
threat that I
down,
posed as
double
well.
swing
It's
into it at
such
the
a
same
quick
time.
reaction to that pressure on B, and when you're playing defensively,
Giants
sometimes
got the
you do
timeout?
just
Yeah,
need
Giants
to
got the
fight
timeout, and
into
then
an
did this.
area.
Absolutely
I think we
wrecked
saw
them.
Gentlemates do a really good job of this against Foot, where they were constantly trying to attack the space on a mental timing when the push is coming in. And this is for me where it
Walk into
feels
the
like
fucking
GX
face
have
like the shorty.
evolved.
It might have been.
picking up
I think it
some
was more
words
like a
from some of his
reaction of
teammates.
something that might happen in A main.
Yeah, we saw
Like it
Manny
looked like
trying
a
to do that,
reaction
playing
either
off
way.
of his cage, etc. as well. But now it's about Tamazi being able to play off the contact and arcade breach.
Either way, it's kinda
utility
sick.
in, and he's still hanging around, still managing to survive, and he's escaped.
Tomasi and Runner here. The players required to try and do that, and oh, he's certainly going to be saying another word which isn't Portuguese in just a moment, as Ruxik's already managed to chip away one. Second player would have
He
been
looked
nice,
at it and he's like, oh,
but
I
nice
don't
isn't
make
good
this,
enough
man.
because
I don't make this,
now
even with the stim pack.
Towards main. Yeah, but look towards the A side. Navi are pulling back because of the space that Hero's been able to grab. There's a Joker in play as well with Koala.
Navi are in a pretty unreal spot though if we look at the minimap.
Seeing what he can find on this A side.
Wait, did he just dodge the camera? Yeah, he did. But now he's still got a trip to deal with. And they still don't have any idea that there's no one over towards the site.
The question has to be for Na'Vi, what do they do when this trap is broken? Is it the A site which they look to take? As Angel is jumping back up into Dish, and yeah, they want to follow through on the position.
Okay, they break both the chips, they're going back. Koala's taking a little bit of space, calls him back as well, gets the upgrade. And even though Hero goes down,
and that's just going to buy a little bit more time and
should
attention from GX.
Get here in time. And what is the timing of Koala like?
It's
really rough.
Koala
That's incredibly rough, man. It could have been so much better.
Coming in the meantime as well. Cloud setting up to just close this vice grip, which GX seem to have found for themselves on the map so far.
Hey,
Shao getting one back. In fact,
that's my
Angel
EMEA stinger right there.
Navi suddenly showing signs of life in this eco round. Often they're the ones who get done with
slight bit of hesitation, super winnable. The problem is that
Shao has a rifle though. Yeah. A Vandal in his hands. Playing from the corner, yet to be cleared.
Yeah,
the plant isn't open, and so Runner's just going to stick this all the way through. Shao can't get on the angle in time, despite his best
shame about the plant on this one.
To close for
it was kind of nice though.
I mean,
Navi, the callback was pretty good.
Navi played that full round. It was nice. They had
the insight into World's Heaven was pretty good.
They could go back and forth, and it was off. Real actionable intelligence, right? At the same time though, like GX, they're hunting and they're finding players every single time that they go hunting and playing in advantages. But at this plant spot, a big question mark for me because Navi have so much time to get that spike down. And it's not the first time either that we've seen problems with the post plant. As slow and methodical as Navi tend to be in terms of how they work the map on Fracture, and have done for years when we speak of identity and what you play as a team, what brand of Valorant you bring to the table. Now into the full rifle round, they're looking to double dip on this side of the map. The B site under siege yet
This is more like what you see. Smokes for smokes, instant reaction, everyone pushes in front of it. Now we've got 3 people in front of the smokes.
In their favour right now, GX. Still waiting for Navi to try and get out, but really bolts in towards Molly's. It doesn't work out. West side's going to wander, and once again his shorty's coming on top. Although Ruxic on the other side has managed to open up the B site, and Navi can get that spike down. West side wasn't quite on the same page as his teammate, so it is an opportunity now for Navi.
Yeah, Navi handled the singular smoke pretty well.
Molly on Ruxic.
So there's like 2 smokes for 2 smokes, and then they managed to smoke this off jeweled here and then put the cage across as well. The shorty, yeah, the shorty is so strong
it's
still.
Just got to be the players standing up tall,
just smokes are deadly in this game.
GX clearing all the corners, again dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure to pay attention to all the small details. Now you've got to wait for Ruxic's Molly as the orbital strike has bought enough time. Runner good on it, Hero as well, and now, yep, there it is, the Molly that will buy so much time right now. A tap of the spike to bait out Ruxic's peak, but it's not what you want. A player who
needed to try something. I still feel like Giants will be alright about this. Navi win 1 round, 1 person surviving. He even took his armor down at the end here.
Something which they've highlighted was an issue before when they were trying to close out maps, not knowing what those win conditions were. So having him as a viable option, and with just the 1 ultimate invested in doing so as well, it sets them up nicely coming into the next of these purchases. GX with plenty of tools of their own though, and you've got to be looking at those bottom 3. I mean, the fact that GX have been so proactive, it makes complete sense that they would be proactive here once again to try and get an Armageddon, etc. online. Koala Noob just sent flying in! Knocks up
oh my god, it's the killer combo. Dude, Ruxic hit the roof at the top, so he just he hit the roof here, so he just dropped straight down.
Absolutely amazing so far this map. Follows it up.
Hero now trying to
Yampy, hello. Congrats on the win. I had steak today, dude.
He manages to find the first.
Oh my god, bro. He has bailed them out so much, chat. Fnatic Hero. The 1v3s used to do this all the time. It's great shots on this. They would have had no money. The map would have actually been over.
Just trade off one another. Koala Noob's entry looked good, but there was no follow-up. And this is
really
just
nice.
unbelievable. That's why you pay the big bucks for Hero.
Coming off his stint on Fnatic, of course, it was majority Cypher which he played there. We saw a little bit of the Duelist the other day.
Damn,
it feels like in the current meta, a lot of the
reckon
time
this timeout was cool before the 1v3 as well.
Vice, which really wasn't necessarily the best fit for him, I think,
I've seen
individually.
3-1-1-2 with the tier 1.
In the most recent patch, wondering
Chat,
if
does
those
Navi have no
ramifications
assistant
begin
coach?
to bleed over a little bit more in terms of what he's most comfortable on, because that's something which you really want for a player like him, 19 years of age, to feel that comfortability when it is, you know, only just your second year really playing in this environment.
Is he not got a visa?
Happy looking to calm the players down after
at least they got one,
such a great clutch.
I always worry when I see a solo coach sitting there.
How these rounds look. The fact that GX, again, we try and highlight it as much as often, are on the defense. They don't have that ability to build up the economy. Their buy is broken. And they need to be careful
the main
about how
duelist
they
is now,
manage
yeah.
the economy moving
They're
forward rounds.
slowly making the transfer.
Split purchase, which we'll get from them here. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs.
These two switch and rolls.
Always shown favourability towards those Guardians, of course.
As you've got to be careful though, you're looking towards this top side
in
of the
case
map.
they push,
GX are
he
setting
does
up
the
for some
cage
sort of aggressive
to
play.
make them
The
feel...
question is this any more than just an info gathering mission right now?
I like the idea, unless it's something to do with... No, that is right. If they push here, he has the cage to try block it. When does he pop it? Cage to make it look like he's taking the rope away.
Yet to be cleared, just waiting for them to run into his crosshair, and it's Tamazi who takes him down.
I kind of like the idea, but does the cage not need to be here?
The ultimate is going to be used though.
Because everyone knows that you can't see it from this. Oh my god. Everyone knows you can't see it from that angle.
This is going to be massive. Spike is
They're
down in the
double
meantime,
trying to take a timing to beat it.
Roxic left to his own devices. He's the one that picks up the slack and the Guardian in his hands.
Oh dear God, man. Well,
off B site as GX reacted
give me a replay on this
to
all.
what Navi did in that round. Just when they thought they'd found an opening.
Yeah, just when they thought they were actually back as well.
That was the concession, and then the retake with the ult.
1-9 loss bonus. They can get 2 okay guns. Everything else is done for.
Actually had planned that to a T. Angel's trying to
God,
escape
that
the other way.
ult is
Koala,
disgusting. Look how deep it goes as well. This ult is unreal.
From the get-go, they knew what they needed to do. Navi have fell completely in towards GX's hands. And the big thing for me, like thinking about it, is more that how did Navi not think about the Armageddon that was in GX's pocket?
Dude, this...
Always a concern.
Yeah, if you're in one of these, you're kind of done for, especially when you're going into the actual fire of them.
Likes to be on Initiator, where some other players would prefer to be a little more hands-off.
Wait, and they all in.
To the
Navi all in. Don't even want to try it from 12.
Continually building confidence.
They all in with 2 guns.
The electricity flowing through his
And there's one of the guns down in the open.
It's only an eco that they stand up against right now, but GX
they forced this
could take them to map point on their opponent's pick.
At the same time, you look towards the space that Navi's been able to grab towards.
Oh my god.
At top side. And finding the entry as well.
Okay, you get your gun back.
East side of the map, it's going to be a lot more interesting for Navi.
Thunder queued up. Xiao is just ready to respond to any play from Sand. Hero continuing to backpedal as it's a double tap on the spike plant from Dish, and he goes with the Sheriff, and it's not the kind of thing that you want to take.
He got info though, but
very soon we could be sent to the VOD review screen as GX are closing in on this map now.
No Molly either. There's
and
no
they delay a lot though.
Navi have to just win out the gunfights.
No way, how's he allowed to survive here?
Roxic's found the first of those jewels. He's been mechanically sharp so far, but needs to continue to hone that blade. 3 already picked up on the round. Needs Xiao to save him.
They're still alive, man.
He will.
Still alive.
Is his play in those late round situations, and so they cling on a little longer.
As much as I didn't like his smokes on defense, Roxic's kind of fragging real heavy right now. I mean, he even was fragging heavy on defense anyway. It's just the fact that his smokes made it incredibly obvious what was going on.
But that positioning allows Navi to execute into the site. Roxic all alone, Shao getting the cherry on top.
No rest for the wicked, straight into the next round, and it looks
Dude,
like another
the force buy pays off. The stun came in just in time.
You look to Cloud for support.
Yeah, dude, no one can back him up here. How are you even meant to fight this? Salvos into damage. Like, yeah, Koala just gets no help there. He's just gonna kill everyone on his own.
But in the meantime, Hero setting himself up in Dish yet again.
Yeah, it's the same round as we saw in the last, right? Navi are sticking around, seeing if they can try and re-engage, and this time GX have invested a drone to find out. There's two players, or at least one, keeping an eye on towards Dish.
Westside is so passive on B. Full focus from GX right now is on A. And while the backstab
Well, it's all up to the fade eye.
Above their shoulder blades.
Breach down. Oh, breach. Actually, the idea was pretty sick.
In vain. Angel getting one back, and now Purpo in sand, given the squeeze as Heroes
No
drop
way.
from the
Okay,
other
nicely
side.
done from Runner as well.
GX
Yeah, the idea wasn't too bad.
position
Stun and breach. Yeah, Brimble with the fade eye close.
Win. I mean,
Western me with the prime. Thank you for the 15 months. Thank you so much, dude.
But it's not that. I said it before.
Okay,
there
well,
was
they
a
got no
player
money
watching
again.
for the cross.
Like, they're all literally sitting
kill
about
collected.
2,000.
Exact same round as last one. I mean, so easy to read for GX.
Look at this as well, even. It's just Westside double checking who the player, you know, if the player's going to come in from Dish. And as I said, he just so quickly responds. And
Okay, 3
here we have it.
chances.
Na'Vi
Not
left
much
with
of a good go at it.
Purchase.
They go for the
4
classic.
Sheriffs and a Bulldog in the hands of
Classic
Koala
V split.
to dig themselves out
Westside's
of
having none
trouble
of it. Wait.
yet again.
Okay.
Not the first time they've been in this position so far in the map. A map which they picked to play into, but GX have made them look second best.
I mean, right, they've taken the time to get this spike down, spamming out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the delay.
Good luck, Shao. My goodness, that looked nice though from Giants.
On the position of the
Yeah, that
plant
was
as
cool.
well. Na'Vi do manage to get it in.
I mean, but there's no more utility for Navi either.
Yeah.
They're going to have to win the gunfights.
GX is set up perfectly for this.
Hey,
Another
fair play, man.
potential
Giants
winning
did some cool
retake on the
stuff, though.
guards, unless the Sheriffs
Kind of
can
drilled.
offset it. Shift the
This
balance
defense
in their
half was nice from
favor,
them.
open positioning
Like
to try
the
and
only
play
rounds
back
Navi
into,
really
but
won were
Hero
like
has to clear this smoke
huge
if he wants
hero
to
plays
give it
of
a go, and the
clutching
shots
out.
won't land. A stick behind the veil of the
Yeah, nicely
smoke
done. Yeah, I
as
think
GX
honestly, I think
will pull
Navi were a little bit
down
lucky to get
by
9
the
here.
scruff of the neck.
Yeah, I mean, GX look to play their defense
They
like
made
an
it look
attack, and
closer
while
than
we
it
criticise
might have
how
actually
good their
been.
attack has been, this map all around has been so proactive. GX had nice ideas.
Felt very
They
one-sided,
even
yeah, really
combined it
one-sided.
with
I felt like they were in
nice
control the whole
utility
time.
combos.
And with all of the potential that GX looked to bring from that previous series which fell short, they come into this one with a sense of vigor. The next map is theirs after the break.
Emil! Emil! West! Arosh! Angel! Come! Ah, Barosh! Bruiro, what are you doing? It's not us!
Giants have Pearl next and the last map split, which they look pretty good at. Well, they're in a good spot. This is a guarantee now. This was a 50-50. We did 2 and 2.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grid.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Welcome back, everyone. Giant X are currently up 1-0 against Navi. This was not the mud fight that we promised. We were wrong, and that's okay. This was a very exciting series so far, so let's talk about what transpired on the server, Bea.
Well, the first thing that I want to highlight, as you're saying, Giant X takes the win. Do you know how long it was since Giant X has won a first map?
You clearly keep track of it, so please tell
us. I do, because even though they've had some wins, it's the first map that they've had a lot of struggles with. Actually, 286 days.
But who's counting?
286, like Captain Cow. So, you know, shout out to him. But yeah, I think that when we look at the numbers here, when we look at the success, especially when we're speaking about those post plans and the plan that Giant X had for that first half, I am so happy to see the level that we knew eventually they would reach.
Yeah, and there was just so much going on, especially in the second half. There was so many pivot points, you know, round 19, round 18 as well. Looked like Navi was going to make that comeback happen, but then after that tactical round 19, you saw GX just pull out a crazy strat, 4-man push, just try and take as much control over towards Arcade side. Got that, managed to get a nice little retake off the back of it, and after that, the econ was just cooked for Navi, and it was a downhill battle from there for GX.
And do not be mistaken, this started with Navi very strong, though Giant X is struggling on this executes. But it's specifically in rounds like this one that we're seeing right now, where you see how prepared they are to deal with everything. This is one of the rounds that reminds you that Valorant is all about shooting and nothing else. To me, there were clear highlights in players for this map. One of them has to be Runner. I think that this responsibility of planting the spike, of dealing with all that utility, being in a very convoluted position to play with and still finding the value time and time again. Also, the shots were incredible, and it's not only here on the attack, also on the defense. For me, he was stellar. Being able to close this round, being able to have this post plants, having Purpo with that molly, and look at where Cloud is playing. This is 100% safe round for Giant X.
Yeah, and you talked about that, Mac, as we were watching that game.
Yeah.
You see Runner and Tomasi, you know, holding hands, going through it all together with the body system.
Yeah, and look, Tomasi, I think he had the most first deaths, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because the trade game was great. Everything Giant X were doing, it was all thought out, and yeah, the buddy system was amazing, and they were both at the bottom of the scoreboard. Everyone else on Giant X also had their moments, had their clutches, had their really great post plants, which is what we were talking about. We thought there'd be a bit more rat gameplay going on, but it wasn't actually necessary. They were playing some solid Valorant and getting those rounds on the board, especially in the first half too.
Speaking about solid Valorant, let's take a look at some highlights. Clyde was definitely a standout player in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hearing about Tomasi and everything that Cloud brings to the team. For the past years in Valorant, he has been stellar. And I think that in this map, we have seen, one, his utility being so important and so well timed. For those those post plans, for those situations, the ultimates were so good. Him on an individual level and making those calls, even though he wasn't there at top of the scoreboard. Even this kill, like someone getting a kill onto Giant X and him chasing, pursuing this ultimate in the previous rounds, getting 2 kills. It is so good to see that he's now in that ranking for the best Tejos that we have in the region.
Look, to be fair, we've had some crazy Armageddons today. Usually the impact is more just like, get out of the way.
It's more like, no.
Yeah, create
no,
some
please,
space.
no.
Today it's just been like full winning rounds. So really high quality Armageddons coming through from all the Teos. And yeah, Cloud doing huge work here. But the thing was, we were talking about on the desk, we said it might get a little muddy, might be a bit messy, a bit of a slaughter fest, but we're not really getting that, you know? It has been
there's still
really
time.
clean.
Don't worry about it.
That's good. That's good. Also, Fracture is the kind of map that demands you to be able to play the map. And when you're Giant X, you know that this is probably somewhere that Navi wants to go because they've picked it in the past. And if you're Navi, you have the reps and it's exactly where you want to go.
For me as well, on Fracture there, you know, it's similar Haven, right? You've got the map control you want to take. You've got the 3 different sort of routes you can go for. Here on Fracture, you've got 4 different routes. You go, you go drop, you go B main, you go A main, you go bloody over towards arcade side. And they were doing that. They were playing for map control early. They were using the double initiator super well, getting the salvos out, managing to clear space, getting the flashes out, letting Tomasi run in, sometimes get some picks, sometimes just die and get traded. But look, that's what you want to do. And we were talking about that identity of GX. They're finding it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. You didn't get the muddy. I said there is still time. We're heading to Pearl.
Yeah.
It's time to throw some dirt, okay? Because both these teams lost Pearl. Giant X decides to pick it, even though their loss was, I mean, it was not pretty.
It was not pretty, but I wanted to bring up this composition because this is what they ran last time that we saw them play, and as you're saying, it wasn't good. It was a bit ugly, but it doesn't matter. The point is, on week 1, they picked out a map and they didn't change the composition. We expect that to change now because we're seeing a different face of Giant X that we're seeing with them experimenting. In this composition, we see Purpo on that Jet, Tomasi on that Astra, and we see everybody just falling onto roles that they have had in the past that just seem very comfortable. But with them having this pick, with the changes that we've been seeing from last week, I wonder where the agent select is going to put them, especially with them choosing to go to Pearl. Because again, I do not think that Navi, when they were doing like their veto in their heads, they expected them to be picking the Pearl.
For me, you're talking about ISO here. You were talking about it in like the map statistics and the amount it's getting picked.
Here we have it.
We got it. We got it again. So far, yeah, GX are the only ones that have been picking it, and we're going to be able to... Oh, we're not getting it.
What do you mean we're not getting it? We're not getting what?
We're not getting
what did you want?
I want a KO. I want a KO again, but we're not getting KO, so that's not there. But we are getting double initiator in a different way, and it's going to be
Navi are playing
Sova and Teo. So Runner and Cloud going to be running it back in a sort of different way. Flash is going to be there for Tomasi and Westside.
Just a Vice Killjoy dev.
Yeah, going to the controller. Love
Guys,
also
this is their
the
first ever Teo.
Super brilliant on those initiators. Them playing for the double info. First time that we're also going to see Xiao going on to that Tejo. I want to see with them again starting on the attack, the effect that this is going to have, and how brilliant Westside has been this past 2 weeks, and he's going to continue being so on Vice.
I am so excited to see what both of these teams
playing on
have
Lotus?
in
Oh, okay.
store for us in what could be the last match of the day, or rather map. Giant X up 1-0 in the series. Let's hand it over to our casters, Cairo and Hazo.
Giant X will certainly be hoping this is the last map that they have to play in the series.
I mean, Split would be a
Navi
banger if we got
deciding
that.
Map comeback wouldn't be the first time that we've
Both these
heard of
teams are
something
pretty good
like
at
that. Pearl, where we're heading for now, though. And I have to say, look, as a map that we haven't seen since the first series of kickoff against BBL,
we get no
when
raid
they were
bosses,
playing with a meta comp, you know, up against
no extra
something
money.
a lot more
Giants on
developed.
defense,
It feels
Navi
like they've
on
done
attack.
some soul searching.
Giants one away.
Come back with a completely revitalized look.
I like this. Has a different map that we
Recon
haven't seen
into the corner,
before,
clearing on, pushing up. It's pretty
GX
nice.
can't quite get rid of the drone as there's plenty of
The
information
drone takes a long way
from it.
around, so they clear all of this. I mean, this is nice default at the moment from Navi. Got a lot of info everywhere. Just to send the decoy in and broke the recon that was trying to get info
The spike
here.
is here, and so a slight sign of intent.
They're like
as
creating
Navi are
pressure
starting
on
to
A and B
commit
at the same time.
some utility towards
This is
the
kind
A
of
side of the
nice.
map, burning the
Well, is it
wicket
kind of
both
nice? Because
ends.
they showed 2 and 2.
As Cloud is continuing to relay back to the rest of his team that could be here, there, or anywhere.
I'm
as
watching
Koala goes
Giants
diving
not know
in.
what to do a lot of it.
I mean, nice trade out from Navi all in, but fight was not pretty whatsoever. A little bit of peace, but I mean,
Nice
at
shot.
the same time, Cloud's been able to survive at the back of sight, and there's players coming in to hit support.
Yeah, I mean, the two players are so far away, though.
Just funneling bullets back
I think
into
the
the
Giants
magazine as he
reacted
drops off just a
pretty
little bit
well.
more. Solo here with the spike could be in a difficult
that's nuts,
situation,
bro.
but he does brilliantly.
They still got raid boss in terms of West Side, though.
Makes
This
it a
guy's a
2-on-2
monster.
yet again, and with Tomasi arriving late, so are Na'Vi. There's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, Tomasi has a supportive flash as well. Can definitely flash through him. Flash through this. Lovely.
It's a brilliant setup. Westside only able to get
Flash maybe
one.
just didn't go
Ruxic
far enough to get
does
Ruxic, I
chipped
feel
down,
like, unless he was
Tomasi
playing
in the
anti, but it looked
one-on-one.
like he was out in the
Position Ruxic into the corner next to the map. Tomasi has to be so diligent to clear this, and he's not looking
nice,
on the
dude.
right line.
Nice shot.
Ruxic to confirm.
Nice shot.
Na'Vi win another opening pistol round. They're second in this series.
Hello,
Big stuff,
Pansies.
big stuff indeed.
Game 2.
Yeah, you
Game 2,
can't
map 2.
complain with that. Get the map started off right. But this full round for me is just such a weird one. It comes down to individuals, but Navi kind of like shows some presence towards the A side. But I mean, they're
Pretty
so
bad done
like,
as well, no,
delayed
yeah, it's
and so slow
kinda
with how
fast
they,
today.
they get out on towards B. I mean, something else that we've not noted is the fact that like the Killjoys in play as well for Hero.
Okay, double stinger.
One that we see
Rifle,
from him
rifle.
all too often. As Runner is able to get an orb at the
Honestly,
very least.
I like
while
that
he's
from
stunned
Giants
the way
on
back
this.
out.
Just
Na'Vi have made
they know
concessions
the Uto's good enough
in
and
A-main
they
to
can't
kick things off
disrespect it. They can just take this orb and
reopen
get
that
out of
agent
there.
discussion as well. This is also a map where Tomasi is on the Yoru. As much as I said, you know, he was great on the Neon. For those who remember his breakout year on the fully Portuguese
Navi
Saw
might be
side,
right
was
on
like
this
top
though.
3 at
Salvo,
Ascension.
salvo,
That was
smoke,
Neon, that was
smoke, and
Phoenix.
then
They
they
were
wait for a
fringe
reaction
picks.
in terms of
Now
the pass and
Yoru's come
dodging
into
it.
the meta.
Can you
Is
really
that something that he
not
feels
dodge that
comfortable
and just go
playing
into the
into?
open?
Spike going down, it's 4 from GX to come back in on. Again, remember, Navi has they've been anti-ecoed a few times, but with Angel getting the first pick,
he gets all of
you
the
think,
kills.
Navi are in the prime spot.
Looking like it.
Trying to look at him go, bro. Angel gets 4, gets his all for the big buy
has found
rounds.
4 kills and
Real
an in-zone
nice.
flawless. Navi with a comfortable second round.
You can see that they've obviously thought about that Apex game and made improvements since then, not allowing for individual fights, etc. to be going on. As you can see, the rest of the team in the replay supporting Angel in his endeavours.
And we saw how important it was, GX picking up the bonus in the second half of the previous game.
Yeah, just keep
And
an eye
even
on the
Na'Vi
Silver ult for
doing it
sure.
At the beginning of Fracture.
Even
as
damage would be
well.
good hit for Navi, but
It's
obviously with the
so
ult, you can probably win
key
this.
for them to build up some momentum, because you saw how quickly it was lost.
Okay,
get too far ahead of
Giants
yourselves
love
just
an
yet.
A main
GX
control
taking
the whole
A-main for
time.
themselves and depositing their duelist of
This
Tomasi.
is looking kind of
So
nice from
to hold on
Navi. Late
towards that
drone.
space, well, Navi explore through mid.
Oh, but Koala is the one on the prowl. 2 kills to
Okay.
open up the site, and while Tomasi still hangs back in A main.
Meant to be their first buy round, but
It's
my
a
duelist is
GX
taking
side
solo
which
duels
trails,
over
and
towards
as
A
he
and winning them
TPs
both.
out, almost all advantage is lost.
I mean, that's the concession that you were willing to make, right?
It was
GX,
weird. They smoked themselves
lose
off.
one,
They then drone
max
through the
bodies,
smoke,
and
and
you
at the
hold on
same
to
time
A-main,
he's
but at the
droning
same time,
through, the duelist just
as
takes
they
and
let go of
swings on
that,
sight.
Navi have full control of the B side as well, of lane, of B main. GX nowhere near it.
And then they drone
Looks
like
a good
this, right?
A good chance to convert the bonus.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you on that one for just a moment, though, Cairo, because as quickly as it looked like they wanted to go towards B, the Thorns
Oh, hold up.
get sent out by Westside, and now they're looking towards A. We've got 30 seconds left. It's another late Na'Vi execute. Hunter's Fury coming in to clear backside with the salvos. Westside with a side step, managing to survive a little bit longer. Can't quite lock onto another target as Koala Noob has already found his third. And so any fears of this round going against Na'Vi would have been settled if it wasn't for Tomasi on the site.
He still has one TP to work with, right? But still, it's 3 players he needs to try and find.
It's a cautionary placement of it as well. So if that doesn't say
what he needs to do,
enough
to be
about
honest.
his intent right now,
He
I
needs to
don't know
kinda
what
save.
does. Already spotted out by Na'Vi, caught in the
All
midst
this.
of multiple
There's no way he
players.
wins this.
Tomasi on a tear.
I mean,
Third
still
kill.
have well.
It's going to be the stun instead, the Nova Pulse that drops, Nano Swarm beyond it. Tomasi's out of options. As good as some of these shots look from him,
No way.
You can't build the performance off the back of just one player. This one is already done. He's
Yeah, he
found
does
4
save
kills
though,
with the
right?
round wall to
Hey, he
merely
did
evade him.
great, man.
Na'Vi get the bonus.
He did
It's costly,
great.
but they won't care.
Yeah, deep in your soul, you're thinking, surely not, right? Tamazi, mate, we're not going to get another one of these
He did
rounds.
way
but
more than I thought he was going to
The one thing
do.
that I'm happy about this, we'll see
Dude, look at
Tamazi
this though.
continue on from
He
what was a
just
poor
strolled
start on
over towards
Ratchet to
Sang,
a
got
good
double.
start on Peril right now. I mean, as well as that, Navi have looked well in their entries in this map, something which GX notoriously have been bad at.
If I didn't get wallbang there, I killed him.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, mate. If I wasn't dead, it would have been me doing the killing.
And if my gran had wheels, she'd be a bike. You know what I mean? So
definitely.
Okay, I'll lure out for Koala. We can definitely farm on this one. Giants. Been doing a lot of aggro over towards A. This time mix it up with a 4-person push over towards middle. Smoke deep.
Early clear with 4 players. Up the guts, and Tamasi does TP back. Again, it's a very regressive wall that we're seeing here from GX, the standard one placed by Westside.
Yeah, nice though.
With the current patch in play already, you saw in the previous series, we did see BBL getting more value out of the straight line of the wall.
Ow.
it's a big 1 versus 1. Angel trying to hold on, but the crosshair was well above Tamazi's head. Nice
and it only triggered when it got shot.
With the alarm bot as he tried to get aggressive.
That can't be right.
Navi have this full right side of the map
that
to
is
work
not right.
into.
He for sure breaks that before.
Yet again, because as much as we said that GX had struggled in retakes previously, they have made improvements from week to week. You saw them win more against Heretics than they had done in the previous couple of series. But here you are short-handed for weaponry. Couple of pistols, quick flood coming in, 2 kills, clapped back by Na'Vi.
Nice
and
enough for
third
Angel, man. He's on his way to
make
another
damn
ult.
certain that they can convert
Still
on this
weird over towards
advantage
B though.
and continue to move forwards without GX having a mark on the record.
I mean, as well as that, though, you've got to be thinking of the first bloods that Navi are continuously getting in these past couple of rounds. I mean, this one is a 1 versus 1 with Tamazi
I
against
don't know
Angel
about that
right
one.
here. And from there,
That's
it's
for
just
sure
being able
messed
to
up.
snowball that into a round win.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Nice.
I think when you look at the statistics as well for this, in terms of how GX
There's a solid
have been
replay
giving
on
away
that.
a lot of first
Well,
bloods,
maybe right, go look
Na'Vi
into that
also
one.
finding themselves in a similar position, but when they get to 5v4s, that conversion is, you know, aided a whole lot more by the fundamental play that they have. And into the next rifle round, it's back to A main they go.
Big
Jules
Joe.
taken and traded as runner on the fadeaway gets nothing but damage.
I mean, he did a good amount of damage though.
Just leaving Angel to use the drone towards the A side, something, see if they can find or at least fake presence, right, as the players go
I'm 100% sure about that
GX
drone.
are already pulling across the Astra. They've lost full control of the middle of the map.
That's where the stealth drone could have bought some extra value as runner chose to invest it towards art. The steps of it heard by Na'Vi is now. They look to knock on that door yet again, and well, there's nobody home. It's Angel to solo clear out main. Well, GX will have bodies on the line once more. They have struggled so far. Every single shot from Na'Vi hit in the back of the net. That has to change. And Runner has started it off with positive signs.
Yeah, Armageddon online as well, something to come back in
Yeah,
on.
did it stop
And
the
on
plant?
top of that, you look at GX, they're playing more reserved. They want to play for this retake.
Should have salvos for the corner as well. That gets placed towards Angel, and
Okay,
he's on a plate.
it's not as bad.
Cloud
I was thinking that I was like, I'm not the biggest fan of this ult, but once I see the salvos, makes a lot of sense. Now they can only go towards the ult. They don't really have to worry about aiming too much.
Hero in yet another clutch. First kill isolated. How many more can he be given? The Nano will delay for a little bit longer, at least pull a player off of the spike for now. As the belt goes empty, he needs results. The spam through the corner of the newsstand isn't bearing him any good news whatsoever. It is favored, but Hero, mid-reload, manages to snatch back yet another. And while the spike is
God,
hard,
bro, what this position in 1v3s, man. Holy hell, Hero's done it again. 2 times 1v3s.
Again, a Red Bull clutch as well has a... but... GX, it's so frustrating to watch because you're like, they're doing good stuff. The Armageddon, the way they go in, the salvos to clear like the corner towards the other position. But how do you lose a 3 versus 1 to Hero? For a team that like looks like who are doing the right thing, it's the finer details and closing out these rounds that seem to consistently be a problem.
Ooh, that shock.
Plagued by issues within the team, GX. And just when it looked like they'd gotten over the worst of the illness, Na'Vi come right back, and of all maps to do it, their opponent's pick. Have to consider it was 4 or 5 round lead, which they blundered on Fracture to end with a 6-6.
Yeah, it looks like they might heavy rotate over towards B. Pushes the drone, didn't get shot, triggered the alarm bot. You're probably going to be shooting that with the alarm bot there.
As they've brought themselves up to 3
Pushes their own drone as well to scout that no one was following up this drone. But then it becomes a, I want to say, a relatively easy call for Na'Vi, that he's going to get the B players to fake and he's going to walk over towards A, because at the moment he kind of thinks there's 4 here, really, with what went on.
Biggest issue for me right now is that Na'Vi don't have too much deep control. I mean, you look at the spike in terms of its position, currently in the middle of the map, it's got to go somewhere, and that looks to be A right now. TP comes over from Koala.
Okay, Runner has salvos.
The dimensional drift.
If Cloud can get the rotate on, he has all if they want to stop, because the time is going to be really low when they tap the spike.
It won't be the case this time. It's only Tamazi. He will fall, and so Na'Vi have some comfort.
Salvo's going early, top of the spike.
And it's only going to get better.
It's too late. Oh, I got another at the weird point where they used ult and they can't win the rounds.
An equal round, especially when you've lost the first 2 picks.
You could kind of see it coming a mile off.
It's a potential counter to the lockdown gone. Not going to see it in this round, that's for certain. Cloud does have an answer, as does Ruxic. Just one revealed in the open, and Na'Vi starting to show signs of GX on the previous. It's all a little isolated, and that's where Westside thrives. First tap coming in from Cloud. Signature util, it's the salvos and the recon to just try and remove players from position. Shao considering investment of the ult to try and win this one for his team. He is going to have it secured in the end, but so costly for Na'Vi.
I mean, Giants, well, will they take it? They had to use the Sovo, I guess. At least they got the salvos, sorry, the tail at the end.
The fact that you let it get to that position is just so undisciplined, right? And I think that's the big words here, because that's a big ultimate that should be used for the next one, right?
The only reason this round was close in my mind, they just missed so many shots.
It was good that they were able to do as much damage and get the Armageddon out.
I agree, and something else as well is in terms of the macro reads, it's not been terrible.
Okay, can Giants get on the boards? We've got Op,
those players get in
we've got 3 really good ults, especially when we're thinking of retaking.
I mean,
we can see Sova's just here to get info, they're going to be retake on this one. Recon goes deep. I like that kind of recons. At the moment they're using like Sova drones a lot to see if there's people following up these drones.
For his ult, it comes around the back of sight. He's looking towards elbow, spots the first player. Here's the combo. That's the value of the Hunter's Fury.
That's tanking all of his util.
This is so messy on the site. Neither team can find an advantage.
They didn't take any space.
And the best part about it is, Na'Vi haven't taken the city. GX have come back in for the retake and found no one. Na'Vi are on long.
Well, we're back to square one, and let's just take stock of the utility really quickly. Purpo doesn't have a single star.
Why did
does have a kill, and
why did they not go on site?
Runner's an empty belt. Westside util
over
on
A. cleared all of it.
Na'Vi do have this lockdown.
There's an ult going like this.
Throw at the full
they
buy
know
if
there's
needed.
no one on site.
It's a stressful situation, and we're into crunch time once more. 30 seconds left, and you've got to go
yeah, but Lyso was too late. Oh, here we go. Do you want me to do the stats again? I'll do them.
Cosmic divides being used, but Hero's the one.
God, they're pushing through it though.
Sure, there's one back, but remember, Tamazi's in his ultimate.
Why, Giants? Why are you pushing through it? You've been gifted so much space.
With the Euro that has to work on his operator. It's just not working out.
Well, there's the 10% win for that wall, and it's just because they've done their own wall, and they've wanted to try fight before it.
Of war round of Valorant. I've heard it been said before, but do not.
Why do they not just like accept it?
Whatever you do.
Did they do it? Who did their wall fast?
Me too. Hero thriving in the chaos.
I would have to watch it back. There's no way this is their reaction to that wall.
Nice!
When the going gets tough,
The defense walled fast.
Frustration from Angel, that's met with further elation.
Navi's ult was fast. Oh, okay. Well then,
down to the wire again, and so
I don't know what Giants are doing, man.
GX, I was expecting this a bit
It's a
sooner.
rough one.
Yeah, but it feels like they're doing things good at the same time. Like they are setting up well.
They are, but it's just the run around since the ultimates that have come online. That,
Wait for the
like,
plant, drop the wall, and then ult. Yeah,
It's from both teams. The Hunter's Fury, that
you
was
wanna
used
be
on the
doing
equal rather than using like a Steel Garden to bring it down to a level playing field. And then like whatever the spam that Navi just threw at the last round.
Pipson getting so animated.
Yeah, he's angry.
Down a little bit. I think when you look at what they brought to us here as well, which is a much more on-brand composition in terms of current meta read, something which we thought
the
that
attack
perhaps
ulted
GX had
fast, and
struggled
then
with
the
a little
defense
bit.
ulted
Finally,
3 seconds after.
we're starting to see a
That
little more compromise perhaps in
lunatic
terms of his original
call to
vision
do
for
that.
this team. And
So this goes
meeting
in
that
1,
balancing act of
2,
the role
3.
changes as
Yeah,
well.
you can cancel, dudes.
As GX go back to the main control, I'll extend the conversation further, and you're talking about Pipson being a guy who spent 3 years with the team, both as a player and as a coach since 2021, with the exception of his stint on G2. He knows what it's like to see through multiple metas, and now arriving at this one, it's a more proactive round with pistols.
Yeah, but the players who are being proactive might be late to the party, although we know Navi like to take home on B long and take their time getting into the site.
The difference is this time, they don't have any player presence outside of A, so it is all one-way traffic for GX in that regard.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, the players are going to hit contact of the turret, so maybe
turret
Navi
goes, but they have no
out,
idea. You
take
had
their
one
time
person
getting
firing
in
some
towards the B
shots.
site.
And actually, to
Might
go
have been
back and
both.
say, why did GX not call the timeout? Because they found themselves in multiple situations like this. 9 out of the 10 players in the server currently set up on B, the first of which to jump the gap would be Koala, but he's going to fall. GX starting to go through the gears. Westside collecting another kill with his Sheriff as he lands the shot, but it's a 2-on-2, and it's John not done yet.
No way
Navi nailing yet another. Hero, the one who holds the hammer. It hits the anvil yet again, as expected. Purpo's chance to shift things in their favor. Hero
Dude, he can
within
tank
striking
one body
distance,
shot.
as you say. But Purpo not yet given the chance, and now you have to deny the ult.
Have to go and try and fight it. Has the turret for contact, and Hero knows this. A 1v1! Which Purple will be able to win out!
They're on the board. Crazy round to win as well. Navi getting no way out, and they just force through the site. Not sure they should have won this one, but they do. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure anyone deserves to win this round with what's going on, really. Navi really forced through this the whole time.
Thrifty round comes in for GX. You're expecting further results from them because this one didn't feel, all too repeatable, I want to say, in terms of the individuals, perhaps. But once again, the macro
Okay, if they lose
does
this,
look
they're
pretty
so
solid.
done in this half.
Just to note,
They are so
done.
done.
The operator, once again, looking to play through this.
Sure,
Didn't see a
he would
lot
have
of value
3k,
from
we'll let him
last
have it.
time, so we're really hoping that he can get onto these long angles, get to
I mean, it is a big
so that
round.
GX can almost use him
Navi would
as
have
a
to get
source of
3
information to act upon.
hero guns, that'd be it. So it is a swing round.
Without
Drone
his
for drone,
operator.
pressure's heavy. Drone
said
again
before,
to see if the drone is getting followed by numbers.
Getting diffed most of the time when the
Okay, do
opposition
they
has it
react
in their
well? Do
hands,
they
but you
just
look at the position
push the
from
one?
Tamazi, all of this is just set up
No.
for that
I mean, they had a
over-rotation.
vice. I don't blame them.
For GX to play what is behind the Vice setup this time as well. So there is further layers to this, and Koala Noob has to TP in naturally. It's not out. He's now stuck in the corner and spammed within an inch of his life. So no entry Navi, no duelist, and they're forced to call the play.
Yeah, they've seen that before. The adaptation spot on. Still a little bit of stall. Navi not comfortable with the position they have on site.
Shao up close, looking for the duel. Can't find it. Runner responding as GX are in tow. A second round now prepared as they've managed to do exactly what was required of them. From the timeout, the read is spot on. Navi getting away with murder on many of these rounds.
30 seconds left.
But finally the madness put to an end. And so Roxic left to stew in what is left of this poorly executed A site hit.
Both
But the
of
thing
the
is,
rounds.
it's poorly
Both
executed
back-to-back of
A-site hit,
import.
But it's also nice adaptations from GX overall. I don't know if it was Pipson who called that, but like we had seen before that Navi like to go through mid and towards art, and we saw Koala do that TP before, who had caught a player off guard. This time there was utility to depend upon. Like, I don't think necessarily, like, sure, maybe Navi didn't execute to the full potential, but I also think GX had nice adaptations that's obviously been called from their timeout.
Sticking to their guns, confident in the way that they're playing a lot of these rounds from the defender's side. As I mentioned, the reads have been there.
Okay,
it's
so
just how
Navi
you then
have
try
the
and set that up. And when you look at
3-person
Cloud as the caller for this
low
team,
minus.
his transition to
3 guns,
IGL
2
during
take
stage
it.
2 of last year as that red guard
Right?
replacement, you always want him to be someone who can help enable individuals
Kinda.
as someone who was
I
previously
mean, they can
the
still get a
star
pretty
player
good buy here.
of
He
this
hasn't bought
team.
util yet.
Someone so consistent, the cornerstone of it. And putting those building blocks together the same way that you would want from Angel and Shao on the other side, with the experience that both of those two have as consistent pieces that had made international
It's
events
gonna be a
before.
timeout set.
Maybe we're not quite seeing
Talk
the same
about door,
kind of
surely.
drip down in
You
terms
just
of
haven't seen anything over towards
experience
door
there
yet.
with the rest of this squad.
Either that or they want to force over towards A main
as
again.
well, though, like obviously Navi wanting to talk about like the adaptations that Navi have made. And this is an interesting one.
It's not every day you see 2 timeouts back to back.
It's not even that though, right? Giant X.
Wait, they both
they
got their
call a
timeout at the same
just as
time?
The bonus is starting to happen on Fracture.
Does
Not every day we
does
see
give you an
that, right?
indication of how scrappy
Then we
it's
go into
been.
this map, we're like, yeah, okay, Navi timeout, ready to go out. And then GX call a timeout. It's not every day we
With
see
all the
that. I
stuff
don't
that
think it's
both the
not
teams
every
can
day that
clean
we
up.
see what Giant X are doing, right?
Something along those lines, yeah.
You get the point I'm trying to make?
Sort of. Like, GX, I think, why would you even use 2 timeouts in this first half when the one that you just called seemed to be the ace up the sleeve that's actually set them up perfectly? Like, just reinforcing everything that they had already set up for themselves. But that makes things interesting, because by the time we get to the second half, Navi still with a timeout left to play around with, and GX, you know, happily feeling that this one is left on their own terms and conditions, left to their own devices, and
first time
without
we've
Pipson,
seen
and that's
Pipson
kind of
not
what
have
we're seeing
anything
in
to
this
talk
timeout
about.
as well. Very quiet. Seemed to be Cloud
it all out in the
actually
first
calling for this one more
minute
than
and a half.
anyone else.
And I like that though, right? Like there's obviously like a conversation happening back and forth, whereas like in previous timeouts, what we had seen is Pipson being the one who was very vocal just from the cameras and what we could tell.
on
Obviously, we
defense.
don't know what's being said. At the same time, though,
Okay,
we've
you
got to be
pretty
thinking
much
about
can't
the end to
aggro
this half.
this.
How can GX
They might just
find a
try
lifeline
and take
into the next
middle.
half, and also how can they make do or make like
I'm trying to
actually
think where
get some
you
value from this
do the
autumn
tail
cycle
on this map
they're
is
about to
actually
come
kind of
into.
sick.
Previous
Like everywhere.
one only adding
Came
fuel to the
Ames, thank you so much for the
Navi
prime, dude. Appreciate the whole year. Thank you for that, mate.
Ice bucket dropped from GX from the timeout, prepared from the
Oh.
sidelines by the coach, but with Purpo dropping here, Navi have the man advantage, and this is a conversation we consistently come back to. GX failing to convert from 4v5s, one of the worst in VCT EMEA when it comes to that statistic. They've been offered more support from Tomasi's position, deep B right now, but yet to make a big call, a large rotation, and Angel is aware of this.
Making sure to identify the players that were in main. Actually, this could be a red herring, just catches at the last second run up. Navi, no.
Guys have been good with this though. The drone
map isn't
every
good.
single time.
Yet another
But,
round
like,
where Navi find themselves right in the belly of the beast, and you have
do they do
absolutely
anything
no idea
with the
where it
info
looks
that
like
no one
they're
is
gonna
following
go.
this up
Angel already using the
all the
drone
time?
means that he is relying solely upon
30 seconds left.
his recon
as if
arrow
Tomasi
here
hits
to
it.
clear out Tomasi, or even just a jump spot as the operator has finally been revealed. Fighting a war on both fronts. The players have already
Mate,
made
someone
it
tell
out
him
from
about
Elbow.
what's going on site.
That engagement on long is what GX were hoping for. Now Cloud is the only one
He's
to
getting
hold on
heavy
towards
pinch from
backside.
sight.
The
Cloud's doing good. You got 10 seconds to plant this. They're trying to plant out in the open. 5 seconds. Has to stick it. Low HP. No way. How do I get it right away with this one? This was nice from Navi though. Like the actual This was like an actual better default from what they've been doing.
Cloud was working overtime. Koala Noob TP'd.
Even though the time was like really long, yeah, it was a lot better, like actual.
And ended up finding himself revealed by it. And this read here, just from seeing the
First time taken everywhere on the map, really.
Feels like a big tell. Na'Vi off the back of the 120-second timeout are the ones which come out the better, and now be looking to build up this game plan in the last couple of rounds with the ults that they hold on to.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the fact that GX have used both timeouts.
Surely we don't let this clone trigger the wall again.
After the one that Navi had used. Well, with that being said, straight into the B site.
Guns out, rifles in hand for the GX players, needing to win this one if they want to see any more of that as the final round of the half comes up. It's straight inside the site beyond the wall. Westside still in the corner, but in terms of utility to flush him out, well, Xiao's without salvos, so there's really little to bank upon here. Tomasi with yet another kill that just pushes that boat out further as Roxic tries to reintroduce himself. It's a flash Xiao in the corner.
Yeah, this is much better from Giants in terms of actually being able to shoot the clone as well. Kind of heavy shot. It really all came down to the west side duel though, over towards site.
Abuse the B side a little bit more.
Yeah, but this was like a great example of like actually just showing how much breaking the clone and keeping the wall up, like how easy life is with that. They really got to try and prioritize, or like they really needed to try prioritize it more.
As something else to note, right?
Then they just had the one isolated on side. They could get the rotate in.
Hey, listen, all in all,
no one else could get through here.
Yeah,
like it's something that Na'Vi were getting success doing all the time, was just breaking the wall with that clone.
Here you can see back of art, op in hand. Players peeking in, and with the recon broken, this would have been his chance.
Coordination was
just disposed of.
Coordination, communication, I'm not sure which was off here.
4 GX from Art. This time, they want to fight into middle, and with Cloud's ult teed up, it's a purple double.
Yeah, they got
this
4
time.
at the end, right? Unless something crazy goes here, they can just retake together with Astral. They can just group as 3.
What did Navi do to try and recover this? Plenty of utility. Angel's only used his dart, right? So this can easily come back up.
And with Westside dead here as well, you look at all of the Vice utility having no value. It's down, which means B is open. This feels like a pretty straightforward call to make if you're Na'Vi.
I agree. How does the post plant look, right? With both players having utility that can stall out. Do you play on the site? Do you look for a pick before you plant it? I mean, GX are nowhere near that side of the map.
Gotta get a good plant against Astral.
You could take a step further, but I feel like Na'Vi right now just trying to get
I'm not sure about
a bit more comfort about the situation. There's no player yet to go and hunt. Angel will be the one to do it. Risk adverse at times.
Cloud is on his own.
Up close as the spray comes in. It's a brilliant bait. Angel with the first of those, and Xiao following it up.
It's now a 2v2. This is winnable now for Navi. Consider the utility they have.
Angel's managed to get out from the divide though, so already this reposition could be
They
deadly.
heard him.
In
I was so confused, man. Why did they all split up?
He signs off on further Na'Vi success.
And then why did they lurk when they got an Astral?
Which has GX just about hanging in there, but almost dead and buried.
Again, not to bring the statistic up.
And then he astraled himself off.
We have seen GX struggle.
But with the space they've taken, they had him running.
They're going to be having to move to. We'll see if they can do good on that on the other side.
I mean, the shots are lovely from Xiao. I like genuine concerned watching this round. Dude, EMEA just, I really think EMEA struggle on Pearl, man. I think it's been happening for years. It feels like no one in EMEA has like someone good in practice to like show everyone how to play. Foot is good on Pearl. Foot have some nice combos on Pearl, yeah. Foot is probably the best EMEA team on Pearl. Foot and BBL, it's probably like the best we have. That's it. Everything else just looks like such a struggle when I watch teams. But I've spoken about this ever since like 2022 or whatever it is. Like, it's been a constant thing that they're just not... Oh my goodness. Hold on, chat. It's been a constant thing that they're just not, like, not good at it, I feel like. What is wrong with the Astro Wall like this? It's not...
Welcome back.
Well,
Na'Vi putting their foot down on their opponent's
it just didn't...
pick.
Okay, so normally what should happen with the Astro is they all stick together and then they block it off and then they can clear side together.
The very first series
then they went, instead of going
doesn't feel as if they've
as a 3 unit, they decided to go 1-1-1.
And instead, it's,
and so this one ended up dying.
It's another one
and then it's a 1-1 where you're both split. But then they took this space, so when you divided it by half, this guy, they can then hear this guy running. It just didn't make sense. They somehow gave the two. Like somehow Na'Vi ended up getting all of the jewels together.
How dangerous of a team they can be. All of the
it was just how they played it. The wall wasn't necessarily bad. Like, I would be okay with this wall if they, well, would want that wall obviously, but I'd be okay with this wall if they actually
need to try and find a way to
went as a
inspire
3
us
together.
Yet again, as they did in the previous series.
It's not to say there hasn't been improvements, right? We've been seeing it consistently. I mean, this trap set up by Na'Vi for mid, and you're looking at Westside being that potential player to actually run into that.
Is send the powers away to be EMEA teams.
Here to notify
some of them, most of them.
About the potential players coming through.
I feel like the EMEA Pearl win record on LAN can't be good, so that's all I'm saying. On international, I can't imagine EMEA win many Pearls.
A little more heavily as the A side offensive is starting to come through. Hero with another opening pick. Na'Vi in a great position. We've already got a couple of bodies backside, and while Purpo has managed to find one on the fadeaway, now Westside starts to get into position from Art.
Hoping he activates soon though, and when he does come in, it's Na'Vi who get the pick.
Westside with one, Koala Noob another. Still 3-on-3 and the team's feeling slightly inseparable. Na'Vi continuing to backfill the space as they have so much support. This network backside means the spike can't go down until more blood is spilled, and it's GX's own, which is going to hit the canvas. Bloodied and bruised once again. Westside doesn't have the time or the tools. A couple of players from the pit. He'll find the first of those, but Angels
just give me a short one on this one.
Double digits for Na'Vi as they get their 3rd pistol in this series and the 2nd of this map.
Yeah, that round though, like, you see like the util dump happening as the execute comes in. That's cool, we expect that to be the case. But from there, it just becomes a deathmatch between both teams, and nobody wants to do anything different rather than take an engagement.
Something as well mentioned on the Na'Vi podcast, if you can tolerate listening to some Marcus for 25
Guys, it's 10-3. They got the spike down. Please buy more.
Love you, Marcus. It's these, you know, mid rounds as well, and knowing when to engage, when to re-engage. It didn't feel like there was much utility there, and I know it's a pistol. Man, you're really on Marcus Hayward. You're finding that way too funny.
Oh yeah, they didn't plant. That's true, they didn't plant.
Listen,
and
honestly,
honestly,
talk about
maybe I don't
VCT,
mind that.
Right? Players from Na'Vi very
well,
happy
I
to give up
don't like this in general
GX.
anyway. But
And at the same time, like, you can see that they've got Koala Noob, who was just checking extra angles up on B, but the GX have pushed forwards.
They certainly have. Hero fighting 2 with his Ghost. Where are the guns in GX's hands? This force felt necessary, and it's finding the value. Dropping back to the support in main, it's a long road that Na'Vi have to walk to win this one.
You have the outlaw, but with Hero being so low, and Angel managing to make this stinger work at close, wrong range.
Like a butterfly sting time, or like a stinger. Angel able to get one more, but Hero now 1 versus 2. This is where the realization starts to set in. This gun is better saved more than anything else. Well,
yeah, they managed to get the gun out of
Westside as he tries to walk away. Purpo with the play that secures that 4th round for Giant X.
Pay off again.
I mean, but this
Dude,
is
I can't believe we
another
found the
round,
2
right?
teams that love to do the
Na'Vi
FPX buy and
lost
defense
again,
still.
right? Twice against Apex, once against Fnatic.
Cafe Bleach with the tier 1, pretty sure the 23 months.
Like, this is an issue that could start to become chronic. The fact that they're not managing these rounds correctly.
It has looked cagey since the pistol. It's more of the same, and it's what I was talking about before. You can see here, Giant X, only a 33% first blood
Dude, these stats are
success rate.
savage.
Third of the time you're going to see them go a player in front after that first engagement.
I think that was something that was happening a lot on the defense. They were giving away the first blood, and Navi were doing well to steamroll that into a round win. This time round, been a lot more reserved. And look at the space.
Off the timing
Navi
of
have
the
been
flash,
able
they
to
take
grab
the
him mid
space.
after that was used.
Yeah, but look at Westside. He is effectively the turret here. They don't have a killjoy, but it's fine because the gun in his hands is unleashing lead to the players in the scuba shop.
Reading the map wrong, getting the players wrong in position.
Well, they're dead now.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, though, Shao has found himself hiding behind the box. But GX not going towards this side of the map, heading towards B.
Vice wall at their backs. 3 players strong in terms of the man count. About to be able to leverage 4 over the head of Angel. He spots. Quick face check. Falling back onto a deeper line of cover. Nice shot from Angel. We all remember the Navi Sheriffs. They've always been a strong suit. How many more of those do we end up with? It's only Angel holding on to one right now, but the stall has been fantastic, and now players in position. 15 seconds and things get worrying.
Yeah, that is when things get worrying, because if you can deny the spike, you can deny the round. That's not the case at all. It's the bulldog.
It got kind of close,
though. Was getting the value, instead
yeah, they
denied.
keep 2 guns.
Will be 5 to 10, half of what the rounds that Navi have. For me, though, moving forward, I mean, this is the biggest round, right? Stopping Navi getting 11.
11 rounds felt like a curse before. That's how Shao said it. Nice! Bringing in the performance coach, Zuza, to help them out with that. And it's another familiar situation here on the defender side as well. It feels like it's so hard sometimes to
wants to go aggro A on the defense.
Can win the round
and then Giants are in a position with a lot of people here to try punish this.
On as well quite heavily as
Smoke, TP in,
as
salvo deep.
They do not disengage
I think they took the TP a little early.
Angel following it up with a rifle in his hands this time. Numbers Navi, but how much longer can he live on this box?
I mean, this 2v2 and A main is going to be massive. West side still to come in late through art, but
oh my, what a shock that is.
Hold on to this side of the map.
Dude, how much HP was he on? It looked like he
after that initial
might have just got the perfect amount of damage.
Disengage.
Shao would have heard those steps just scurrying away as well, but
he was on 63.
So
Oof, that's
the
nice.
Position A, making sure that Ruxic is clearing towards R, as his drone will do exactly that in main, just reinforcing the ideas of where these players are, and Westside is a swift check of exactly that.
A red herring though. Look at GX, they're not going towards this side of the map, and Navi are now worried about where Westside has gone.
Hero has a full Killjoy setup, the turret for lane, the alarm bot should support inside the choke. And with there being no gap close either towards the backside, it's all on this first duel. Hero catching Cloud in his utility, but still not capitalizing from it. The darts landed in a weird place, so it's not going to scan at all. And while Westside has been noted, Hero only getting one on the way back in. And so Shao,
I think he had to get
tasked
both.
with clutching another round. His
go in.
Can deny the plant for just a
double
moment,
them
but
up?
it's repositioned and they are holding on as he makes his way back in. He will fall, and so Giant X
This has so much potential now.
Yeah,
so much potential to win
as
this.
well, like, Hero's put between a rock and a hard place, has to get 2, and is only able to get 1. I mean, that 2 versus 1, not ideal. And now, look at Navi's buy here, right? I said it was big for GX to deny 11, and it is, but it's even more important in the economy state, because right now, Navi do
Bruce has got
not
the
have a buy.
info. It says EMEA are 7 to 14
It's a really
on
rough
Pearl
round
across
to
all
come into,
internationals.
just to take a step back
Notably,
as well.
they went
You look at
0
Angel
to
and Shao
5 at Champs
doing a lot in
2022.
plenty of
And
these
the only
rounds to
positive
help
on
take
Pearl
the early space
has
of
been
their
at
teams,
one
gather the
event,
info.
Champs 2023.
They hadn't missed an international event since Masters Berlin in 2021.
7 to 14. I
Until
mean,
last year.
we
Which
said
now, including
better
kickoff,
than you
makes it
thought.
4 consecutive that they've not
It's
been
like
able
a
to go to, and you're looking at the
33% win
potential of a
rate.
5th.
You thought it was
GX
worse
win
than
what
that?
feels like such an important fixture between those players chasing the runaway pack of elite teams that we have in Group Alpha.
It's Tamazi. They're touching on the alarm bot. There's still no contact, no peek out into the outlaw.
Do have a Bucky on both Roxic and Koala Noob, so they are holding down lanes through the middle of the map.
They got the scanner.
But with the gap being there of Xiao in art,
Oh
no
boy.
real big rotation
Honestly,
has
could
been
be
called.
huge.
Angel still just denying with the immediate reactive
Oh,
ult
it's
and getting a
huge.
double tag on the second hit.
Yeah, this is really big chip damage. Roxic's trying
He
to
really
rush
hates
in, but
it.
gets caught by the blind side.
No, not like this for Navi.
At all.
They put so many
GX
ults
managed
into
to
it.
find their way back in. The lockdown baiting out another player into the crosshairs of Navi. The Spike needs to stabilise this round.
Hero laid up onto yet another kill as well.
Everyone's doubling down.
Divide.
No way, bro. Oh my goodness, 7 HP runner saved them. This was incredible to watch, dude.
GX the 7th,
Oh,
his 5th
boy.
clutch this stage, more than any other GX player, and once again put in a situation of stress. It's Giant X that come out with the round win. You said that their attack didn't have legs, Cairo, but I think for as much as these statistics have set up teams, the counter is always a possibility with a new comp. And Tomasi animated as ever, reveling in yet another positive result.
Tomasi, he went for a really high-risk play,
that timeout. Navi
and it did not pay off.
hanging on to theirs.
Yeah,
Well, at least the team won the round.
that's the thing, tooth and nail.
The thing is, if he
they're trying to
gets
hang on to
2
this
and then
one.
goes down to the molly, we call him a genius. So
You
it's
talk
always
about
a thin
setting
line,
yourself
chat.
up for success. Navi did in the last round using ultimates, right? But the ultimates didn't get the value that you're looking for, and that's now where the criticism comes in, right? Where you're thinking to yourself, now you're on your bye, you're without a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. They would have been
Just started
massive
watching and they
pieces
playing
to
good
push you
Val.
towards these last final
Not
rounds.
really, man. No, not really.
Hero
It's,
coming into
there's
the
some
team.
nice rounds.
Plenty of promise from him as a player. Seems to have been delivered upon, at least in these last couple of maps. Now sitting 20 and 14 at the top of the leaderboard. But for all of the kills from the KJ player,
Boo,
site
man.
holds have been a bit
Stop
of a
it.
struggle. GX finding a way to
Okay, they got the no armor off.
get their feet
They all in
in
on
a lot
this
of
one.
these.
Navi
Find a
really need to get
foothold,
around.
I should say.
They've kept the money kind of
Wallenberg
low.
finally bringing out the op.
We got the Euro
Immediately
all
pressured
into the
by the
4
Euro on
pass
the
and
opposite
splits,
side.
looking nice with the drones over towards A to see if it's clear as well. They spot one, tail all goes in, but honestly, Navi were kind of on top of the fact they can't play here.
Huge combination. That sets up the play. Xiao's going to watch that TP cut past him, and immediately the game is up for Tomasi.
I'm pretty impressed with how
One back,
Navi played
Hero
this.
still holding on. 2 kills from him. Is it going to be enough? Seems
this-
to be the
this
case
was-
right
this
now,
was
and
nice,
the support
though.
from Koala Noob is surplus to requirements as Angel shut up shop. Navi do respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's a round where...
It's
even
nice when
though
we see teams like not play that area with the tail ults. The amount of times I see people playing like Pit and Hair against the tail ult like this, can't really play there. But that's the first time I've seen a team like be aware that they can't play these areas.
Players to sit within the smoke.
Dude, they were together on this as well.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, like, it's a phrase I use a lot, dotting your I's, crossing your T's.
Like we said, the
and
rounds were
just
pretty
not
close.
paying
The
attention to the small details.
Giants have to eco it.
Once again, Koala Noob will
Only one
go
person played there as
searching towards
Yoru. Yeah,
A
no, it was like really nice from Navi.
This is going to be huge.
That was the nice rounds we were talking about.
How they'll look to redistribute forces across the map. It feels like there is a little bit of proactivity sprinkled in there. Whenever you see that Teho player, you're expectant of it. And while we haven't seen Xiao on this role too often, that drone is perfectly timed. They know where those players sit right now, and as the drone gets traded, this is when you make the play through the double door.
Yeah, but what the players are doing that? Look at
Dude,
Purple. He's sitting
wait,
waiting.
I'm looking at him on the minimap and I have no idea how...
A double kill, and it looks even
I've got to see his POV there. You got to give me that replay. Did he think Did he think the first guy was on his team? or something? I'm so confused. Is that watching him?
Clean,
Unless he's trying to trigger discipline him, but then I saw him swing out and see the other guy. And looks like he's trying to flick. could have got insanely unlucky, I guess, but
Purple's that guy that you're hoping is just going to cover you. I know he's well played by
Astral
Navi
form,
to have a
but he
player
moved down
watching
to the
towards
side
shots.
fast.
It's more
Maybe.
brilliant mid-rounding from
Okay, either way.
Angel there as well.
5 chances for Navi. I'm really hoping this map's over soon. The round before this, though, was like the nicest round so far. The ult one. Oh my goodness, dude. Holy, what a play this is. That's kind of sick, though. They know that the salvos clear the smokes. They get into the smokes, they beat them there, and then they flash through. That was cool.
As it's back-to-back in-zone flawlesses.
Okay, I tell you what, 2 of the best rounds were like right at the end here.
I mean, you look at the players after that flash, they're kind of scratching their heads.
Do we get a split? Both of these teams are great on split.
Just to
So
be
that's
that
gonna be nice.
aggressive, something that we have not seen from Navi yet. Yeah, brilliant end to that map. As good as Giant X looked on the opener,
Dude, that was so
coming
cool.
into their own map pick, they weren't able to put that next foot forwards and set themselves up with a series win. Navi now with the opportunity on the decider.
Let's go! Hero!
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Why do you think there's so much bad alts? That's alt economy understanding across all regions. I don't really have a good excuse, man. I think sometimes I don't really have an excuse because it's been really bad this year as well. I'm trying to bail some teams out. So sometimes the eco rounds look pretty doable. Like I didn't think this, you know, when they propped the Sova ult here, I didn't mind the Sova ult at all, considering the information they got before it. Like I don't think that was like the best example, I guess. The best example for that question would have been like the Paper X game against Boom. Their ults were like insanely bad. But I think there's just a lot going on in teams at the moment. I feel like we can see it with all of the changes of team rosters and stuff. So I think there's just a lot that teams are having to put in because it's just like 7 maps and different agent switches, different comps, etc. People have been awful with ults this year. You're not wrong. Like I can't really defend the teams that much. We've seen some shockers. But I don't think this one was as bad as some of the other we've seen this year. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now.
Welcome back, Navi. Tie up the series, and we are going all the way. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Mike, and what a treat we're in for here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of momentum that Navi managed to get right off the bat, chaining round after round. You might think that after the first map, after they're not being able to close their map choice, we would see a different phase, but love to see that Navi still has it.
Yeah, getting a little weird in areas. We're past the watershed. It's getting a little muddy, late night Valorant, but yeah, I mean, it's good. I think this is probably the best scenario to come to the decider, obviously going to split. Yeah, it's good that Navi are able to reset and actually look so composed here on map 2 as well.
Yeah, speaking of composure, you know, last week and the week before we talked about is Angel even getting angry? Like, is he capable of it?
Emotive today.
He looked
Yeah,
it was a little scary.
It's good. He promised that. He promised that we would
did,
get the angry Angel.
Yeah, no, and we got it. And they also got the maps. So whatever it takes, if he needs to be angry with the boys, be angry with the boys. Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because there were individual performances which really stood out in this one.
Yeah, to me, there's two highlights. One, Hero in those later rounds in that second half. He was always good for 2, for 3, always getting the opener. Like, I feel like he had a lot of impact. And the second one, Ruxic, both in the first map, both in this one. I think that his performance keeps going up and up and up. In Fracture, he was on 300 ACS. That is a surreal. And on Pearl, he also had a lot of impact. So that 2.5, you know, maybe not getting that many kills, but not getting those deaths. So the balance is very much positive.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's key to note to kind of tie those 2 points together, right? With people like Ruxic and Hero stepping up and actually carrying some of the weight for the team, I'd say. It's something that, again, it's pretty daunting to step into a roster with Angel and Xiao, right? So to have Angel being, I guess, fairly emotional or getting a bit heated on stage, to also have your newcomers to step up and deliver like this is something we want to see established for Navi.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those individual pop-up moments. You said Hero had them, Xiao had them as well. So it was just across the board. Everyone had their time in the sun.
Yeah, I think that there were some instances that we saw here in this 1v3 that Hero had, how he isolates the kills.
So calm. He's so calm.
Absolutely. I feel like in this moments, he's feeling pretty comfortable, and especially with the wall bank that you have here, the plant is definitely going to help. But I feel like we've seen it here, as you mentioned it, we've seen with Xiao time and time again, playing the time, playing to your strengths. In this early rounds, that was what gave Navi that momentum, that freedom in the economy that they were going to have later on. And it's so good to see also Xiao playing for the first time on this deco and finding the impact that he did round after round.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the early string of rounds, really, that put Giant X kind of in a chokehold. They were forced to make some really difficult decisions, and I think that's why we saw them probably sweat a little bit. Like I said, things getting a little muddy and messy at times. But yeah, it's definitely the early pressure that Navi were able to create.
Boom, boom. Yeah, pretty clean, pretty clean. That's Prime Xiao. That's something scary to go up against.
But now we're headed to Split. And I don't know if I'm excited or worried. I'm a little bit of both probably, because we literally just saw Giant X on Split, right? And we just saw their massive comeback there. They were down 10-0 or 0-10 rather against Heretics, and they somehow brought it back. But that also means that we have a lot of footage, obviously, on those teams.
Yeah, and as you saw that there, Navi's going to be started on the defense. You speak about them bringing it back, and it was actually on that defense that they were bringing it back. So if it is there is a possibility that it will
Don't say that it repeats itself. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
It would be like lightning striking twice in the same spot.
I mean, it's not like Navi. It's not like Navi looked particularly good on it either, right? So they both won 1 on Split right now in stage 1. They both have not changed up their comms on that map. That said, though, Giant X did swap roles for the second go around with playing the same comms.
Yeah, I mean, you could also ask the question coming out of that whether or not there was some glaring issues in terms of the attack in half. That's something they do want to maybe toy with some changes.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested to see what it is and why, but
I wonder if Hero is going to be keeping that Vice, because at Navi we expect him to come with that double controller and with the Vice. We know and we have seen in this map how sometimes teams struggle dealing with the Yoru, dealing with the Faker and whatnot, and what effect it can have on you. And knowing the Hero has so much experience also playing with all the Sentinels, maybe a different, maybe a Cypher, some small adaptation I could see coming from the side of Navi.
Because on the flip side with the Breach and the Tejo, right? So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there is a change on the Sentinel side for sure. Doesn't look like no changes at all, actually. Yeah, so we're pretty much as expected in terms of compositions. Obviously coming out of the result versus Heretics, maybe feeling like it maybe wasn't a comp issue on the attack, and maybe we do see a complete change to the macro, the approach.
I mean, still think Angel did say put in Xiao, like having Fade and Astra in this composition and not putting Xiao on the Fade, to me is a mistake, but of course, Navi, it's their decision to do whatever they want. But coming into this third map with a Giant X, this still has to be finding a win in this split. After the first map that we saw, after them performing that comeback, I really wonder how their mental is.
I mean, the mental's got to be good. It has to be. All things
Split.
considered, a win is a win, right? And you take,
like both
especially
these
if you're a
teams
team
on
like
split.
Giant X, you take them where you can.
Yeah, and I
Giant,
mean,
this doesn't look good, but
they went on to lose the series. But
who did they do pretty well against? Was it Vitality again?
It all starts with a map.
I don't know who the other team they lost to.
This is an opportunity for both of these teams. One of them is going to take the dub. Let's find out who is going to close it out. So once again, let's send it back over to Hazza and
Heretics, they won Heretics though. Who did they lose to on this
map
map?
Coming up, split. Both teams off the back of a win. Giant X, there's a lot more dramatic than Navi's against Apex, but when you consider those three teams towards the bottom of the group right now, this one is so important to give yourself a chance.
This is one of
for
Liquid's
playoffs,
best maps,
especially for GX, brought back down to earth against a team at a similar level, yet still the possibility they walk out of this day 0-3.
Last week, both teams got to a decider map. It's first time in Split 1. But the other thing you've got to consider, Hazza, Navi was able to win theirs. Giant X haven't been able to win against Heretics. Weren't able to close it out. It went back to how things usually were. Is it going to be the same thing right now for GX as they start on the attack?
Okay. We've got Navi on defense,
Already
Giants on
presence put
attack.
towards A.
Yeah, it wasn't K-Pop. It was Liquid. It was
Another one holding on to
Liquid,
it.
then Vitality, then they beat
Into
Heretics.
GX
the percentages.
searching for their first pistol since
But honestly,
Navi
it's all
in a
three
brilliant
good.
position
Oh
to
my
execute on order
goodness.
yet again.
Oh my goodness. It's three good teams on
in the
this map.
heavens, supported by Angel coming in late, and so twice as many players already out of that first engagement, and the spike dropped.
And the
Yet
FPX
to be
buy at
collected.
10 for free up is a
Get back into it. I mean,
on defense, yeah.
looking through, yeah, but look at this.
I mean,
the
how
Avengers
fair play. How you ever meant to trade that?
Straight
Or
from
like
the top rope.
get more than one.
Purple now into the back lines. He's done decent chip damage.
Yeah, I think in general, like both of these teams do it. The
Arcros won't collect information of his position.
3-2 buy on defense always
Paranoia
worries
as
me a
well.
lot.
Half a chance, but
I tell you
Hero
what,
holding on,
the
has
3-2
the
worries
info.
me, but I don't mind when
If you were gonna
teams
use
are
a
buying
near
like
site,
Marshall
Vents is
out of the
probably the
two,
last place to find
and it's like a
effectiveness
3-1-1. That kind of,
Is right if you peek in
that's like
towards getting
the,
that spike.
that's the one that I
Probably
don't
gonna be
mind the
seen by
most.
the players below. With that being said,
Let's see what they
though,
actually buy now we're talking
Navi
about it
win
on
that
defense.
pistol round.
Another pistol round for them in this series. As I already mentioned, that's now their fourth. GX only picking up one in the second half of Fracture.
But I think doing it at
Momentum is so
10-3, I think you
important,
just
and I
gotta
think for both of these teams, it has been
try to
a
finish it
mental
out
battle
early.
at times, getting used to the environment, especially for Navi. Players like Koala Noob who've had to travel across the Atlantic to get here.
Yeah, they go for it
with a
again.
completely
3 guns
different
into 2.
lifestyle for him now in
Again, if one of
Berlin.
these was a Marshall, I wouldn't mind it too bad.
He means to go on from
And then
that
maybe you
pistol,
change
and
it up
GX,
if they
as they do, continue
maybe
onwards.
change it
It's
up
an
if they
aggressive
buy
piece,
a
which falls
if they get a
flat
plant
very
even.
quickly.
I mean, this is falling flat all across the map. Players looking to, I guess, get engagements, but it's easily dealt with for right now for Navi.
Yeah, very, very nice though.
Endzone flawless.
This is now going to be an incredible bonus though.
Endzone flawless,
As much as we don't
bonus
like
round
it,
for
when it
them
goes
as well.
well,
It was
it
the
goes,
exact same way
goes great.
when Pearl started. If you recall back to how that one went, pistol in the first half.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, well, listen, we can just sweep that under the rug for a minute. Well, hopefully we can sweep it under the rug and not have to think about it, because right now the momentum looks good for Navi. An anti-eco flawless puts the bonus round into a really hot contention when you look at this buy.
Okay, no matter what
GX
happens here,
need to be careful
we pretty
how
much
they
have to
move
stay
around this
tuned
map.
because Giants have a good defense.
Focus on mid again, and Ruxic already spotting Tomasi jumping from market. Respect given by GX in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that worries me right now with this bonus round, right, is Heretics were able to convert it last time GX started on the
So
attack.
Navi,
and also
Omen
to
Astra,
compound that point,
and
I mean, GX
at the
were only
moment to
able
fight
to
over
win 2
towards mid,
rounds
they're doing
overall
like
on their
fast
attack
layer
last time.
smokes. Then when they
The
get
last 2
through that in
rounds of
terms
the
of the
half.
stun, second layer smokes, then they re-cleared this, now they go back to their original layer 1. Very nice, now they can just hold this with 1, they can get the rotate heavy over towards A. with 50 seconds left. 3 people here. Very nice. We've got the wall aggro over towards this as well, which they can Omen flash off of and swing. And he would be committed. Hey, this is nice.
The details to remedy this attack side, and so they go into a loaded
well, Roxic goes for an absolute play here.
Black and yellow shirts to help support. Koala off the back of Roxic with his utility in tandem. The paranoia could have just set up for yet another kill instead.
Yeah. Do we have an extra layer for this? Oh, that's nice. You Tev, you see it on the floor, you know that he's here.
The spam, fortunately enough, though, has not landed. 20 seconds.
Double swing?
Navi, though, they're setting
Did
up a
the flash. Dude, Navi look nice here.
On the arc crows. They're happy to give up heaven. They know
this was cool, though. This was really cool, especially over towards middle, right? Double one-ways, back up smoke. Back to the one-ways once they cleared it. Good early round for Navi to like show dominance of middle. I really like this round for them. It's good.
The anti-eco, like putting down a smoke, you've got a player that can TP in, maybe you're throwing a breach flash on it as well. Purpo also has the shadow step as well as Tamasi. But then you come into a round like this, the full gun round, and it just doesn't feel like there's all too much thought behind it. It's very direct, it's very straightforward. And reading that all too easily after the initial engagement in mid when you don't actually take that space away.
I know what you meant. I appreciate you did.
Towards this round, GX are going to put their focus in mid. So Navi, 6 players.
Blackjack guarantee now. This is a 2-2. Me and Sideshow went Navi, TMV, Shire went Giants.
An initial drone not really getting the value either.
Dude, we're out here punishing middle every single time. We got multi smokes into 3-person fighting round back to back.
They are always dropping in these early engagements.
So Giants probably gonna have to time out. But then it's like a weird one. Do you then go heavy over towards the sides, or do you think that they're then going to leave over towards middle?
Well, Purple gives away another pick towards Navi. They did have control of main, but instead repositioning on the side, looking to brawl.
You would imagine Koala cleans this up.
Bodies that drops. Can there get any better than this? No. GX, a volley of kills. 3 back from them to stop Navi going any more than just their 3rd round. This be a little bit out of character. GX looking for a foothold. Roxic does take 1 back, so it's a 2-on-2. And as isolated as Hero feels with the stun, the players reposition without the open plant. GX a grouped up pillar.
What a shot. Whoa, jeez, man, double. Okay, well, it was looking kind of rough, to be honest.
Go and deal with the round.
The 3-person sight hold didn't actually get any. Nicely done from Hero. He's having an insane impact at the moment. He's averaging a 1v3 every single map so far. Beans up these. Could have been costly.
They peek Hero.
They do peek Hero, and Hero just holds the line. I can feel the frustration coming across from you there. They're getting away with bloody murder.
Yeah, they are getting away with murder, but the point is, though,
did he really want him to say it?
Mistakes that aren't being forced out by Navi.
Gotta go hunting for kills in those
situations. Okay, and Navi win the mid battle.
Come back to it once again.
It forces Giants over towards B main instead of their fast focus on the default. So question mark create. Oops. Question mark created over towards here, but they've still been holding mid the whole time. And insta re-clear of the question mark over towards B. Didn't clear this corner though, so still a lot of question mark.
Same time though, a move towards A. Full setup.
Okay, full clear now.
For Hero.
Full clear. Is it in time? Rotate comes in. They got wall, they got smoke, they got potential Astra Suck as well. They get 3 kinda here. No, they're out of position.
A bit of a poke through the cage. Left unanswered.
Oh, it's a great Omen flash. Does he check close? Oh, the rocket blocked the west side.
Which is put to rest early. The fuse cut short. West side with a double. Still, GX in control by 1 player. But they haven't yet hit the site. Look at the control, which Navi currently hold on to. 2 players still playing from elbow.
Hero
One of them, Shao, trying to walk his way out from screens to support Hero.
Dude, that smoke.
Hero with a double.
That smoke was incredible timing.
By himself, scratching his head, wondering, how have I found myself in a solo position yet again?
I think we're all scratching our heads and thinking
Lovely
about that.
little double swing on this one.
Navi
Dude, that's
closing out, yet to have an answer from GX.
the MVP
Same on
smoke
the
right
last
there.
map. And the start. Same on the last 2 maps, because Fracture began, Na'Vi 5-1. Second map, Na'Vi 7-0. Split, Na'Vi 5-0. Again, it takes a little while for GX to get into these maps, and it goes back to the discussion I had right at the beginning of this
this is gonna be
series as
interesting
well,
because
in terms of the sides that
from
they've
what
been
we can
starting
see,
on. When you
they
look
have to
back
take
at
middle,
what the history
right?
is,
But middle's
before
going
the
to shut down
Heretics
too
game,
heavy.
they'd chosen
So
to
the most
start with
obvious
defense
call here
5
is
out
for
of
them
5
to go heavy
rounds.
over towards
And now
A
coming into
heaven,
this veto,
and
they
then
didn't get the
you
choice of
split
attack
over
here, but
towards
this is where
middle,
they've been
like a
beginning a lot,
1-2-2,
trying to maybe get
or
the
even
worst of it out the way
you
early.
could do like a
I think for
2-3.
me as well, the other thing to
You
consider is
could do like a
this is
1-1-3
now,
probably.
Well,
Is
this
what I
now
imagine
the
here.
GX's
So I would
most
honestly,
played map, right? And it keeps coming up
it would
in
be
the
a
veto
very,
time
very
and
bold
time
call
again.
from Navi
So,
to
like,
do this, but I would love for them
question is more
to
like,
kind of put the op on
what
middle
else are we
and then
worried
punish
about
heavy
playing,
over
right?
towards
Like,
A main or
what does
something
a
like
map
that.
pool look like? Because
We'll see.
split keeps coming up. You've only been able
I'm pretty
to
confident
win
they'll
once.
go A heaven. Or they're just going to force through middle, in which case, God knows. I mean, it's also an eco on this one, so it probably won't happen until next round.
Are in hot form right now, but like,
I don't think
as a
Na'Vi need to
general,
change too
you've got
much,
to
really,
hold them
though.
to a certain standard. And
Like, if
GX,
Giants can't take
for
middle, they
me,
can't do
are
too
just
much.
not showing enough for a top tier team. Na'Vi, on the other hand, showing the value of their individuals.
Okay, so I imagine next round we'll
With all
see
of the
this
rest, Hero
on
and
attack.
Ruxic, the two anchors
With, like,
yet to register
pressure.
a death so far in this map. It was Ruxic who stepped up massively against Apex on the closing one there. As into this
Hey, Navi did
give
him middle more here. No way. He shot the drone and ended up owning him.
Only helping to do so further, and there is support for Navi now. Yeah, Seas is brilliantly placed. Shao getting one, but there's a trade on to Angel. Now Navi comes straight back in. Spike completely lost, completely cold.
Big
How
Joe.
did GX get back up towards Heaven to collect that? Well, Papo has the ult, so that's one way to do it, and he's going to quickly snatch it back. Last time we saw this 2-on-2, it was a similar setup from GX. Got to be aware of the walkout spawn, and the cam has checked it this time.
Oh, they're ready for this. Double holds.
Damn,
Damn, again, this guy.
And it's the same thing as
Again.
last time.
Another
Hero gets a
2v2.
double kill after
Insta
GX
headshots.
towards CT. And he's still yet to die. He has not died so far yet in this map. Whether it's his site that they hit or a retake situation, the spike didn't even go down here, Cairo. As Hero gets another couple of kills. Now has the Steel Garden as well as this Cosmic Divide. Tools for a potential retake. As GX have a couple of their own, which could be huge in gaining access early, and that looks like what we're going to get now that the rifles are back out. I mean, it was around about the 7th round last time on Peril that we saw. There's a 7th round before we saw GX answer back, and it was the ultimates to help do so. I don't know how Angels managed to survive.
Navi are
shooting
really
out that
expecting
cam there.
like harder pushes on
I
the
know
side
that,
at the moment.
Jack Igo was giving away bundles for every time that he was Angel was having an opening death. But I think so far this series, you know, his wallet is safe for now. He's been doing a pretty damn good job.
He was
of just
giving away
collecting
bundles
info,
for
and maybe
every
that's
first
GX
death
not
of
punishing it,
Angel.
but right now, they do have
Wait, aren't the
a couple
bundles
of
like
these
pretty
ults
expensive?
queued up to hit the A site. The first is the Yoru, and well, it's only just spotted a player making that cross towards elbow, and Koala gets away with the kill. Yeah, and this is something that's been really good from Navi. The
Dude, the spike's
protocol's
up in
been
heaven
able to
again.
play off site. GX have got onto it, but Spike's still in heaven. They've completely left it. The breach was left.
Wait, what the hell is going on? What's Ruxic doing?
Right now for Giant X.
Oh, guys, please play
Look
together.
to deal with them. Cloud bringing it back to a 2v1. But where have we seen this before, Cairo?
Thank you.
Hero to close another round from a similar position. 7-0 as it was on Pearl. That ended a 9-3 half, but coming on to what will be another eco round, even with the max loss
I mean, fair
bonus
play. Giants
for
have a
Giant
really
X.
good defense on this
You need to
map.
give
But
yourself a
my
platform,
god,
because
does their
very
attack
quickly,
suck.
The ground is
Let's
falling
quickly
from
look at
beneath their
Giants'
feet
attacks.
on what I can say is
So
probably
far
the
on this,
second
'cause
or
it must
third
be
map so
crazy.
far this stage I've seen a similar thing happen.
I would
third or fourth.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at like that first split, the kickoff, and how that happened.
Against
Giant X
Liquid,
looked so much better.
they
We're
got
winning,
2.
Consistently up towards 8 or 9
Against
rounds.
Vitality. I mean, honestly, against
Since we've
Vitality, they got
into
6.
this
Is that
next
right?
split, into split 1. They have looked as if they've had a massive performance drop-off, whether that's because of the group that they're in and there's more scrutiny on them. But they're playing against Navi right now, and it's the same thing again.
While a noob's operator
2, 6, and then 2. It's not too bad.
30 and 10.
Average about
for
3-4.
op kills versus op deaths. Almost all of those deaths being dedicated ops. You know, like, you have to try and find a way to clear this guy, or he will make a huge problem of it. GX into the late round once again, and you're hitting another stacked site. Na'Vi are so prepared for this. The utility is there. They'll be ready for the flood-out elbow when it comes, but that's if you don't already stop them in tower.
I mean, Angel's just walked out in towards main and got a pick as all players were looking towards heaven. And again, Navi are happy to give this up. They're playing towards CT. And GX look as if they're scratching their head for a way to get onto the site.
Enemy remaining.
Bro can't die at the moment.
Always this guy at the end of the round. But so many fates already settled, as that will be his first death.
Come on, man.
On split.
Come on, dude, at least reload. Angel can protect you.
He's got no time or options. Forced to run
dude.
into the gunfire again as Angel adds number 8, Na'Vi, claiming the gun round.
But there's the same issues that we've seen from Giant X time and time again, right? Like,
Wait, he had no bullets at all? Is in none to even reload? Oh, okay.
Right? Like, going through
God, my
heaven,
guy's
trying to
spamming.
bust out onto the site, and the protocols every single time from Navi are good, and it comes back to that point you were making earlier about the Navi podcast.
Shout out to the Navi podcast, man. You know, but it's a valid point you raise. These things take time.
Yeah.
It has been a process for this roster. If you expect instant results with player changes,
this is what I thought they're going to start doing more like heavier over towards heaven. Tail offset strat for this one. Are they just going to TP into the corner again? No, they still struggle to get through the choke. They're finally here and there is no flash.
Now Navi seeming to fit the mold
But,
of that themselves.
but this is the problem with the solo Yoru.
On a site hold,
I do find it weird that when I watch
which is constantly repeated.
Is this not the one? Like over towards B? Is it because people start shooting the TP these days?
5 players stand between Westside
And then as soon as they can't take middle, they just can't do anything. You got to give it to the Navi game plan though. Like the Navi game plan completely wrecked them here.
Yeah.
The two big Byrons, they shut them down over towards middle and they look lost.
Find a way to come back into this game, because right there,
As soon as they can't take middle, they're trying to do these solo side hits with the Yoru. And then they've been TPing in too much over towards A that he's not even taking the TP anymore and he just wants to run in, and they got so many people here. Form stop them from going in, flash, they got wall.
There's just no engagement in the ebb and flow for me. It just feels so one-dimensional, round after round. Okay, we have a little look.
I stayed in touch with DDK. I speak to him every so often. I like Dan a lot.
There's always a counter, and this time it comes in the form of Koala. First picked up, even Angel
so
winning
desperate.
against the Stinger close range. Nothing going
They caused the
GX's
force
way.
over towards middle, and the Omen Flash looks good.
Forces try and regroup with the ragtag weapons that they've got. A couple rifles, if anything. They do eventually gain some ground, but it's in spite of the fights in middle, rather than as a consequence of them.
Yeah. I mean, right now, 2 players sitting in heaven for GX, while you're seeing Purple go and exploring the other side of the map. But again,
the one pass and fake over towards A, hopefully try to pull some rotates.
Thinking? Sure, we're waiting
I like
to
this
see
from
what
Navi, like
Purple's
they're
gonna
constantly
find out,
playing
but
together
at the
though.
same time, they're not doing anything to force out and Navi into positions that they want, force rotates, etc. And the spike's going in towards spawn.
Make sure that they clear out the garden. That's where
Oh, they got pretty good timing on this.
To the op.
By pretty good, I mean incredible timing on this.
Now where'd you go? Okay, you're in defender spawn. We've still got purple in tower, but you have to win these fights. And so it's into
There's the spike again. Dude, the spike is the spike in this game is dying in the most crazy positions. Heaven when there's 2 on site. Heaven when there's 2 on site. Spawn. This one was the least criminal, I guess, just purely because of 3v5. You got to try something mad.
Conclusion, as many of these have been. It's cool to make that play and say, yeah, let's run in spawn, but you can't plant the spike.
Surely they can fight mid a bit better. I really think they would benefit from just going. Wait, they have an omen, right? I really think they would benefit from TPing on top of the box to see over the smoke. They like freely roam behind the smoke.
Comeback that we've ever seen. And Navi actually calling. Sorry, it's not Navi, it's Giant X are actually going to call a timeout here.
Oh, you bloody hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they got to work a way to force through middle.
Map in a row,
I do think they TP into that smoke.
Giant X find themselves 10 rounds down.
Like if this is.
Rounds played.
Wait, how does the bottom of split look?
And how they've set up, I think it's hard to say that they've put a foot
right, if
wrong
this
at
is,
times.
oh my goodness.
15-1 is exemplary
this
of
is
that.
the Vance. Wait, this is.
You wanted to see Pips and fuming, and this would be it.
What are you even saying to the players right now as well, right? Like, I think
this is
going wrong, right? You need a mental reset completely.
The last thing
like
you
this,
want
and
to
this is
see
the
is a
stairs.
disconnect between the coaching staff
So this
and
is
the
mid at the
players,
moment,
because
right?
As soon as that happens,
And then obviously they're
the
coming out
rift
from
is
here and
only
here.
gonna grow. You have to try
This
and
keeps
find
on
a
getting
way to
smoked,
give them
so they
some
should be
confidence.
TPing
It is
into
one
this
round at a
smoke.
time.
Then you can
Cloud
see
inspired
over
the
this
comeback
smoke.
last
Then you
time
can
out
kind of
versus
spam him.
Heretics. Some of
Then
this
they have
region's
no
best.
safety over
And in
towards here.
terms of last
So
year,
they should
the
use their
best
smoke
that we
against
had,
them
as far
over
as the
towards middle.
international stage are
Like this
concerned.
smoke here, their stage 1
Navi
smokes.
on the hunt
I think they just TP into
try
that.
and
And then when
collect
this
one of those
smoke
playoff
goes out,
spots and
then they
hopefully
don't have the freedom here. They
Masters
probably
later
get caught
down the
out.
line.
Then you know that the
Discover
Euro can
is
TP
everything.
here.
I think
And then
for
if they
me,
do kill
coming from
you,
last week
like
into
everyone
this
just
one,
spams the
Navi
left.
is
Or you
a
have someone that
start to
swings
build
out here because this
on
guy's got the
good momentum.
angle.
Giant X,
I mean, that's
on the other
the thing that I would do.
look as if
Or
they'll
you just
let
do the
it slip
normal,
towards mid.
what I said
Navi
earlier
look
in the
to
first
go.
time out, where you're doing like a
Few players from
3-1-1 and
Giant
you're
X did
actually
as well.
just taking
Rooksix
A heaven
of
fast.
quality
And then this guy can't play
right
here, so
side.
then they have to all be left side. Because you're pinching over towards fence.
Rooksix there, but he will group back up
They have 2 options, but they're not really doing them too much. Like imagine a TP up here right now. Once the smoke goes, you see over towards him. You know for sure you're fine.
With so many bodies towards this B side, you're thinking they
I mean, honestly, can they even play Vents, bro? Look at their comp.
to create that pressure, scaling towards A with the
I'm
tools.
not sure they
that
should
you
be able to
have,
play
Perfo
Vents.
smokes, the cages. But it all comes back to that mid-duel yet again, and it's been one-way traffic. Rooksix given the green light on yet another op kill. And while Tamazi will have embedded himself within the mailroom.
And I think for me, right now, like you're seeing Navi's game plan at work.
Okay, they
They're
are through
fighting
middle,
B, they're
though.
fighting mid, but they're not fighting towards A. And Giant X
Probably
are
one of their
thinking
better
that's
chances.
A good sign, but that they're playing into Navi's game plan.
3 players here again. And with ults as well, every single player towards this
Romanor
side of the
insta
map
gets
has a
shot.
tool to
Drone at
work
least
with.
clears the top of heaven.
This is
That
the same
TP
round
onto
we've seen many
default
times
again.
before.
Fakes
What's
the
different for
TP.
Giant X?
All goes
Guard
in.
comes out,
25
showstopper
seconds.
available, doesn't look
Can't
like
really
anything's
cancel because of
changed,
these
Gyro.
too far away.
Concerned for GX right now.
Going for headshots with the ult.
terrified. The utility seems to be a little bit better as Navi are hounded down towards the back of the site, but time is low. Just like you say, there isn't enough. Any time would be great.
There's spikes in
Like
heaven
you
again.
say, I don't think
No, man,
GX
not
know what to do
again.
with it. It's Tamazi,
Why
the
is the
last
spike
one
been in
left. He
heaven
needs to get
3
the spike,
times and
but
we're hitting
where is it?
sight?
Heaven. It has been for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, right now, Giant X are in hell. And I don't mean that. I don't mean to call it or any part of the map. I mean quite literally, they are 11-0 down. If we move into the next half and Navi win pistol and anti-eco, it's all over.
Yeah.
And again, like we've spoken about it, right? Fight B, fight mid. That's what Navi are doing. We're not seeing anything different. Please show me something different.
Please, please. No, I know what you mean. Look, people were saying coming into this one, there was potential for Mud Valorant, but this feels more like Groundhog Day, the way that things
No, they
are
just can't. Yeah, they just can't problem solve.
consistently
That's it.
for Giant X.
It's still a really
as
good
it's been
game
for
plan from
Navi,
Navi, in my opinion.
when push
Like
comes
they
to
heavy
shove,
shut down
GX
middle.
have not been up to par. A little play into Koala. He does have
Oh,
the
this
shorty inside
nice
this
reaction
smoke,
though.
and so
Smoke into
really,
a flash,
the
and then
value
obviously.
isn't gained.
Okay, dude, they might get around here. They might
It's
actually
not
be
gonna
able to get over
cleared.
towards sight.
It's another direct sight
For sure that.
And Hero fully blinded has walked away with murder.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're still not past the post. Right, Tomasi's the only one in sight. He has 32 HP. He's dead. Salvo's dropped. And what happens? Koala inside the smoke with the shorty getting at least one back, but there's twice as many players. The last one left to West side, as he always has been. 12-0 Na'Vi. As good as the
they were
half
okay, chat. They were 11-1 down last week.
That I might have seen, and we saw another 12.
It's only one extra round.
With that being said,
that's
though,
it.
There is a lot to come back from this one.
Was it 11 or was it 10-2?
And a giant X
Oh no, it's 10-2. Oh boy, that's 2 extra rounds. That's double the amount that I thought it was. Hero? No, Hero is going crazy in this. Can we get a 13-0? Well, let's see, man. See what the pistols got for us. No matter what I say, you guys will say I'll cast it, so I'm not gonna address it. Mixwell? He's written out the tweet. No doubt about it. Is he live right now? Let's see. Mixwell. There he is. You got the tweet up? Doesn't have the tweet up. He's smiling though. I think he's writing it right now. Are my Navi stocks going up? I mean, this was a good game plan from them. I don't know, really. I still think that comps are a little bit questionable on some of the maps.
I know it's only our second week in VCT EMEA, but it's another 12-0. I wasn't expecting to find myself in this position once, let alone twice. From that BBL Liquid game to this one. Yeah. And
okay,
from
12
that
chances.
Performance to this one, it's the same stat again, and it's actually bad that I knew
nice
what that stat was, because it's not the first time it's been raised. The last 13-0 in EMEA was back in 2022. For the new viewer, they're probably thinking, what's an Oglu? Isn't that what Eskimos live in?
Oh, mate, that was poor from you, but I agree.
I liked it.
For every single time that we'd been in this position, I would have
That was you? Wait, Boo, you got 30 no's?
We've been in this position twice in 2 weeks.
What, in 3 series? God forbid. Can Navi see it over the line? It's Koala Noob again. The most first blood success rate of the top 5 duelists, and he's going to keep doing it. Hero with 2 more kills, as it's been said multiple times.
It's
Purple
really
was the
on.
last player left on B.
It's really on.
Eyes. A West Side 1vX, but this time it's to stop pure embarrassment.
It's been a similar storyline. Time and time again.
Shortly, man. Koala still has a nade.
Are looking down the barrel.
Oh boy, the 13-0.
Navi are the ones to deliver it.
They 13-0'd them. What a game plan, though. It's a great game plan on defense. That was very, very nice.
And as good as GX had looked in spells
Yeah,
throughout,
rough one for Giants. Really rough.
this one as well, especially how things started out on Fracture. They have been
Dude, Split's crazy for them. They never get a good half. Well, they always get one okay half normally. Obviously not here.
Starting to build towards the kind of form which lands them at further events.
And I think as well, like we were talking about strengths of
Look at the
schedule,
groups quickly,
etc.
man. Where are the groups at?
Map, and you're thinking, right? Well, this is the match where GX can build from it and move into further weeks, like the Apex game. That they then build on that. But like after the first map, I had hope, but second and third, it was quickly stolen away.
Is it? We can do this.
Navi
Wait, who do we not block?
like
we can block down
be
there.
the real deal, and players are turning up when they're needed at the right
This
time.
is a 2.
Navi given a desolate record, but now
Dude, Giants are wrecked,
recover.
dude.
8 losses and only
Who
2
they play?
wins since the start of
Fnatic
Stage 2
as well?
last year. They
Oh, they're
have
actually
a
done.
third to it now, and feeling much better as things start to move in the right direction.
Yeah, well, with that being said, we've got to be wondering what's next for these two teams. Navi basically get a free run towards the end of the group.
They do.
Yeah, they're pretty much done. It's looking like these four are kind of secured, really. Unless we see an absolute madness.
Joining them very soon. I'm sure we all
what did Hero
what
end
they
on?
think about this historic win.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh
right,
my goodness,
now,
plus
like,
27. Plus 20. 22 to 2. Dude, look at this. They got no fast kills.
Well, no, actually, well, Mixwell's obviously, he always has the tweet primed for a 13-0. If you know, Mixwell.
I did not know. He's got that one ready in the bookmarks, yeah.
I'll have to double check this, but I think G2 were the first team to, when Mixwell was on G2.
Yeah, they were the first team to get
13-0.
Yeah.
Get 13-0'd, sorry, in a VCT game. I can't remember what event it was at now. I just remember it was on Icebox, I think.
Does that...
That is true.
But basically every time now it happens, Mixwell
Yeah,
has
Icebox, I can't even remember what map it was.
You think he was the first one?
I'm pretty sure G2 were the first.
Someone check the timestamps on
somebody
his
will have to
there.
get
gotta get on it. We gotta get on it. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a heartbreaker. And quite frankly, like, even when they're down 10-0,
really.
Is it though?
I wouldn't say really short one today. It wasn't too short. Mixwell tweeted. I should probably check it out.
It must be, and the players.
History.
I mean, it's
history in the making. We don't get many of these.
It's rough, man.
Yeah, it's rough. The worst thing to say, it's almost like it's.
There he is.
I mean, I mentioned it on the cast as well. Just banging ahead.
Welcome to men.
At times. Like
we'll give it like we don't like stuff these days. We'll give it like.
Viewing, but the reason I say is like to kind of flip the way they did previously.
Chat, give me a
great, but that's like
give me a streamer to rate. Give me a streamer to rate. This was fun today. Ended on a 13-0, but like the other maps are at least like a little bit close. Shanks, we can raid Shanks.
Because they just did it a week ago. I wasn't so worried, but I should have been worried because these guys were on the server and they were stepping it up a notch. Hero joining us together with Xiao. Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel pretty good. 13-0.
But yeah, who's likely to watch the who's likely to watch the actual interview?
Are you shocked at that result at all, or?
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
Not sure.
Yinsu? That's true.
We just decided not to do
that is true.
mistake.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say, no, we were just saying, were you worried when you got to like 10-0 and you were like, oh, God.
I've done it before.
Yeah, I can do that. That sounds good. All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it today. Thanks so much. I will see you all tomorrow. We've got EMEA again. Then starts the madness. We've got EMEA, then America as well. Just EMEA tomorrow. China, I'm not gonna be doing China tomorrow. I'm in a good routine for the gym at the moment. I don't wanna ruin it. I'll probably tune in for the China games when it's playoffs and it's like all the games matter. Right, thanks so much everyone. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow. Peace guys. Peace.
Which we said like before the match.
Slacking, yeah, pretty much that.
Happy to be here. So
alright, bye.
In group we have maybe confirmed playoff.
YouTube, thanks so much YouTube. Subscribe if you can. Thank you for all the support. Thanks for watching. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.